Nico here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. This series contains fictional content intended for entertainment purposes only. The scenes depicted, including any blood or injuries, are part of a fantasy setting and are not meant to shock or disturb viewers. All characters, events, and settings are purely fictional. Viewer discretion is advised.
10 years ago, in a quiet corner of China, two friends stood beneath crimson lanterns, promising never to forget each other. Time, however, has a way of pulling people apart until destiny decides otherwise. In a small theatre hidden among the bustling streets of Shanghai, the screen flickered to life. Her crown is not of gold, but of memory. Memories of friendship, of hope, and promises left unspoken. And now, she prepares to see her old friend. Again, the curtain rises once more. This is not the end. This is the beginning of a new chapter.
Welcome to Chongqing. Hope you're ready to meet my friend, Araga. Araga! Araga! In a world bathed in twilight magic, she steps forward, heart aglow. Her stance bold, unwavering, a guardian of light wrapped in violet flame. She dances between danger and delight, a wink that disarms even the darkest foe. Don't be fooled by her charm. Behind that smile lies a spell waiting to strike. And when the moment calls, she becomes legend. You haven't changed. Neither have you. You think you can beat us? How cute!
Talk is cheap. Let's see what you've got.
Prepare to be overwhelmed.
Is that all? Pathetic!
Time to feel the heat! You think you can beat us? How cute!
Talk is cheap. Let's see what you've got.
Prepare to be overwhelmed.
Is that all? Pathetic!
Time to feel the heat!
Long time no see, Annabelle.
Gabrielle, what are you doing here?
I come to see you, of course. How about a date, for old time's sake?
I think this is gonna be really good. Me too.
Cat speaking.
Hello, Daily Planet. This is Dr. Wilson of the Egyptian Museum. I've just uncovered something that may free Miss...
Yes, Doctor. I've been feeling much better lately, but I'll be right over. I'll see you later, Lois. Doctor's orders.
Doctor, my eye.
Dr. Jordan is the world's foremost student of hieroglyphics. Most of our priceless specimens were brought back by him, even the mummy of King Tush. Among his possessions, I uncovered this ancient Egyptian tablet and find it to be a secret curse of the tomb of King Tush. He who disturbs the eternal sleep of King Tush shall perish. This tablet may well be Miss Hogan's passport to freedom. Come with me, please. Over 3,000 years ago, the valley of the Upper Nile was ruled by an old and powerful king. He had been warring with the Lower Nile for many years. And just before the old king died, he called his son, a young boy of 12. He commanded his giant guards to swear an oath of eternal allegiance to the boy prince to guard him constantly in this world and the next. Shortly after, the old king died. A youth of 12 now ruled the kingdom of 10 million people. But the boy was not fashioned for such responsibilities, and being of a sickly nature, soon became ill himself. Never was a person attended more faithfully than this youth, yet he withered away and soon died. True to their oath of allegiance, each of the royal guards drank poison, so that they might continue to protect the spirit of the young king in the Valley of the Dead. Here in these catacombs, Dr. Jordan has reconstructed the burial vault exactly as he first discovered it in one of the pyramids. Working for years in absolute and frenzied secrecy, he finally duplicated an ancient mystic formula, which he called the fluid of life. Just before he was found dead, Dr. Jordan had inoculated each of the mummies of the giant guards. They were supposed to return to life, but somehow the test failed. Dr. Jordan was found here at the feet of King Tush. The rest you know. But what you don't know, Mr. Kent, and what I am equally certain of, is that Dr. Jordan violated the ancient warning by attempting to open the coffin of King Tush. A poisonous needle. That's how Dr. Jordan was killed.
Yes, and Miss Hogan is a free woman.
Hogan says, free. This is one time I've scooped you, Lloyd.
Yes, lucky for you, I was hurt.
Incidentally, who told you I was at the museum?
My mummy done told me.
Previously, Annabelle, Paris, Naya, Shino, and the spirit guide Nyx faced their most dangerous trials yet. After barely surviving the battle in the Forbidden Forest, the students were sent on a new mission by Lady Morticia to investigate sites of spreading dark magic. Their journey took them first to an abandoned village, where they destroyed a cursed altar after a fierce fight, and then to an ancient temple, where they confronted the dark sorceress Nimue. Though Nimue was defeated, her warning made it clear greater powers were moving behind the scenes. Their fears came true when a massive portal tore open above the temple, unleashing armies of shadow creatures led by Wormhole Annabelle's estranged brother, now consumed by darkness. The battle pushed the team to their limits, but through unity and sheer determination, they shattered Wormhole's hold on the portal. Just when victory seemed theirs, the true master of darkness revealed himself. Noctis, a being of overwhelming power. Despite being outmatched, the group stood their ground. With Nyx's sacrifice shielding them from annihilation, the friends combined their strength and struck down Noctis in a final desperate attack. Exhausted but triumphant, they returned to Gothic Academy as heroes, but with the knowledge that the darkness was not yet defeated. Now, bound by friendship, love, and destiny, Annabelle, Paris, Naya, Shino, and Nyx's memory prepare for the next chapter of their battle against enemies even greater than before. Recap of Episode 2: A Date with Destiny. Annabelle's ordinary walk to school takes a dark turn when she runs into Gabriel Hitler, a chilling figure from her past, who has returned after 75 years. Gabriel immediately places Annabelle under mind control and drags her to the school festival, intent on reclaiming her in a twisted, possessive way. Meanwhile, Annabelle's friends Shino and Naya notice something is wrong and try to intervene, but Gabriel's power easily overwhelms them. Realizing they can't win alone, the two rush to find Paris, Annabelle's true love, and the only one strong enough to stand against Gabriel. Gabriel escalates her scheme, forcing Annabelle into a mock wedding at the festival, hoping to bind her forever. Just as the ceremony is about to conclude, Paris, Shino, and Naya arrive. With their combined resolve and encouragement, Annabelle breaks free from Gabriel's control, shattering the force field around them. Though temporarily defeated, Gabriel vows revenge and vanishes. The group barely has time to recover before discovering Gabriel's real plan. She retreats to an abandoned building where she begins a dangerous ritual. Inside, Paris and Annabelle confront her, only to discover a shocking twist. The Gabriel they fought at the festival was a clone, sacrificed so the real Gabriel could gain even greater power. With a cruel flourish, Gabriel destroys her clone and escapes through a portal, leaving the heroes shaken and uncertain. Now, with Annabelle safe but Gabriel stronger than ever, Paris, Shino, Naya, and Annabelle realize this was only the beginning of something far darker. Recap of Episode 3: Poolside Pandemonium of I'm in Love with the Princess. Episode 3 opens with Gabrielle shopping for swimsuits, determined to impress Annabelle. She's soon joined by Nimue, who suggests they team up to sabotage Annabelle and Paris's relationship. Though wary of Nimue's darker side, Gabrielle agrees, and the two plot mischief together. At the indoor pool, Annabelle, Paris, Shino, and Naya arrive for a day of fun. Annabelle is flustered by Paris's beauty in a swimsuit, while Naya shivers on the sidelines. Just as Annabelle begins to relax, Gabrielle and Nimue dramatically make their entrance, flaunting their swimsuits and mocking Annabelle. The tension overwhelms her, and she faints into Paris's arms. While Annabelle recovers, trouble strikes again. Shino, who can't swim, nearly drowns after drifting into deeper waters. Naya leaps in to rescue him, showing her bravery despite her fear of the cold pool. But Gabrielle and Nimue aren't done. They taunt Annabelle for being delicate, and later push Shino off the diving platform, forcing Annabelle to dive in after him. Paris confronts Gabrielle, warning her to back off, but Nimue's ominous words suggest the worst is yet to come. As the day winds down, Gabrielle corners Annabelle, with Nimue muttering something unsettling. The pool lights flicker and die, the air chilling unnaturally. Gabrielle grips Annabelle's wrist tightly, hinting that their torment has only just begun. Annabelle faints once more under the spell. The next day at school, Annabelle's shock intensifies when Gabrielle is introduced as the new transfer student and assigned to sit right beside her. Gabrielle wastes no time bringing up their romantic past, making Annabelle squirm and provoking Paris's protectiveness. Later, Gabrielle drags Annabelle on a school tour, shadowed closely by Paris and Naya. Gabrielle continues to tease and challenge them, hinting at her desire to reignite rivalry and chaos. But Gabrielle isn't Annabelle's only problem. On her way home, Annabelle encounters a mysterious woman, her long-lost mother, Kurumi Lilitu. Kurumi reveals she was banished to a shadowy special area after clashing with Satan, Annabelle's father. Annabelle is shaken when she recalls visions of Paris's death that might connect to Kurumi's past actions. Kurumi leaves her daughter with more questions than answers. The episode culminates at parent-teacher interviews, where an explosive mix of guardians arrives. Satan, looming and menacing. Kurumi, shrouded in secrets, and the Mad Hatter Paris's eccentric father, along with the cruel Cinderella stepsisters. The tension is palpable as these volatile personalities gather in the same room, with Annabelle and Paris caught in the crossfire. Hidden grudges, family secrets, and dangerous rivalries threaten to erupt, leaving Annabelle deeply unsettled about what comes next. In summary, Episode 3 blends comedy, rivalry, and supernatural suspense. Gabrielle and Nimue escalate their schemes at the pool, nearly causing tragedy, and Gabrielle shocks everyone by transferring into Annabelle's class. Meanwhile, Annabelle's fractured family resurfaces, setting the stage for a volatile showdown between Satan, Kurumi, and Paris's bizarre relatives.
Hey friends, it's Hanako here. Thanks for watching episode 4, In Love with the Princess. Don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more content. Also, hit that notification so you never miss an update. If you have any thoughts or questions, leave them in the comment section. I'd love to hear from you. And feel free to share the video to anyone who might enjoy it. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
What's up, Supernatural Seekers? I'm Aragame here, and I'm proud to announce the big news. Paranormal Files is premiering on April 6th, 2025. That's right, every week, I'll be diving into Supernatural with my co-hosts, and all the weird stuff that keeps us up at night. So, if you're into ghosts and anything else is paranormal, hit that subscribe button. Turn on notifications. Maybe light a candle or something to keep the bad vibes away. Paranormal Files premiering April 6th, 2025. Watch it, love it, and maybe just maybe you'll be haunted forever. See you there.
famous Robin Hood and...
Hey, I'm not weak.
What are both of you doing in my kingdom of demons?
We are here to rescue Paris, for she is only one who has a chance to stop him. You know who I'm talking about.
He's back?
Yes.
Damn it. I know his real plan for the universe, and he needs her for his plan to be successful. He is after my daughter Annabelle. She is locked up with Paris.
Artemis, what are you doing in my house?
I was just only checking on you, and I found her instead.
Don't hold your hope up for Robin Hood to release you from this cell.
Hello, sweetie.
Maid Marian, I have been looking for you all over of Sherwood Forest.
I'm back now. Robin Boo. That's the main thing.
Yeah, it is.
Leg entered Carly's house.
You will be paying me for a new door, wooden leg guy.
I need you to do a job for me first.
What kind of job?
Yes, of course, because I'm Cain, the firstborn of Adam and Eve. You killed my son, Lucifer.
Come on then. Bring it on, little girl.
Ready to lose, Telestia? I won't go easy.
On a mission, shadows cloak my stride. Silent whispers guide where secrets hide. In the night, a dance of truth and lies. I strike fast the city's pulsing skies. Oh.
In the dark streets I move unseen. Shadow steps like a city's dream. Silence guides my aim so keen. Danger lurks in the smoky scene. I'm a phantom swift and sly. Underneath the starlit sky, targets fall, I never lie. In my world only the strong survive.
Watch the reimagining of urban legends like Slick-Mouthed Woman, Tiki Tiki, Bloody Mary, and much more. Don't forget to subscribe to the Hayden Hanson Company.
Мисс, моя бабушка дома?
Миди Березы здесь нет. Она находится в райском уголке сурикатов со своей матерью.
Она правда. Это здорово. И возвращаюсь. Пока. Моя любовь. Go me. Run Hayden Hanson. My family. They're all waiting for their father.
Get ready for the follow-up series to Disaster Files, Extinction Files.
The follow-up series to Disaster Files. Extinction Files.
The follow-up series to Disaster Files. Extinction Files. The follow-up series to Disaster Files. Extinction Files.
The follow-up series to Disaster Files. Extinction Files. The follow-up series to Disaster Files. Extinction Files. Monday, January 13th.
Monday, January 13th. Monday, January 13th.
Monday, January 13th. Monday, January 13th.
Monday, January 13th on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Extinction Files. Don't extinct it.
Hey bro, did you hear that our favorite show, Daily Life of a Pet, is returning for a season 2 in 2025?
No.
Hello, Secret Agents, it's Hanako here once again. This series contains fictional content intended for entertainment purposes only. The scenes depicted, including any blood or injuries, are part of a fantasy setting and are not meant to shock or disturb viewers. All characters, events, and settings are purely criminal fictional. Viewer discretion is advised.
나를 바꾸고 싶어 넌 모두가 나를 알아봤으면 해 그러한 인상으로 살기 위해 설렘과 기대로 가득 찬 날 기다려 더 이상 나를 알아볼 수 없을 때까지 성형수술을 받을 거야 계속해서 사라지는 내 모습을 보면 너의 심장 속에서 않는 사랑을 꿈꿔 전과 노력으로 나 자신을 집단성시킬게 더 이상 나를 알아볼 수 없을 때까지 성형수술을 받을 거야 이 새로운 나를 완성시켜봐 비밀스러운 매력으로 매일 빛나줘 더 아름다워지는 내 모습을 사랑해
Dimly lit room hums with energy. Screens flash with data, and agents hustle about. A large monitor displays a detailed map of the U.S. Southwest. Teach, codename General Blackbeard, a grizzled veteran with a commanding presence, stands at the front, addressing the team. He's giving a speech about the importance of their mission and how they must work together to ensure success.
All right, listen up. We've got a situation in Reno. An antique wine cabinet known as the Dybbuk box has resurfaced. Reports indicate it's causing all sorts of paranormal activity.
Carly Wink, codename Rapunzel, a young, sharp-witted agent with long, golden hair tied in a braid, listens intently, her eyes glinting with curiosity. She's the youngest member of the team, but she's also one of the most capable. Mulan, a fierce warrior with a disciplined demeanor, stands beside her, her expression unreadable but alert. She's a master of combat, and she's always ready to fight. She's also a loyal member of the team, and she's always looking out for her comrades. She has a strong sense of honor and justice, and she's always willing to do what's right, no matter the cost.
Rapunzel, Mulan, you're up. Get to Reno, investigate, and contain the situation. We don't need another incident like the Salem witch trials.
Carly grins, her excitement barely contained. You got it, General! We'll get to the bottom of this! The sun sets over a quaint antique shop, nestled in the heart of Reno. A sign above the door reads, Curiosities, Wonders. The shop is closed, but lights flicker inside. The bell above the door jingles as Carly and Mulan step inside, their eyes scanning the dimly lit interior, filled with old furniture, dusty books, and strange artifacts. An elderly shop owner, Mr. Harris, approaches them, his face pale and hands trembling.
You must be the agents they sent. Thank God you're here.
Mr. Harris, we're here to help. Can you tell us what happened? Mr. Harris leads them to the back of the shop, where the Dybbuk box sits on a pedestal, emitting an eerie glow. It's a small, unassuming wooden cabinet, but it pulses with malevolent energy.
I bought it at an estate sale. Thought it was just an old wine cabinet, but strange things started happening. Objects moving on their own, whispers in the night. I even saw a shadowy figure.
We need to secure the area. Rapunzel, let's set up the equipment. Carly nods, pulling out a high-tech scanner and setting it up around the Dybbuk box. Mulan places salt lines around the perimeter of the room, muttering ancient incantations for protection. The scanner is analyzing the energy coming from the Dybbuk box, and the salt lines are meant to contain any negative forces that may be present. This should help contain any energy. Mr. Harris, stay behind the counter and don't touch anything. As they work, the lights flicker, and a cold breeze sweeps through the shop. Carly's scanner is beeping erratically, and it's clear that something strange is happening. The Dybbuk box seems to be emitting a dark energy, and it's getting stronger by the minute. The energy feels like a cold presence, like something sinister is lurking in the shadows. We've got company! We'll need to be careful. This isn't just any ghost. The temperature in the shop drops even further, and the whispers grow louder. The air feels heavy and cold, and the shadowy figure is moving towards the Dybbuk box.
The figure's form is twisted and grotesque, and it's hard to look away. It's like something out of a nightmare, and it's not clear what it is or what it wants. The whispers grow louder, and the figure is getting closer to the debug box.
That's our debug. Mulan, be ready.
The debug box lashes out, sending objects flying and creating chaos in the shop. Carly and Mulan move quickly and precisely, dodging debris and keeping each other safe. They have years of training and have developed a mozi that allows them to move as one. It's like watching a dance of life and death, with the debug box being the unpredictable partner.
We need to force it back into the box.
Carly pulls out a small vial of holy water and a silver dagger inscribed with runes. She looks at Mulan with a mixture of fear and determination in her eyes. She holds out the dagger, her hand trembling slightly as she offers it to Mulan.
You distract it. I'll get the box open.
Mulan nods, stepping forward with the dagger. The debug hisses, focusing its rage on her. Mulan moves with agility and precision, parrying its attacks and striking back with the dagger. Carly approaches the debug box, chanting an incantation. The box's lid creaks open, and a blinding light spills out. The debug screeches, its form beginning to dissolve.
Now, Rapunzel.
Carly throws the vial of holy water at the debug. It howls in agony, its essence being pulled into the box. With a final, ear-piercing scream, the debug is sucked back into the box, and the lid slams shut. The shop falls silent. Carly and Mulan catch their breath, the tension easing. We did it.
For now, we need to get this back to Area 51.
Carly and Mulan stand before General Blackbeard, the debug box secured in a containment unit. Blackbeard stares at them, his face expressionless. Carly and Mulan look at each other nervously, unsure of what the general is going to say or do next.
Good work, both of you. We'll keep this locked away where it can't cause any more harm.
Carly smiles, feeling a sense of accomplishment. She looks over at Mulan and sees the same sense of pride in her eyes. They've successfully sealed away the debug and prevented it from causing more harm.
Just another day at the office.
Carly and Mulan watch as the debug box is placed in a secure vault, surrounded by other paranormal artifacts. The door closes with a heavy thud, sealing away the debug for good. Carly sighs in relief, knowing that she and Mulan have succeeded in protecting the world from a powerful and dangerous entity.
You think that's the last we'll see of it?
I hope so, but if it's not, we'll be ready.
As they walk away, suddenly the containment unit's lights flicker, and a low, sinister whisper echoes through the lab. Carly and Mulan stop in their tracks, a feeling of dread creeping over them. They turn to look at the containment unit, their hearts pounding in their chests. A dark, eerie warehouse stands alone on the outskirts of Reno. The wind howls through the broken windows, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The warehouse is filled with old, forgotten machinery and crates. A group of paranormal investigators, led by a woman named Kurumi, explore the area with flashlights and recording equipment. They are looking for any signs of paranormal activity or evidence of something strange.
All right, team. Stay close and keep your eyes open. There have been reports of strange activity here. Do you feel it? The danger lurking around.
As they move deeper into the warehouse, the temperature drops and an eerie silence falls over them. Suddenly, one of the investigators, Mike, screams and drops his flashlight. The rest of the group stops and looks at Mike in shock, their hearts pounding in their chests.
What the hell was that?
A shadowy figure moves in the darkness, barely visible. The team's equipment starts to malfunction, and whispers fill the air. They feel an overwhelming sense of fear and dread as the atmosphere grows heavy with tension. The air feels thick and charged with an unknown force.
Stay calm, everyone. We need to document this. I can't shake this feeling. There's something watching us.
The shadowy figure lunges at them, and chaos erupts. Flashlights flicker, and equipment is thrown around. The team is forced to retreat, but Kurumi stays behind, determined to get evidence. As she turns to run, she comes face to face with the debug box, its twisted form illuminated by her flashlight. She screams as it reaches for her, and the last thing she sees is its dark, soulless eyes. Carly, Mulan, and General Blackbeard review the footage from the warehouse. The Diebuck's presence is unmistakable. They see the shadowy figure moving in the darkness and hear the whispers in the air. They also see Kurumi's flashlight lighting up the debug box, revealing its twisted form.
This is worse than we thought. The Diebuck isn't just confined to the box. It's out there, and it's growing stronger.
We need to find it and contain it before it causes more harm.
Agreed. Let's gear up and head back to Reno. Carly and Mulan arrive at the warehouse, armed with high-tech ghost hunting equipment and ancient relics. They cautiously enter, their senses on high alert. They feel a sense of tension in the air, as if something dangerous is lurking just out of sight. They proceed with caution, scanning the area with their equipment and keeping an eye out for any signs of paranormal activity. The warehouse is eerily silent, the air thick with tension. Carly scans the area with her device, detecting strong paranormal energy. She feels a sense of unease in the air, as if something dangerous is lurking just out of sight.
The deadbug's definitely here. We need to draw it out.
Mulan sets up a series of traps and protective wards around the area, muttering incantations under her breath. Carly prepares a containment device, adjusting the settings for maximum efficiency. She looks around the warehouse, her eyes scanning the shadows for any signs of danger.
We're ready now. Now we just need to get its attention.
Carly pulls out a small, intricately carved box and opens it, revealing a glowing crystal. The crystal emits a powerful energy that resonates through the warehouse. The Dybbuk appears, drawn to the crystal's energy. It screeches and lunges at Carly, who dodges its attack and activates the containment device. The device emits a blinding light, and the Dybbuk is pulled towards it, howling in agony. Mulan recites an ancient binding spell, reinforcing the containment. With a final, ear-piercing scream, the Dybbuk is sucked into the device, and the warehouse falls silent.
We did it! It's contained!
For now, but we need to get this back to Area 51 and secure it properly.
Carly and Mulan place the containment device in a secure vault, surrounded by other paranormal artifacts. The door closes with a heavy thud, and the vault security system activates. They watch as the lights on the security panel turn red, indicating that the vault is locked and secure. They feel a sense of relief, knowing that the Dybbuk is now safely contained.
That should hold it, but we need to keep an eye on it.
Agreed. We can't let our guard down.
As they walk away, the lights flicker, and a low, sinister whisper echoes through the vault. Carly, Mulan, and General Blackbeard review the recent events, discussing the Dybbuk's growing power and the potential threat it poses. They express concern about the Dybbuk's ability to escape from the containment device, and they agree that they must take steps to ensure its continued containment.
We need to be prepared for anything. This isn't the end of it.
We'll be ready. Whatever comes our way, we'll face it together.
The lab is quiet, the various artifacts and containment units bathed in a soft glow. The Dybbuk box sits in its containment unit, seemingly dormant. The lights flicker, and the box pulses with an eerie energy, leaving an unsettling sense of foreboding. The various artifacts and containment units bathed in a soft glow. The Dybbuk box sits in its containment unit, seemingly dormant. Suddenly, the lights flicker, and the box pulses with an eerie energy, revealing a crack forming along the edge of the box. Carly Wink, still in her tactical gear, is lying on her bunk, staring at the ceiling. The events of the day replay in her mind. She hears a faint whisper and sits up, alert.
Mulan? Did you hear that?
Mulan, in the bunk across from her, sits up and listens. The whispering grows louder, more distinct. Both women exchange a concerned glance and quickly head toward the lab. Carly and Mulan enter the lab, their eyes immediately drawn to the Dybbuk box. The crack has widened, and dark energy seeps through.
We need to reinforce the containment. Now!
Carly rushes to a console, tapping furiously at the keys. The containment unit hums as additional security measures activate. Mulan draws a series of protective sigils around the unit.
That should hold it for now, but we need to find out what caused this.
The lab door bursts open, and General Blackbeard strides in, his face a mask of concern.
Report.
The box is cracking, and the Dybbuk's energy is leaking out. We've reinforced the containment, but it's only a temporary solution.
We need to understand what triggered this. I have a feeling it's not just a random occurrence.
Carly and Mulan sift through ancient texts and records, searching for any clues about the Dybbuk box's origins and weaknesses.
Look at this! According to these texts, the Dybbuk box was created to imprison not just one spirit, but many. Over the centuries, they've grown stronger, feeding off each other's energy.
There's also a ritual here that might permanently bind the spirits. But it's risky and requires a rare artifact, the Heart of Solomon.
Carly, Mulan, and General Blackbeard stand around the containment unit, reviewing the information.
The Heart of Solomon. We haven't seen that artifact in centuries. But if that's what we need, we have to find it.
Where do we start looking?
There's an old contact of mine, Professor Alistair, an expert in ancient artifacts. If anyone knows where to find the heart, it's him.
Carly, Mulan, and General Blackbeard pull up to a grand Gothic mansion on the outskirts of London. The mansion is covered in ivy and looks like it hasn't been maintained in years. They approach the door and knock. After a few moments, the door creaks open, and Professor Alistair greets them.
Edward Teach. It's been ages. What brings you here?
Alistair, we need your help. We're looking for the Heart of Solomon.
Alistair's expression turns serious.
The Heart of Solomon is not something to be trifled with, but if you're here, I assume it's a matter of great importance.
Nods and leads them into his study, filled with ancient books and artifacts.
I might know where to find it, but it won't be easy. The heart is located in the catacombs of Paris, hidden away to prevent its misuse.
Then that's where we're headed.
The team navigates the dark, winding tunnels of the catacombs, their flashlights casting eerie shadows on the walls, lined with skulls and bones. The air is damp and cold, and the atmosphere is oppressive.
Keep your eyes peeled. According to Alistair's map, the heart should be in a hidden chamber ahead.
They reach a dead end, but Carly notices something strange about the wall. She examines it closely and finds a hidden mechanism. With a click, the wall slides open, revealing a secret chamber. The chamber is filled with ancient relics and a pedestal in the center, holding the Heart of Solomon, a glowing, intricately carved crystal.
There it is. Let's get it and get out of here.
As they approach the pedestal, the ground shakes, and a powerful force knocks them back. A spectral guardian materializes, blocking their path.
You dare to take the heart? Prove your worth, or face destruction.
Carly, Mulan, and General Blackbeard prepare for battle. The guardian, a towering figure of light and shadow, attacks with fierce determination.
Stay focused. We need to weaken it before we can take the heart.
Carly dodges a powerful strike and retaliates with her energy weapon, while Mulan engages the guardian in close combat, her martial prowess on full display. General Blackbeard provides cover fire, distracting the guardian.
Mulan, I'll make a run for the heart.
Carly seizes the opportunity and dashes toward the pedestal. She reaches for the heart, and as her fingers close around it, a blinding light envelops the chamber.
You have proven your worth. Take the heart and use it wisely.
And the chamber falls silent. Carly holds the Heart of Solomon, its energy pulsing in her hand.
We did it! Let's get back to Area 51 and finish this.
Back at Area 51, the team prepares for the ritual to bind the Dybbuk permanently. The lab is filled with ancient texts, mystical symbols, and the Heart of Solomon glowing on an altar.
We have one shot at this. Let's make it count.
Carly and Mulan stand in a protective circle, chanting the incantation. The Dybbuk box begins to tremble, and dark energy swirls around it.
Here we go! Stay focused.
The Dybbuk materializes, its form even more twisted and powerful. It roars in defiance as the ritual intensifies.
Keep going, we're almost there.
The Heart of Solomon emits a blinding light, and the Dybbuk is drawn towards it, screaming in rage. The energy surges, and with a final, deafening scream, the Dybbuk is sucked into the heart, and the light fades. The lab falls silent, and the Heart of Solomon rests peacefully on the altar. Carly and Mulan collapse, exhausted but victorious.
We did it! It's over! For now, let's secure the heart, and make sure this never happens again.
The Heart of Solomon is placed in a heavily fortified vault, surrounded by layers of security. The door closes with a heavy thud, and the vault security system activates.
That should hold it, but we need to keep an eye on it. Agreed. We can't let our guard down, because I'm the guardian of the heart.
As they walk away, suddenly the lights flicker, and a low, sinister whisper echoes through the vault. The lab is quiet, the various artifacts and containment units bathed in a soft glow. The Dybbuk box sits in its containment unit, seemingly dormant. The lights flicker, and the box pulses with an eerie energy. A low, sinister whisper echoes through the vault, sending chills down the spine.
We have to stay vigilant.
Kali Vink paces the lab, her thoughts racing. The events of the past days have taken a toll on her, and the flickering lights heighten her anxiety.
What if I'm not enough? What if I can't protect everyone? Wait, Rapunzel, where are you going?
She decides to seek solace and guidance. Knowing Annabelle's wisdom, Carly heads to Gothic Academy. The imposing Gothic Academy stands tall under the moonlit sky, its spires and gargoyles casting long shadows. The ancient building, a blend of mystique and grandeur, seems to breathe with an air of old-world charm. Carly approaches the grand entrance, her footsteps echoing on the cobblestone path. She hesitates for a moment before pushing open the heavy, wrought iron doors. As Carly walks into Gothic Academy, she notices all the students stop and stare. She approaches two girls talking in the hallway to ask them if they know Annabelle's location.
I haven't seen her since dinner time. Have you seen her, Paris? Well, she could be at her favourite spot. It's on the rooftop where she likes to be alone.
Paris points Carly in the direction of the door that leads to the rooftop. Annabelle, it's Carly Wink. I've been looking all over for you. We need to talk. As Carly swings open the rooftop door, she notices Annabelle Devil, dressed in her signature Gothic Academy uniform. As Carly enters, Annabelle looks up, her eyes filled with both curiosity and concern.
Carly, what brings you to Gothic Academy at this hour?
Carly steps further into the room, her shoulders weighed down by her worries.
I'm struggling, Annabelle. With everything that's happened, I'm starting to doubt myself. What if I'm not good enough to handle all this?
Annabelle's expression softens with understanding. Annabelle walks over to Carly, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder.
Carly, you're not alone in this. We all have our doubts, but it's how we face them that defines us.
Carly looks up, her eyes searching for reassurance.
But what if I fail? What if I let everyone down?
You won't. You're brave, Carly. You have faced incredible odds and have come out stronger every time. You're special, and not because of a title or any code name, but because of who you are.
Carly's eyes well up with tears. Annabelle's words resonate deeply within her.
You have a fire inside you, a determination that can't be extinguished. Remember that you were chosen for a reason by General Blackbeard. You have the strength, the courage, and the heart to be a mission leader. Trust in yourself as much as we all trust in you.
Carly takes a deep breath, feeling a renewed sense of purpose.
Thank you, Annabelle. I needed to hear that.
Annabelle smiles, a warm and knowing smile.
Anytime, Carly. Remember we're in this together. Now go out there and show the world what you're made of.
Carly returns to Area 51, a newfound determination in her eyes. She joins Mulan and Sakura, who are already strategizing their next move. Feeling better?
Yeah. Thanks to Annabelle. Let's finish this.
The team approaches the vault, where the Dibbook box sits ominously. The crack along its edge has widened, and dark energy pulses from within.
We need to act fast. The containment is weakening. We need to find a way to stop this before it's too late.
You guys have my master's Heart of Solomon. Let's use it to bind the Dibbook permanently.
Carly nods, her resolve solidified. She retrieves the Heart of Solomon from its secure location. The crystal glows with an intense light, resonating with power.
Let's do this!
The team sets up the ritual, placing the Heart of Solomon at the center of a protective circle. They begin to chant the incantation, their voices harmonizing with the mystical energy. The Dibbook box trembles violently, the dark energy swirling around it. The Dibbook materializes, its form more monstrous and powerful than ever before.
You cannot contain me. I will destroy you all.
Carly stands her ground, her eyes fixed on the Heart of Solomon.
No, you won't. This ends now.
The Heart of Solomon emits a blinding light, and the Dibbook is drawn toward it, screaming in rage and desperation. The energy surges, and with a final deafening roar, the Dibbook is sucked into the heart, the light fading. The lab falls silent, and the Heart of Solomon rests peacefully on the altar.
That should hold it, but we need to keep an eye on it.
Agreed, we can't let our guard down.
Do you ever wonder the people we've always loved end up forgotten us or souls? If we don't remember them, does that mean they're gone forever? Or are they still here in a ghostly form, desperate for the living beings to notice them? Has anyone out there in the universe heard this story about the haunting tale of the wedding dress?
Hello, secret agents. It's Hanako here once again. This series contains fictional content intended for entertainment purposes only. The scenes depicted, including any blood or injuries, are part of a fantasy setting and are not meant to shock or disturb viewers. All characters, events, and settings are purely criminal fictional. Viewer discretion is advised.
나를 바꾸고 싶어 넌 모두가 나를 알아봤으면 해 들어오고 어떤 나를 알아볼 수 없을 때까지 성형수술을 받을 거야. 계속해서 사라지는 내 모습을 보면 너의 상상 속에서 맞는 사랑을 꿈꿔. 전과 노력으로 나 자신을 재탄생시킬게. 더 이상 나를 알아볼 수 없을 때까지 성형수술을 받을 거야. 이 새로운 나를 완성시켜봐. 비밀스러운 매력으로 매일 빛나줘. 아름다워지는 내 모습을 사랑해.
General Edward Blackbeard, Teach, dressed in his usual black military uniform, stands at the head of a dimly lit command room inside Area 51. A large, holographic map of the United States flickers on the wall, casting an eerie glow. His weathered hands trace a red signal flashing over Pennsylvania. The atmosphere is tense as he glares at the blinking light.
There's been another incident.
He taps the hologram, zooming into Bellefonte, Pennsylvania. Rapunzel, Mulan, Sakura, and Kotori stand around the map, exchanging uneasy glances. Kotori lingers at the back, her expression distant, and eyes glowing faintly, still getting used to her human form since separating from the Dybbuk box.
What's in Bellefonte? It's a quiet town, nothing paranormal in the usual files.
The Baker Mansion. Anna Baker's wedding dress, to be precise.
Mulan's brow furrows in recognition. She steps closer to the hologram, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword.
You mean Anna Baker the bride, who went mad after her father refused her marriage? The one who cursed the dress?
The same. Anna Baker's wedding dress is no ordinary artifact. It's been dormant for centuries, but now something's triggered it. The dress is moving. Again, visitors have disappeared. Strange noises are reported from the mansion, and some say they've seen the dress walking on its own.
Walking? Sounds more like a local ghost story than a real threat. No, objects bound by strong emotions can be more dangerous than restless spirits. I've seen it happen before. The energy left behind by heartbreak, rage, it festers.
Kotori's voice has a haunting quality, as if speaking from centuries of experience beyond her years. The team glances at her, remembering her own dark history as the Dybbuk box spirit.
This isn't just a local legend, Sakura. We've already lost 2 agents who were scouting the mansion. It's spreading beyond the dress into the town. If this escalates, we could be dealing with a full-blown paranormal outbreak.
Rapunzel exchanges a look with Mulan and Sakura, her face set with determination.
All right, we'll handle it. We've faced worse. Let's take care of this haunted dress.
The mansion looms ahead, shrouded in mist, under the pale light of the moon. It's a Gothic structure, long abandoned, with cracked windows and ivy creeping up its crumbling walls. The place feels suffocating, like the house itself is watching them. The team stands at the gates, the iron bars rusted and slightly ajar. The wind whistles through the trees, carrying with it a sense of foreboding. Mulan, ever the warrior, is at the front, her sword at the ready. Rapunzel and Sakura follow, their senses heightened.
There's something here. It's strong, old and filled with hatred.
I can feel it too. Stay sharp. They push open the iron gate, which groans loudly, and enter the overgrown courtyard. The mansion ahead seems to breathe with a life of its own, its broken windows like eyes staring down at them. Inside the mansion, dust hangs in the air, swirling in the beams of moonlight seeping through the cracked windows. The floors creak under their weight, and the walls are lined with old, faded portraits of the Baker family, their faces eerily solemn. The team moves cautiously through the grand hall, weapons at the ready. Every step they take seems to echo in the vast, empty space. At the center of the room, displayed in a glass case, is Anna Baker's infamous wedding dress, once beautiful garment now faded and yellowed with time. Yet, despite its age, it emits a cold, unsettling energy.
So that's it! The dress that drove a woman to madness!
It looks harmless. I don't see what all the fuss is about. Kotori steps forward, her eyes narrowing as she stares at the dress. She tilts her head slightly, sensing something deeper.
It's not the dress itself. It's what it holds. The spirit, the rage. It's still here, down to the fabric.
Suddenly, A loud bang echoes through the room. The glass case around the dress begins to fog up, as though something inside is breathing. The dress trembles ever so slightly. Then, without warning, it slams against the glass with a violent force, causing the team to jump.
What the hell? Looks like it's not just a story after all.
The dress smashes against the glass again, harder this time, creating a web of cracks. The air in the room grows colder, and a strange, ethereal wail fills the air, as though coming from within the dress itself.
That's definitely not harmless.
Katori's eyes glow faintly as she steps closer to the dress, her connection to the supernatural heightening. Her voice takes on a haunting tone.
The spirit! It remembers! It's waking up!
The glass around the dress shatters with a deafening crash, and the dress launches itself into the air, twisting and writhing like a serpent. The team scrambles as the fabric lashes out at them. It wraps around Mulan's arm, pulling her toward the shadows.
It's alive!
Sakura rushes forward, her blade gleaming as she swings at the dress, slicing through the fabric. But the material seems to regenerate, becoming more aggressive as it tightens its grip on Mulan.
It's like it's feeding off her strength.
Rapunzel pulls out her enchanted dagger, ready to cut Mulan free. But Katori steps forward, her eyes glowing even brighter. She raises her hands, and a faint wind begins to swirl around her.
Let me handle this.
Kotori's presence seems to command the room. The dress falters for a moment, releasing Mulan as it hovers in the air. The fabric twitches, as if trying to resist her influence.
Kotori, can you stop it? This spirit, it's too far gone. It's bound to the dress. Yes, but it's also bound to something deeper. Anna Baker's rage, her heartbreak. It's what fuels this curse.
Suddenly, the dress begins to contort and morph, taking on the shape of a woman and ethereal figure in the form of Anna Baker herself. Her face twisted with sorrow and anger. Her voice, filled with pain, echoes through the room.
No one will ever be happy. Not after what he did to me.
The scene shifts to a sepia-toned flashback of Anna Baker's past. Young Anna stands before the mirror, dressed in her beautiful white gown, but her reflection is distorted, warped by grief and madness.
If I can't have him, then no one will. I curse this dress with my heart and soul.
Hand reaches out, touching the delicate fabric of the dress, and a dark energy swirls around her, embedding itself into the cloth. The flashback ends abruptly as the spirit of Anna Baker fully materializes, her spectral form towering over them. The dress, now fused with her anger, begins to float toward the team, emanating a dark, cold energy.
We need to find the source of this curse. Something that ties her to this world. It's more than just the dress. It's what she left behind. Her pain is still here, somewhere in this house.
They follow Kotori's lead, descending into the mansion's dark, crumbling basement. The air is thick with dust, and the walls seem to close in around them. At the far corner, they find a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. Mulan pries it open, revealing an old chest. Inside the chest are letters, dozens of them, tied with a faded ribbon, each one addressed to Anna, all from her lover.
These are his letters. Her father must have hidden them from her. She thought he didn't love her anymore. So she cursed the dress out of heartbreak.
Suddenly, the walls of the basement begin to shake violently. The spirit of Anna Baker appears again, now more menacing, her form shifting into a monstrous bride, her face twisted with rage.
Lies! Lies!
The team races back upstairs, but the mansion is collapsing around them. The spirit follows, growing stronger and more dangerous with every step.
The letters. You need to destroy the letters.
Mulan grabs the letters and sets them on fire. The flames consume the paper, and for a brief moment, the spirit shrieks, recoiling. But instead of dissipating, the flames seem to feed her anger, making her stronger.
No, that wasn't enough. She's feeding on the fire. The rage is growing.
The mansion shakes violently as Anna's spirit looms over them, her form now a twisted, monstrous version of the bride she once was. The ground begins to split, the walls crumbling. Kotori's eyes widen in fear as the spirit grows larger and darker, the dress billowing like a storm.
We're too late.
The Baker mansion shakes violently, dust and debris falling from the cracked ceiling. The spirit of Anna Baker towers over Rapunzel, Mulan, Sakura, and Kotori, now fully transformed into a monstrous bride. Her once beautiful wedding dress is warped, stained with darkness, billowing like a storm cloud around her skeletal form. Her face is twisted in anger and pain, her eyes burning with otherworldly fire. The ground beneath the team cracks open, revealing a deep void as the mansion crumbles around them. The team struggles to maintain their footing, weapons drawn. The air is thick with the oppressive force of Anna's fury.
All shall suffer as I did. No love, no peace. I will tear this world apart.
Kotori, still weakened from the last encounter, struggles to stand. Her glowing eyes flicker as she tries to summon her power, but the sheer force of Anna's energy pushes her back. Rapunzel rushes to her side, helping her to her feet.
Kotori, you need to get out of here. This thing is feeding off your energy. We'll handle it. No, I'm part of this. I can feel her pain. It's too strong to banish with force alone. Then what's the plan? We're running out of time.
As Mulan speaks, the mansion's chandeliers crash to the floor with a loud bang. The spirit of Anna lets out a deafening wail, causing the walls to buckle even more. The entire house is collapsing around them.
This place won't hold much longer. We need to find a way to bind her, or we'll be buried alive.
The letters! They weren't enough! There's something more!
Kotori suddenly steps forward, her eyes glowing with intensity. She raises her hand toward Anna's spirit, speaking in a language long forgotten. A wind whips through the mansion, and for a moment, the spirit hesitates.
By the ancient bonds, I call forth the truth. The pain of loss is shared, but the curse ends here.
Anna's spirit falters, her fiery eyes locking onto Kotori. The monstrous form shrinks slightly, flickering between the angry spirit and the ghostly form of a sorrowful woman in a wedding dress. It's as if Kotori's words are reaching something deep within her. We flash back to a scene of Anna Baker in her room, sitting at her vanity. She's holding a letter in her hands, tears streaming down her face. Her father stands in the doorway, watching her with a cold, unyielding expression.
Why? Why won't you let me be happy? He loves me. We were meant to be together.
You are my daughter, Anna. You will marry who I choose. Love is a foolish dream.
Anna's grief twists into fury as she tears the letter in half, her face hardening. She turns toward the mirror, staring at herself in the wedding dress, her reflection growing distorted as dark energy begins to swirl around her.
If I can't have him, then no one will ever find happiness. This dress, this love, I curse it all.
Energy explodes from her, embedding itself into the wedding dress, cursing it for eternity. Back in the present, Anna's spirit lets out a piercing scream as the memory flashes before her eyes. Her monstrous form shifts again, flickering between the ghostly bride and the twisted entity of rage.
I was robbed of my love, of my happiness. I will not rest until the world feels my pain.
Kotori steps forward, her glowing eyes meeting Anna's fiery gaze. She reaches out her hand, and the winds around them grow stronger, swirling faster, as if feeding on the raw emotions in the air.
It's not too late, Anna. Your pain doesn't have to define you. You can let go.
For a brief moment, the spirit seems to weaken, its form flickering in and out of visibility. But then, as if rejecting Kotori's plea, the spirit lets out another terrifying scream, and the entire mansion begins to collapse. As the mansion crumbles around them, the team is forced to dodge falling debris and crumbling walls. The ground shakes violently, threatening to swallow them whole.
Kotori! We're out of time!
Rapunzel grabs Kotori's arm, pulling her away from the center of the room, as more chunks of the ceiling come crashing down. They sprint toward the exit, but the front door slams shut, trapping them inside.
The whole place is coming down. We need to bind her now, or we're not making it out of here alive.
Rapunzel looks at the dress still hovering above them, wrapped in dark energy. She pulls out her enchanted dagger, its blade glowing faintly, and nods to Mulan and Sakura.
We cut her ties to the dress. It's the only way to stop her.
Tori looks at Rapunzel, her eyes wide.
If you destroy the dress, it could destroy her spirit too.
Rapunzel hesitates for a moment, considering Kotori's words. But the mansion is collapsing faster, and they're running out of time. With a determined expression, Rapunzel grips her dagger tightly and nods.
I know, but if we don't, we all die here.
Mulan and Sakura move to flank the spirit, while Kotori stays back, her glowing eyes fixed on Anna's flickering form. The spirit lashes out at them, but Mulan's quick reflexes allow her to dodge, slicing through the tendrils of dark energy with her sword.
Go now, Rapunzel.
Rapunzel leaps toward the dress, her dagger gleaming as she slashes at the fabric. The blade cuts deep, and a loud screech echoes through the room as the dark energy around the dress begins to unravel. From the outside, the Baker mansion starts to collapse in on itself, windows shattering as the walls buckle and crumble. The earth rumbles beneath it, as if the ground itself is rejecting the cursed energy. Inside, Anna's spirit lets out one final howl, her form flickering violently before shattering into 1,000 glowing pieces. The dress falls to the floor in tatters, and the dark energy dissipates. For a moment, there is nothing but silence. Kotori, Mulan, Sakura, and Rapunzel stand in the center of the ruined mansion, breathing heavily. The mansion is still, the oppressive energy gone, the curse is broken.
It's over.
But before anyone can relax, a low, menacing rumble echoes through the ground. The team freezes, exchanging wary glances.
That doesn't sound like over.
Suddenly, the floor beneath them gives way, and the team is plunged into darkness. They fall into a massive underground chamber, landing hard on the cold stone floor. As they struggle to stand, the walls around them glow with strange, ancient symbols none of them recognize.
Where are we?
The symbols pulse with energy, and from the shadows, a deep, guttural voice speaks.
You've only just begun to understand the depths of her curse.
The team looks up, and their eyes widen in shock as a dark figure emerges from the shadow set being far more ancient and powerful than Anna Baker's spirit ever was.
What the hell is that?
The figure steps closer, its form massive and shrouded in shadow, its eyes glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. The ground trembles beneath its feet as it moves forward, and the air around it grows cold.
You are not prepared for what's to come.
The dark figure looms over them, its power radiating through the chamber. The team is trapped, standing at the edge of a new mystery that is far more dangerous than they ever imagined.
Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos.
The president danced and the president danced. Oh, hey, didn't see you there. I'm President Annabelle, and welcome to the Hayden Hanson channel. We've got plenty of new shows, movies, Fresh content coming up, so stay tuned in the comment section below.
It's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. It's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. It's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends.
We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This is a movement like nobody's ever seen before. Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country, and we've made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened! Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before. Nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and the first high school student to be elected as the president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you with every breath in my body. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America free again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room, with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say, that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president. This group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania were all won by the MAFA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank my classmate Shino. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful girlfriend Gabrielle and First Lady for who has the #1 best-selling cake store in the country. Can you believe that? No, she has done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family and friends. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, Naya Baskasaki. She is a feisty girl, isn't she? She and I have said, go into the enemy camp. And, the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to. Do I have to do that? She just goes, okay, which ones? CNN, MSDNC, and ABC, she'll say, all right, thank you very much. She actually looks like, she's like the only girl I've ever seen. She really looks forward to it. And then she just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Final thing to say, watch my presidential inauguration on January 20th, 2025. Thank you so much.
also known as Fern, and Tully April Scarlet, also known as April Amazing, are running away from Alex Cassidy, also known as Professor Poison, to Wonderland.
Give back that suit to me now, Professor Poison.
Never. It belongs to my master, and he's not wearing the superhero suit called the Blue Mask ever again, Fern.
Dr. Henry Jekyll and Mr. Edward Hyde gave it to me last week. It was my father's suit in his hero days.
I don't care about that. It's mine now. God, Artemis, and the Grim Reaper arrive on scene.
God, goodness, and death, what are all of you doing here?
I'm here for Professor Poison to take her to the Heaven Jail.
You won't be able to take Professor Poison before she gives my brother's suit back to him.
Cousin, take care of April Amazing for me, please. With pleasure.
No, stay away from me, Death.
Your time is up. April Amazing, it's time for you to die.
I will do anything to not die yet.
Artemis walks up to the Grim Reaper and taps on his bone shoulder, and then the Grim Reaper turns around to Artemis.
What is it, Artemis?
I have a great idea for her.
I'm listening.
Just turn her into a girl reaper. That way you don't have to kill her.
Fern runs up to the Grim Reaper and pushes him back into Artemis.
No frickin' way, she'll never become a death dealer while I'm still alive.
Brother, it's my choice to become a reaper.
I can't lose you, my sister, to death. You're the only family I have left.
I know that, but it's my decision to become that. Death, I will do it.
Okay, this spell will hurt you, and it will be the most painful thing you will ever feel.
The Grim Reaper puts his blade on her head and speaks the language of the undead to turn April Amazing into a Reaper demon.
Blade, turn this human being into a Reaper demon.
April Amazing's skin is coming off her body to the skeleton, and then a black cloak around her skeleton.
I feel strange.
Because you are the Reaper demon now.
Okay, what now?
God walks up to April Amazing and starts talking to her.
Now you will have to say goodbye to your twin brother and come with us for 14 years.
Oh.
April Amazing turned to Fern.
I'm so sorry, Foam, for this decision.
Don't go, sister, please.
I have to.
April Amazing hugs her twin brother Fern tight.
I can't be an outlaw on my own.
My best friend Maid Marian knows a boy. My best friend Maid Marian knows a boy who is an outlaw in Sherwood Forest. You need to find him, and his name is Robin Hood, also known as the Green Hood. Go to him.
That's a weird name, Robin Hood.
Artemis, April Amazing, the Grim Reaper, and God with Professor Poison are gone, and that is it for the first short special.
Happy birthday, happy birthday. It's your birthday. It's a special day. Happy birthday, happy birthday. It's a special day and you're special too. It's your birthday. It's a special day. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. It's a special day and you're special too. Yeah!
Hanaku-san, are you there? Hanaku-san, are you there? Hanaku-san, are you there? I'm here, sir. And you there, thanks for watching. If you like the video, go ahead and give it a thumbs up. Subscribe for more awesome content and don't forget to leave a comment with your thoughts. See you next time. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Woke up on the right side of the bed. Woke up with this Prince song inside my head. Hands up if you're down to get down tonight. 'Cause it's always a good time. Slept in all my clothes like I didn't care. Hopped into a cab, take me anywhere. I'm in if you're down to get down tonight. 'Cause it's always a good.
If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Cassiel. Prologue. The weight of a name. Eternity is not a constant state. It has rhythms, tides of silence and creation. In one such moment of quiet genesis, a new consciousness was woven into the fabric of heaven. The assembled watched. Their forms began a light and a song. As they spark took shape, folding in on itself until it settled into the form of an angel with wings, the colour of a dove's breast at dawn. God, not an old man on a throne, but a profound, encompassing presence that was both the hall and the air within it spoke. The sound was a warmth of the first sunrise. Welcome to heaven, Cassiel. The name was the purpose. It settled into the angel's core, a key fitting into a lock he had not yet known existed. He bowed, the motion instinctive. Thank you, Father. Now, Cassiel, you must choose the domain through which you will serve the great tapestry of existence. Look into the well of possibilities and see what calls to you. Cassiel's new eyes, the pale blue of a high heaven, scanned the faces of old angels. Seraphim burned with the fire of devotion. Thrones held the geometry of justice. Principles guarded the borders of realms. He felt unformed. What is my purpose, Father? How can I know what suits a soul that is only moments old? A sigh, heavy with the boredom of millennia, came from his left. Gaddis, an angel whose light seemed to have tarnished at the edges, shook his head. He is hopeless, Father. A blank scroll. He doesn't even know what to ask for. Your cynicalism is not counsel, Gaddis. God's voice remained gentle, but the hall itself seemed to be a press on the offending angel for a fraction of a second. It is merely noise. Be still. Chastised, Gator's retreat into a sullen silence, his wings given a petulant rustle. Cassiel turned back, pushing past the doubt. He closed his eyes, and instead of looking out, he looked forward. And he saw it, not an image, but a sensation. The cackling of a shell, the healing of a deep wound. The moment a face shifts and becomes something new, yet intrinsically itself. It was painful, beautiful, and profoundly necessary act. I'm drawn to this, he said, his voice firmer now. I wish to do this thing, Father. A wave of approval, warm and sustaining, flowed from the divine presence. Regeneration. The world was a mandate and a gift. It filled Cassiel, and he understood. He was to be a weaver of second chances, a physician to identify itself. A true smile, the first of its kind, graced his features. It was perfect. Your first act will forge a legend, God atoned, and the future unfolded slightly in the space between them. The legend of Max Panda will be born in 3 weeks' time. Cassiel accepted the weight. I understand. When will I perform this regeneration of Max Panda? In the year 2015. A specific date in the flowing river of time. Cassiel nodded, commenting to his eternal memory. Then I will change Max Panda's face. In the year 2015, I will be ready. Time, even for an angel, is a curious thing. 22 years in heaven are both an eye blink and an age. I, Cassiel, have learned that the rhythms of my purpose, practicing on fading stars and dying worlds, feeling the pull of my singular duty like a lodestone in my soul. But now, the year is 2015, and the world below is a dying world. I stood on the Solium Borealis, a balcony of crystallized light that overlooked the mortal realm. The vibrant tapestry of earth I had observed upon my creation was now frayed and stained with the dark threads of despair. 6 months had passed since the fall of Max Panda, and the event mankind called the super evil squabbling. The light of heroism had been snuffed out. The moment draws near, Cassiel. Haynel's voice was like a soft chime beside me. Her presence was a balm. Her light was steady, a compassionate glow. The sculptures speak of unveilings, of revelations that shade the foundations of man. Are you prepared to perform the sacrament of regeneration before his companions? To make the divine tangible before their unbelievable eyes? I gripped the railing, its perfect surface cool under my touch. The theory is clear. In my mind, Haniel. The practice. I have mended nebula and given new forms to crumbling moons. But a human soul, wrapped in flesh and fear and friendship, I don't know if I can do it. The variables are infinite. A familiar darkness watched the light next to us as Gaddis descended, his landing a dismissive flicker of shadow. Can you smell it? He sneered, wrinkling his nose. The reek of their failure. Fear, mostly. A little nihilism. It's wafting all the way up here. I find this entire spectacle utterly tedious. Your commentary is as valuable as the frequent gadders, I replied, not taking my eyes off a burning city far below. The door to the abyss is always open. Feel free to walk through. And give your nectar up to this place? He laughed a hollow sound. This angel's juice is the only thing that makes up the endless, mind-numbing quiet practice tolerable. I find nothing but vinegar and regret down there. Before I could offer another retort, the air shifted. The quality of the light changed, taking a sharper, wilder edge. A new figure approached, her stride confident and hunt ready. She was powerful and wilderness given form, a silver bow across her back and a gaze that held the ancient cold of deep forests. Cassiel, she stated. It was not a request. I turned fully, asking her the different divinity in her. I am he. Who else? I am Artemis, daughter of Zeus. The name landed with a weight of old myths and forgotten oaths. A relic of the old pantheon, those who had faded into stories when the old god's order took hold. Haniel moved slightly in front of me, a protective gesture. The daughter of the Olympics seek audience with Sephira and the host? For what purpose? Artemis's eyes, like chips of flint, remained locked on me. The one god wishes an audience on with him. The matter is of impending consequence. I nodded slowly, then pulled in my cord. The one that tied me to Max Panda had been growing stronger for days. I know what this is about. We traversed the silent, marble paths on the Emporium, past choirs that sang the history of creation, until we stood before the fond Veritatis, the fountain of truth. Most called it God's mirror, but it was not a thing to look into, but a place to listen. Thank you, Artemis. The voice emerged from a swirling luminous, older than time and kinder than a mother's tut. The huntress goddess bowed her head, a gesture of respect between powers, and melted back into the architecture of heaven. Cassiel, my son.
Hey everyone, it's Nini here. I want to give a quick reminder. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much.
The voice was focused on me now. The hour appointed is upon you. You are to journey to the moral plane and regenerate Max Panda for the first time. His legend must be renewed. I know, Father. I have felt the pull. Yet your light flickers with anxiety. You are fearful. I saw no point in lying. To the source of all truth, I am. This duty, it is unique to me. No other has my charge. And the world below is not as it was when you first gave me this task. It is a battlefield. I gathered my courage. I have a question. Ask, and understanding shall be granted. Where is Max now? If I am to find him, to prepare him. The surface of the mirror shimmered, resolving into a vision, a stark, red desert under a peach-coloured sky. Strange crystalline structures stood in the distance. A man, older, with wariness in his eyes, laughed with a woman whose skin held a faint Martian iridescence. He is on the planet of Mars, the voice confirmed. He found sanctuary and love. He is well to the Queen of Martian colonies. The revelation was staggering. Does the Queen know about the gift he carries? About the regeneration? About me? She knows all. A marriage cannot be built on lies, especially not one that bridges worlds. And his son knows as well. A son? The legend had not just ended. It had spawned a legacy, a new variable. What is the boy's name? The mirror shimmied, the image fading. Ask him yourself, Cassiel. The directive was baffling. How? A ripple of affectionate amusement flowed from the Fonz. Fly, of course. The mechanics remained the same, regardless of the destination. The journey felt impossibly vast, the mission subtly personal. I'm not going to Mars. Father, merely to ask a boy his name. My duty is here, on Earth, when the time comes. You have my blessing to go. The answers we seek are often hidden in the journey, not in the destination. To understand the renewal, you must first understand what is being renewed. The sense of permission was also a command. I bowed, my mind reeling. Thank you, Father. I turned. The image of a man on Mars burned into my mind. But before I could take a single step towards the void, another call sliced through my contemplation. A psychic cry, sharp and desperate, tied to a soul I was sworn to protect. Cassiel! It was Emily. I focused, and the world dissolved. I reappeared, not in the void of space, but in the humid, fragrant air of a hidden garden. A sanctuary on Earth. Before me, Emily Holmes, once the vibrant heroine animal girl, now a general without an army, stood wringing her hands, her face pale with worry. Cassiel, she breathed, her voice crackling with relief. Thank heaven, I need your help, it's happening again. Emily, I said, with my celestial focus narrowing to the single urgent point. Speak quickly. Who is it this time? Kendall, Max's half-brother. He's a good man, a detective in New York. He's been trying to hold the line, but he's cornered. They're coming for everyone, with even a trace of connection to the old heroes. I placed a hand on her shoulder, a gesture meant to calm. I will get him. Where is he? She projected the location into my mind. A precinct in a house, in the city bleeding darkness. Thank you, Cassiel. Without you, hope is not lost, Emily. It is merely regrouping. I didn't fly. For this, I simply moved. Heaven folded away, replaced by intermediate, brutal sounds of chaos. Screams, the percussive blasts of energy weapons, and the cold laughter of triumph. I materialized inside the heart of the storm. The New York precinct was a war zone. Police officers crouched behind their overturned desks, their firearms pathetic against the advanced weaponry of their assailants. In the center stood their leader, a nightmare in polished obsidian armor, shaped like the monstrous bat. This was the new king of the ashes, the dark bat. After Max Panda's death last June, the world belongs to those with the strength to take it, the bat proclaimed to a cowering detective. All your heroes are gone, hiding in the shadows where they belong. The detective, his face bruised but defiant, shouted back, Max was my half-brother. He would have never let this happen. But he's not here, is he? The bat sneered, levelling a gauntlet that glowed with malevolent energy. I stepped forward, my arrival causing the very light in the room to bend. All eyes turned to me. "I am looking for Kendall Bay," I said, my voice calm, cutting through the noise like a blade. The detective stared, shocked, cutting through the fear. "I'm Kendall. You need to come with me." "Why? Who are you?" "Because," I said, locking eyes with the dark bat, who took an involuntary step back. "Your half-brother is not gone, and the world needs a new animal boy." The room fell silent. The declaration was insanity. Hope itself had become a lunatic's dream. Kendall's eyes widened. "He's dead. We buried him?" "A body was buried," I corrected softly. "A man lives. On Mars. And this world." I gestured to the destruction around us, to the gloating villains. "Has no more time to mourn a lie. It needs truth. It needs a hero." I saw the war in his eyes, a lifetime of grief battling against the spark of impossible hope. The spark won. He straightened his shoulders. "Then, the answer is yes." "Good." I turned my attention to the dark bat and his squad, a hulking brute named Bloody, and a woman with energy scythes for hands called Scorpion. "Now, before we depart, I believe there is a matter of an outstanding arrest warrant." The dark bat recovered his bravado. "I'm not going to jail, Angel. That age is over." "I misunderstand," I said, raising a hand. "The Angels of Evil triumph was just an intermission." "Everyone," I commanded, my voice taking on the resonance of the divine. "Close your eyes." An instinctual obedience swept the room. Cops, clerks, even the villains, their eyes snapped shut, all except the dark bat, who stared defiantly in the light, now interrupting my form. But it was not a destructive light. It was a light of pure order. It touched the obsidian armor and the suit. A construct of chaos and hate could not withstand it. It shattered like glass, falling away from the utterly ordinary, terrified man inside. A man named Barry Giraffes. "My suit!" he wailed, scrambling back. "You'll pay for this!" He and his cohorts did not want to fight. They fled into the crumbling city, their myth of invincibility broken. Kendall Bay looked away from the retreating villains, to me, awe on his face. Thank you so much." "Hold on to me tightly," I instructed. "The journey is swift, but disorientating to mortals." "Hold on to me tightly," I instructed. "The journey is swift, but disorientating to mortals." He gripped my arm. I focused on the coordinates Emily had given me. A secret latitude and longitude. A haven. The ravaged precinct blurred and vanished. We reappeared under a bright sun. The air clean and salty. The sound of waves crashing against cliffs replaced the city's din. Before stood us, elegant, classical buildings nestled among the tropical greenery. Kendall stumbled, blinking. Where are we?" "Welcome," I said, "to the Heroes Academy Island, the last safe place on Earth." His jaw dropped as he took in the training grounds, the obstacle courses, the dorms built into the cliffside. Wow. Then Emily was there, running towards us, her worry replaced by fierce relief. "Kendall, you're safe?" She turned to me. "Thank you, Cassiel. I'll get him settled, show him around the grounds. But I need you again. There's another." Their duty was relentless. Who? I said. Her name is Jenna Saleya. She's special. She has a connection to this place. She doesn't even remember. I feel her longing, her potential. She's in Australia. Bring her home, Cassio. I nodded. I will return with her shortly. I ascended, not into the depths of space towards Mars, but across the vast Pacific, towards a different kind of lost soul. My mission to understand the sun would have to wait. The foundation of a new era needed to be built, one redeemed soul at a time.
It's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Welcome back, boys and girls. It's another amazing day to watch content from the Hayden Hanson Company. Make sure you're subscribed to be notified when the new premieres are available. Hit the like button and share this studio across the social medias, and you leave feedback before you go today, because this studio is where you can escape from reality for a while.
Happy birthday to you, Cherry, guided by light so true, High Priest of divine beings. We give blessings to you. May your wisdom shine bright on this sacred, pure day. With love from your people, may your soul reach new heights. Happy birthday to you. In all that you do, may divinity bless you. Happy birthday to you.
Hanako-san, are you there? Hanako-san, are you there? Hanako-san, are you there? I'm Hikasu. And you there. Thanks for watching. If you liked the video, go ahead and give it a thumbs up. Subscribe for more awesome content, and don't forget to leave a comment with your thoughts. See you next time.
Lanterns bright in the sky, dancing joy, hearts fly, New Year's light, souls unite, future dreams shine bright. Ooh.
here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
It's alright, it's closed. The rift's gone now. You'll be safe. Just not me. I could have lasted a bit longer. One more adventure. One more arrow in the quiver. I liked who I was. I don't want to change.
Whoa. What's this? Pigtails. And heck skin. Oh wait. Tail? Oof. No tail. Hope they still know me. What I'm doing next is better be weird.
I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Araga, and today, by unraveling the most controversial Sean Diddy Combs, rapper, producer, fashion icon, vodka mogul, human rebrand machine. He gave us hits like Mo Money, Mo Problems, ran Bad Boy Records like a champagne-soaked kingdom, and helped build the careers of artists like Biggie Smalls and Mace. For decades, he was the golden child of hip-hop, straddling the line between flashy success and street-born authenticity. But in recent years, the narrative has shifted, and by shifted, I mean it's gone full HBO prestige crime series, with multiple lawsuits, federal raids, and allegations that range from disturbing to straight-up nightmarish. Diddy's legacy is no longer just diamond watches and platinum albums. Today, we're diving headfirst into the dark, complex, and deeply controversial saga of Sean Combs' tale of power, paranoia, and possibly criminal enterprise. Buckle up, because this one gets messy. The empire built on Bad Boy. Let's rewind to the 90s. Sean Combs, then going by Puff Daddy, was a young AR executive who helped launch Uptown Records into the stratosphere. But he didn't stop there. In 1993, after being fired from Uptown, he founded Bad Boy Records. His first major signing? A Brooklyn rapper named Christopher Wallace, better known as the Notorious B.I.G. With Biggie's rise, Bad Boy became the cultural force. Every music video had yachts, champagne, leather couches, and way too many fisheye lenses. Diddy's influence extended beyond music. He launched Sean John, promoted Ciroc vodka like it was holy water, and even acted in movies. For a while, everything he touched turned to gold, but it was always tinged with chaos. Behind the scenes, there were whispers, accusations of contract manipulation. Artists like Mace and the Locks publicly called out Bad Boy for shady business practices. Some alleged that working with Diddy was like selling your soul for success. You'd get the fame, but you might lose everything else. And then came the darkest chapter, the murder of Biggie. On March 9, 1997, Biggie Smalls was gunned down in Los Angeles. It was just 6 months after the murder of Tupac Shakur, and speculation swirled that the East Coast-West Coast rivalry had gone from lyrical to lethal. Diddy was at the center of the storm, not as a suspect, but as the man who had built an empire alongside Biggie. For years, theories floated that Bad Boy Records, Suge Knight's Death Row, and even law enforcement agencies may have been involved in a tangled web of corruption, ego, and retaliatory violence. Here's where things get weird. Some former bodyguards and insiders claim that Diddy knew there was a hit coming for Biggie and did nothing. Others suggested he tried to warn Biggie, but was too late. There were even wilder theories that Diddy was being surveilled by the FBI during that time, and that some of the murders were intentionally allowed to happen. Did Diddy orchestrate anything? No concrete evidence says yes, but the paranoia and suspicion never went away, and that same atmosphere of fear and secrecy seems to follow him decades later. Modern-day allegations. Fast forward to the 2020s. In 2023, things exploded. Cassie Ventura Diddy's former girlfriend and longtime collaborator filed a bombshell lawsuit alleging years of physical abuse, coerciones, trafficking, and surveillance. The details? Disturbing. The lawsuit claimed Diddy beat her, drugged her, and forced her into violent encounters with other men, allegedly recording the abuse. Within a day, the lawsuit was settled, but it set off a chain reaction. More lawsuits followed. More victims came forward. Allegations piled up like a tower of unsold Sean John tracksuits. And then, in March 2024, the FBI raided multiple Diddy properties, including his mansion in Los Angeles and his Miami home. The footage was wild agents in tactical gear, helicopters circling, and social media doing what it does best, spiraling into madness. The internet dubbed it the Diddy Raid. Memes flew. So did speculation. Federal sources hinted the raids were related to human trafficking investigations. Others mentioned guns, drugs, and money laundering. But as of now, no formal charges have been brought against Diddy. Yet, theory time. Okay, let's break this down. I've got a few theories. Some more grounded, some not so much. Theory 1. Diddy is the victim of a smear campaign. Some believe the recent lawsuits and media storm are part of a coordinated takedown. According to this view, Diddy is a powerful black entrepreneur who's being targeted by institutions that don't like to see hip-hop. Billionaire gain real influence. Sounds conspiracy-ish, but not impossible. Remember what happened to Michael Jackson, Bill Cosby before, and Kanye pre-sandwich breakdown? The entertainment industry loves a rise and an even messier fall. But here's the issue. There are just so many allegations. Like, a lot. From bodyguards to ex-girlfriends to anonymous insiders. It gets harder to explain it all away as a smear campaign when there's this much smoke. Theory 2. Diddy is running a criminal empire. Let's say the allegations are true. Then what we're looking at isn't just a troubled celebrity, it's a man allegedly running a sophisticated operation of abuse, blackmail, and silence. Think. Private surveillance, NDAs, controlled environments, and alleged trafficking. This isn't just bad behavior. It's a potential RICO case. Some legal analysts even said the feds might be treating Diddy like they treated mafia bosses building a case, quietly, letting him incriminate himself, and waiting for the right time to pounce. If that's true, then the 2024 raids might be the tip of a very cold, very calculated iceberg. Theory 3. He's always been protected. Another possibility, Diddy's had federal connections protecting him for years. Former bodyguards have alleged that Diddy worked with law enforcement behind the scenes. Some claim he snitched on industry rivals. Others believe he made deals to avoid prosecution trading information for immunity. If true, it could explain why, despite decades rich and powerful without sacrificing something or someone, and they point to the deaths of Biggie, Kim Porter Diddy's ex, and even the fallout with Kanye as signs of occult dealings. Is there evidence? Not really. Is it fascinating? Absolutely. Let's put it this way. If Diddy shows up in court wearing a black cloak and speaking in Latin, I'll issue a formal apology to every YouTube conspiracy theorist I've ever doubted. Where things stand. For a man who once threw million-dollar parties with elephants and champagne waterfalls, that's saying something. Will he go to prison? Will more victims speak out? Or will Diddy once again pivot, rebrand, and rise from the ashes like some hip-hop phoenix in a velvet suit? Only time and maybe the FBI will tell. Whatever the truth is, one thing is clear. The story of Sean Combs isn't just a tale of success. It's a mirror held up to the music industry, to power, to silence, and to what happens when you build an empire on secrets. This has been Criminal Files. See you next time.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
The free drink that kills. Hello, I'm Tike, and I'm Araga. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. Today, what if I told you one of Japan's most mysterious serial killers didn't stalk his victims, but waited for them? What if the murder weapon was vitamin C? In the summer of 1985, an unknown figure still unidentified to this day set off a wave of panic across Japan. By tampering with bottles of energy drinks and leaving them near vending machines, they managed to kill at least 12 people and poison dozens more, all without ever being seen. This is the story of the Paraquat murders, also known as the vending machine killings. A case where the villain didn't carry a knife. He carried a shopping bag of soda and weed killer. The summer of '85. It was the summer of 1985. The Cold War was still on. Back to the Future had just hit theaters, and Japan was riding a massive economic boom. Tokyo was glittering, technology was soaring, and vending machines were everywhere. We're talking over 5 million vending machines in the country. One for every 24 people. They had everything in those things. Coffee, soup, ramen, underwear, a hot can of corn if you're sad. And they were love. In a country known for its order and safety, vending machines were seen as friendly, reliable like robotic friends who always had Pocari Sweat. But all that changed when a man in Fukuyama City drank a bottle of vitamin C and collapsed within minutes. At first, it seemed like a fluke. Then 11 more people died the same way. Vitamin C with a hint of murder. The drinks weren't purchased, they were found. Usually left on or beside the vending machines, as if forgotten. But in Japan, people have a tradition called omoyari, or thoughtfulness. It's not uncommon to leave a freebie for the next person. Someone could assume, oh, a stranger left this behind, how kind. Except that kind stranger apparently mixed their Gatorade with enough herbicide to kill a horse. Tests confirmed the drinks were laced with paraquat, a weed killer so deadly that ingesting just a tablespoon is almost always fatal. Victims would experience nausea, respiratory distress, and organ failure all within hours. By the end of 1985, over 35 people had been poisoned, 12 fatally. And the most unnerving part? There was no pattern. Men, women, young, elderly, different cities, different prefectures, different vending machine brands. Just one common link. An unattended drink that looked free. It's like someone took the joy of finding a bonus soda and made it a literal death sentence. The investigation that went nowhere. Authorities were baffled. Police from multiple prefectures launched parallel investigations. Warning labels were plastered on vending machines nationwide. Do not drink unattended bottles became Japan's new "don't talk to strangers." Public panic followed. News channels aired special reports. People avoided vending machines entirely. Some companies started changing the designs so you couldn't leave a bottle on top. Despite surveillance efforts, fingerprint dusting, and thousands of man-hours, they never found the killer. No motive, no camera footage, no suspects, just a string of random poisonings, and then silence. By early 1986, the poisoning stopped without warning or explanation. The killer didn't go to jail. He just clocked out and disappeared. And honestly, that's what makes this one of the most terrifying cases we've ever covered. Theories, citrus, conspiracies. Theory 1. The Phantom Poisoner. The simplest theory? It was just one guy. A disgruntled loner who wanted to watch the world burn or at least get violently ill. This wasn't about revenge, politics, or money. Just chaos. So Japan got its own Zodiac killer, except his letters were lemon-flavored and full of murder juice. Right. The randomness might have been intentional. By killing at random, he sowed fear everywhere. That's textbook terrorism without the manifesto. But if he was so careful, why stop? Did he die? Get caught for something else? Or maybe he's still alive. Working as a barista. Watching you drink that suspicious latte. Theory 2. Corporate warfare. This theory suggests that the poisonings were part of an industrial sabotage campaign. Think about it. Nearly every poisoned bottle came from the same two brands, Oranamin C and Real Gold. Both were popular Japanese energy drinks competing for market share. Some believe this was an inside job meant to destroy consumer trust in a specific brand. Big Cola's darkest timeline. There's precedent too. Around the same time, Japan was dealing with the monster with 21 Faces, a corporate blackmailer who poisoned candy, extorted businesses, and sent cryptic letters to the press. Maybe the paraquat killer was inspired by or part of that chaos. Like a grand conspiracy where your vending machine is actually just a corporate hitman in disguise. Theory 3. Copycat killers. Now here's where it gets wild. What if it wasn't one killer but dozens? The media reported the story. The panic spread. And then, random disturbed people decided to join in. Like a grim version of the Ice Bucket Challenge. With death. Except instead of awareness, it spreads distrust, fear, and internal bleeding. The randomness, the wide geography, it all fits. Some experts say panic-driven crimes like this can become folk epidemics, where the act itself spreads like a meme. Maybe the original killer stopped, but his method didn't. Theory 4. The perfect murder. What if the killer never meant to kill? At first, some theorists say the first bottle was an accident, maybe left behind by someone cleaning farm tools. But once it killed someone, the idea inspired others. Like the Joker dropping one poisoned Snapple and saying, "Let's see what happens." Theory 5. Paraquat wasn't the only poison. This one's for my fellow tinfoil hat collectors. What if the poisonings were a test run? For bioweapon response times, emergency panic levels, gouvernement surveillance, arage. What? The CIA has done weirder stuff. The aftermath. Trust broken. After the attack stopped, Japan's vending culture had changed forever. Bottles began carrying tamper-proof seals. Machines were redesigned. Laws regulating paraquat tightened. Still, the paraquat poisonings remain one of the most chilling examples of anonymous mass murder in modern times. He didn't leave notes. He didn't demand money. He didn't want attention. He just wanted people to be afraid of the things they trust most. And if that's not the scariest kind of killer, I don't know what is. Case summary. Toxin. Paraquat herbicide. Method. Poisoned energy drinks left at vending machines. Casualties. 12 confirmed dead. 35 plus poisoned. Killer. Still at large. Or gone without a trace. So remember, folks, if you see a free drink on top of a vending machine, maybe just buy your own. Or don't drink anything. Ever. Just hydrate on fear.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Hey everyone, it's Nani here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Hey everyone, it's Nani here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Yuki. Today, by unraveling the Muffin Man. He wore an apron. He brought baked goods to your door. And if the stories are true, he killed more children than the plague. His name was Frederick Thomas Linwood, also known as the Muffin Man and the Drury Lane Dice. Long before Jack the Ripper stalked Whitechapel, Linwood was already making the streets of London run red with jam, or blood. Probably blood. Today we explore the world's first ever serial killer, the Muffin Man of Drury Lane. As the man beneath the apron, let's rewind back to the late 1500s. Queen Elizabeth I was ruling England. Shakespeare was scribbling up a storm, and people bathed roughly once per solstice. Born in 1563, Frederick Thomas Linwood lived in London's Drury Lanes, not the actual Drury Lane from the nursery rhyme. It was a neighborhood packed with merchants, bakeries, meat vendors, and a suspicious number of plague pits. Think! Trader Joe's, if Trader Joe's also had sewer rats the size of poodles. Linwood came from a family of bakers and was considered a muffin man, someone who delivered baked goods, especially muffins to households. Basically the Amazon Fresh of the 16th century. Now, by all outward appearances, Linwood was just a jolly guy with a flour-dusted tunic and a basket of muffins. But according to whispered lore, behind his charming grin was a man responsible for some of the earliest serial killings in British history. And honestly, it makes sense. You have to be a little unhinged to deliver muffins during the bubonic plague and still smile. Eat the trail of crumbs? So how did this dude go from local baker to cautionary tales sung by British toddlers? Let's start with the reports. Between 1590 and 1612, at least 15 children vanished from the Drury Lane area under mysterious circumstances. Many were last seen answering their door to a man in a flower-streaked apron, carrying a basket. On top of that, 3 rival bakers were found dead in their shops each. One supposedly choked to death on foreign objects baked into their own goods. Imagine dying by brioche shrapnel. Not a good look. Now back then, the justice system was less CSI and more burn the weird guy. No centralized police force, no crime scene tape, just lots of screaming and maybe a pitchfork. And yet Linwood was never caught. The dice. Alright, here's where it gets creepy and dicey. Linwood's other nickname, the Drury Lane Dice, came from an account recorded in a 1609 church log where a vicar wrote, "There is a man who chooses children by the roll of cursed bones. 6 is for the fair-haired, 2 is for the bold." Yes. According That's the dark twist that really stuck in public consciousness. Some say he lured children by offering them sugar-dusted muffins, then dragged them into the sewers beneath his bakery. Others claim he didn't just kill, he cooked. Yes, there's a deeply unsettling and possibly exaggerated theory that Linwood baked parts of his victims into his muffins and sold them to unsuspecting customers. Cannibalism? In Tudor England? Well, they did eat eels and pies and put lead in makeup. So honestly, it wouldn't even crack the top 5 worst habits. And this part, this twisted rumor, is what many believe inspired the song. Do you know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man? Who lives on Drury Lane? Which might be less a cute rhyme and more a historic true crime diss track. Theories. Theory 1, the first documented serial killer. The most popular theory? Linwood was the real deal, a textbook serial killer long before serial killer was even a term. He had the trademarks. A routine, a cover job, victims with a pattern, weird ritualistic behavior, and apparently, muffins made of flesh. Some even consider him England's first serial killer, predating Mary Bateman, Mary Ann Cotton, and Jack the Ripper by centuries. If true, Frederick Thomas Linwood wasn't just a killer, he was a prototype. This theory says the nursery rhyme is a dark warning that survived generations, and that Linwood, through fear alone, embedded himself into British folklore, and possibly into the morning breakfast of Londoners for decades. Theory 2, a bedtime boogeyman. Here's the skeptic take. Linwood never existed. He's just the original stranger danger. In this theory, the Muffin Man was invented by desperate parents in the 1600s to keep kids from wandering alone or stealing food. You know, like, don't go near the bakery, or the Muffin Man will roll the bones on you. There's some historical support for this. Child mortality was insanely high back then, and parents often used scary folk tales to keep kids out of trouble or away from seedy plague-ridden neighborhoods. In this case, Linwood could be the medieval version of Slender Man, only this one's got cinnamon sugar. So instead of yelling stranger danger, 16th century kids were like, help, a man with scones is casting death spells on me. Theory 3, he was a coven tool. Now here's one for the conspiracy lovers. Linwood wasn't acting alone. This theory suggests he was under the control or employ of a witch's coven operating beneath Drury Lane. How would that work? Simple. The muffins were infused with herbal mixtures that caused hallucinations, paralysis, or willing compliance. Some even claim he was baking ritual offerings. That's right. He wasn't selling muffins, she was baking sacrificial pastries. There's a 1610 letter archived in the Church of England's collection describing a baker whose goods bring madness and shadow. Totally normal church note. All I'm saying is, the idea of a secret muffin-worshipping death cult is honestly kind of metal. And theory 4, he was a victim of a cover-up. Now, wild card theory. Some say Linwood may not have been the killer at all, but the scapegoat. It's possible that Linwood, as a prominent baker, got caught up in a local power struggle between rival guilds or religious factions. Accusing him of murder, child snatching, and cannibalism would be an efficient way to ruin his name and get rid of him. In this theory, the nursery rhyme was a smear campaign gone viral Tudor-era cancel culture. Picture it. Hey, that baker's prices are too low. Let's say he eats kids. Cool. I'll write a poem. Boom. Legend born. Linwood's death. How did it end for the Muffin Man? The official story says he died in 1612. Some say he was dragged into the streets and hanged. Others say his bakery mysteriously exploded and only his apron was found in the rubble. One legend claims a vengeful mother poisoned him with his own batter. But here's the twist. No grave, no public execution record, nothing concrete. His name vanishes from any written ledger after 1612. It's like he was baked out of history. The legend lives on, but his memory? Oh, that's stuck around. Today, tourists walk Drury Lane in London and buy Muffin Man souvenirs without realizing they're honoring a potential child-murdering pastry pusher. Children still sing his song. And British folklore books casually mention him as England's most infamous unknown. Creepy rhymes, creepy crimes, and no clear ending. Just the way we like it on this show. So who was Frederick Thomas Linwood? A baker, a butcher, a scapegoat? Maybe just a man who took muffin delivery way too seriously? One thing's for sure. If a strange man knocks on your door with a basket of muffins, don't ask what
do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Hey everyone, it's Nini here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode.
A child, a boxcar, and the internet's dark reflection. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive deep into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Tiki. Today, we're unraveling a girl A on a quiet June afternoon in 2004 inside a typical Japanese elementary school. A young girl lured her classmate in an empty classroom. There were no adults present. No one to stop what would happen next. What followed was a murder so shocking, so eerily calm, and yet so uniquely internet infused that it spawned not just national outrage, but an entire subculture. This is the Nevada 10 murder, a case where childhood, cruelty, and the creeping influence of digital horror collided, and no one saw it coming. That's case file, suspo, slang. Let's start with the bare facts. On June 1st, 2004, in Sasebo, Nagasaki Prefecture, a murder occurred inside Kabuko Elementary School. The victim was Satomi Mitarari, a 12-year-old. A killer? Her classmate, age 11. Let's call her Girl A, as her identity remains legally protected. And yeah, that's the age difference. 1 year. This was not a crime of adults or high school bullies, or even teenagers. This was child-on-child violence, and it was surgical. Girl A had invited Satomi into an unused classroom during lunch break. The room was silent. Students and teachers were elsewhere. And then, with a boxcar, Girl A slashed Satomi across the neck and arms. Satomi bled to death on the floor. No screaming, no fleeing, just silence. Then, Girl A left, calmly. She returned to her own classroom, covered in blood. When approached by a teacher, her only words were, "I've done something wrong." You don't say. Who was Girl A? Now, who was this girl? In public records, she always was referred to as Girl A, but we'll explore that later. The internet had other plans for her identity. Girl A was, by all accounts, a smart and friendly child. Classmates described her as energetic, kind, maybe a little awkward. She played basketball, she did crafts, she made jokes. But over the spring of 2004, Girl A began to change. She grew withdrew, less social. She became more obsessed with horror media, particularly violent flash animations and creepypasta tales, circulating on the early Japanese internet forums. This wasn't an era of TikTok dances and Minecraft. This was the early 2000s, the height of two-channel flash games and dark message boards. And Girl A, she drove right in. Her internet life. Let's talk about where she spent her time online. She was frequently visiting sites like 2channel, the co-Reddit of Jet Japan, fan forums for horror flash videos, and sites sharing urban legends like the Red Room Curse. These just weren't little fun cartoons. These were often filled with violence, gore, and psychological horror. One particular flash animation, the Red Room, allegedly became a fixation of hers. It depicted a haunted pop-up ad that dooms you to death if you can't close it in time. Creepy, sure, but to a preteen with no filter between digital fantasy and real-life consequences, it may have been a little bit more of a sinister impact. Reports later revealed Girl A drew disturbing pictures, including decapitated figures and bloody imagery, in her school notebooks. Still, until that fateful day, no one imagined she was capable of actual violence. The triggering online bullying. So why did she do it? That's the question people keep asking, and the answer is both pathetic and haunting. Girl A and Satomi were once friends. They often chatted online, swapping messages through school emails, and even collaborated on art projects. But tensions began to rise. Satomi reportedly began mocking Girl A, calling her names, including fat, and ridiculing her interests in horror media. A digital spat escalated over just a few days. And then Girl A invited Satomi to the empty classroom during lunch, under the pretense of resolving the conflict. Instead, she murdered her. It was premeditated. She had brought the weapon. She had intent. This wasn't rage. It was cold and calculated. The aftermath, arrest, shock, and infamy. After the murder, Girl A was immediately detained. She showed minimal resistance. Authorities were baffled, both by the murderer and her emotional detachment. Psychologists were brought in. The media went wild. And then came the leaks. Somehow, a photo from Girl A's school yearbook got out. It showed her wearing a University of Nevada hoodie. And from that single image, a legend was born. Internet Legacy, Nevada 10. Now we enter the most bizarre part of this case. The internet does what it does best, and it took a tragedy and turned it into a meme. Because of this hoodie, Girl A was dubbed Nevada 10. 10 is a cute honorific in Japanese internet slang, often used to infantilize or playfully refer to someone, even disturbingly. Suddenly, people weren't talking about a real murderer. They were idolizing the killer. Fan art, animations, parodies, remixes, cosplays. It became a digital cult of personality. A murder face turned into a Mo character. And keep in mind, it wasn't a 17-year-old killer. This was a 6th grader. Cultural shockwaves. The reaction in Japan was a national gut punch. The Minister of Education publicly called the murder unthinkable. Parents demanded tighter restriction on internet use and school security. Girl A was placed in a juvenile reformatory, originally sentenced to 2 years of psychiatric care. That sentence was extended, and extended, and extended once again. She was eventually released in 2013 under a completely new identity. To this day, no one knows where she is. She could be anyone, anywhere. Deep dive theories. So now that we've got the timeline, let's dig into the big question. What the hell made an 11-year-old commit murder? Theory 1. A psychotic break. Some psychologists believe Girl A was in the early stages of psychosis or dissociative disorder. She became obsessed with violent media. She grew socially isolated. Her worldview may have warped, blurring fantasy and reality. Reports from her time in detention suggest she had emotional detachment. and compartmentalization issues. Think horror fan meets mental illness meets unfiltered internet access. But critics say that lets her off the hook too easily. That mental illness can't explain premeditation. She planned that meeting. She brought that weapon. Was this illness or calculated? Theory 2. Internet desensitization. Another theory. Girl A was just a kid raised on digital lore. The early internet, especially forums like 2channel, weren't monitored. Kids could stumble into some truly dark stuff. She saw so much violence that death may have just become fictional in her mind. She wasn't trying to kill a person. She was trying to play out a story. But again, how does a child learn to slash a neck artery with precision? That takes intent, not just influence. Theory 3. She wanted to become a legend. Now this is where things get spicy. Some theorists, and I'm not saying that they're wrong, believe Girl A wanted to become a modern urban legend. She knew the Red Room. She knew horror stories. She wanted to write her own in blood, a real-life creepypasta. And if that was her plan, she succeeded. Nevada 10 is still whispered about in the depths of Japanese web forums. She became a digital ghost. Theory 4. Culture of silence. There's one more angle worth mentioning: Japanese school culture. There's an unspoken pressure in Japanese schools to maintain harmony, avoid conflict, and suppress emotional outbursts. Some argue that the lack of emotional outlets, combined with academic pressure, created a psychological power. Girl A couldn't speak about her age, so she acted out in it. Brutally. Epilogue. Where is she now? So what happened to Nevada 10? After nearly a decade of confinement, she was quietly released. She believed to be living under a new name, protected by anonymity laws. The only people who know her identity are the government, her therapists, and possibly her new employers, assuming she even has a job. Satomi Mitarari, meanwhile, is buried, forgotten by the internet, remembered by her family. Closing thoughts. This case is disturbing, not just because of the murder, but because of what happened after. How quickly a child killer became a meme. How tragedy became iconographical. How the line between fantasy and horror and real-world violence blurred in the broadband age. What makes Nevada 10 truly unsettling isn't that she killed her classmate. It's that we made her famous for it. So what do you think? Was this the result of untreated mental illness? A digital descent into desensitization? Or the most horrifying performance art of the internet age? Let me know. This has been Criminal Files. See you next time. Subscribe for more deep dives into twisted tales from the past. I'll be over here deleting my Red Room bookmarks.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden uploads a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Where's my friend Hanako at? Hanako!
Welcome to Criminal Files. where we deep dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Araga. Today's case is about a young woman chasing her dream, an obsessed fan who couldn't let go, and a tragedy that sparked national outrage in Japan. This is the story of Mayu Tomita, the idol singer whose career was almost cut short by a knife-wielding stalker. And no, not in some shadowy alleyway at midnight. This happened in broad daylight on a regular Tokyo street right before a concert. So, buckle in, understanding the idol world. Before we dive in, we need to talk about Japan's idol industry. Imagine your favourite pop star wasn't just performing in stadiums, but also doing weekly meet and greets in small event halls, where you could shake hands, chat for a few seconds, or maybe even get a personalised message. That's idol culture. Idols aren't necessarily the most musically skilled. Their appeal is more about their personality, approachability, and the idea of watching someone grow from a beginner into a star. Fans invest emotionally. Some see idols as friends. Some as more than that. Now that can be totally harmless, but when boundaries blur, it can get very unhealthy very fast. Who was Mayu Tomita? Mayu Tomita was a 20-year-old in 2016, a university student, an aspiring actress, and a rising star in the indie idol scene. She was working her way up, performing at small venues, doing fan events, balancing school with a budding entertainment career. She had the kind of personality fans loved. Warm, open, and grateful. She responded to her fans on social media, shared glimpses of her daily life, and stayed humble despite her growing popularity. But here's the thing. When your brand is built on a closeness, you can end up letting in people who just don't want to be your fans. They want to be part of your life. The obsessive fan. Enter 27-year-old Tomohiro Iwazaki. On the surface, just another man in the crowd. But behind his polite exterior was a fan who couldn't take no for an answer. He began messaging me a lot. At first, his messages were friendly, the kind you'd expect from an excited fan. But over time, they grew more personal and demanding. By demanding, I mean the kind of messages you would make you lock your doors, and maybe also your windows. The escalation. Iwazaki sent her hundreds of tweets and DMs. When Mayu stopped responding, he got frustrated. She blocked him, and that's when the tone shifted. He began retweeting about her, publicly, with anger, resentment, and vile threats. One tweet read, "I'll never forgive you." Another hinted she would pay for ignoring him. That's not the kind of tweet you can just scroll past and laugh off. The warnings. Mayu did the right thing. She went to the police. She showed them the tweets. She told them she feared her safety. She wanted action. But at the time, Japan's anti-stalking laws were still limited. Unless the stalker made repeated, unwanted contact after a police warning, there wasn't much that could be done, especially if the harassment was online. So basically, the law said, yeah, we'll see that threat, but could you wait until the threat needs you more? Great system. The day of the attack. On the afternoon of May 21st, Mayu was on her way to a performance in Kogani, Tokyo. The sun was out. The street was calm. She was just a few minutes from the venue. But she wasn't alone. Iwazaki had been waiting for her. He approached, asking about a watch he had given to her as a gift she had returned. He wanted to know why. And when she didn't give him the answer he wanted, he pulled out a knife and attacked. The attack. He stabbed her over 20 times. Her neck, chest, arms, face. Witnesses said she tried to run, but collapsed. Some rushed to call emergency services. Others were frozen in place. The attack was so violent that the blade bent from the force. And this was all happening in broad daylight, on a public street, right when she was supposed to be singing on stage. The arrest. Police arrived quickly and arrested Iwasaki. He didn't resist. He didn't run. In fact, he admitted to it, saying he was angry she returned his gift without explaining why. Yeah, 20 stab wounds over a watch. Seems reasonable. The hospital battle. Maida was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors performed emergency surgery. She was placed in a medical-induced coma. When she woke, she had partial vision loss in her left eye, nerve damage in her arms, and deep physical and emotional scars. The trial. In court, Iwasaki admitted to attempted murder. His defense claimed that he acted in a moment of emotional instability, but the judge was swayed. In 2017, Iwasaki was sentenced to 14.5 years in prison, which, considering the severity of the attack, doesn't exactly feel like justice. Public outrage and law changes. The attack initiated a national debate over Japanese stalking laws. Critics argued that the police could have prevented the attack if they had taken Mai's warnings seriously. In 2017, the government revisited the laws, adding online harassment as a punishable stalking offence, and allow earlier intervention by police. Mai's recovery. Mai gradually returned to her public life. She has spoken openly about her attack, her recovery, and her mission to protect others from similar situations. Her voice, once used to sing, is now also a tool for advocacy. Theories. Alright, let's talk about theories of why this happened the way it did. Because yes, we still know the what, but the why still matters. Theory 1. Obsession turned rage. This is the straightforward one. Iwasaki got obsessed, got rejected, and lashed out violently. The returned gift was just a trigger. Theory 2. System failure. Some argue this wasn't just about one man. It was about a system that ignored warning signs. If police had acted on May's initial report, he might have not ever gotten near her. Theory 3. Idol culture dark side. Others believe the structure of idol culture, where personal access is a part of the product, creates an environment where fans can convince themselves that they have a deeper relationship than they really do. When reality hits, sometimes it hits hard. I personally think it's a mix of all three. You've got a dangerous individual, a broken system, and an industry that blows boundaries. That's like the Bermuda Triangle of bad outcomes. Closing thoughts. My Tomita story is haunting because it's not an idolated case. It's a reminder that fame doesn't make you safe. Sometimes it makes you a target. She's alive today because of quick emergency response, but her life in the industry will never be the same. And for the record, I won't return any gifts, even if it sucks, especially if it sucks. Let me know. This has been Criminal Files. See you next time. Subscribe for more deep dives into twisted tales from the past.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden uploads a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Where's my friend Hanako at? Hanako!
If you or someone you know is struggling with thoughts of violence or despair, reach out. Help is available. Stay safe and stay connected. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Teke Teke. Today's case is about 5 grade Arizona girls arrested for plotting to harm a classmate and making it seem like he did. Edit! It's October 1st, 2024. In Surprise, Arizona, a place that lives up to its name, but not in the way you'd hope. This isn't the kind of surprise you want. Legacy Traditional School, West Surprise Campus, is the kind of school you'd drive by without a second thought. Beige, stucco buildings, flagpoles with the Arizona and U.S. flags, and a fenced playground with neat patches of grass. You might imagine spelling bees, science fairs, recess chatter, but inside those beige walls, on that early fall afternoon, something was brewing. Not a fight, not a prank, something darker. 4 girls, all in the 5th grade, all between 10 and 11 years old, were putting together a plan. A plan to lure a male classmate into a school bathroom, attack him, and then stage the scene so it looked like he had fallen. Let that sink in for a moment. This is not a scene from a crime drama. This isn't the plot of a cautionary short film shown in a health class. This is a real-life criminal case involving children who, at that age, should be worrying about multiplication tables and weekend sleepovers, and yet, the details of the roles they assigned, the precautions they discussed, suggest something else entirely. Something intentional. Over the next hour, we're going to dissect what became known as the bathroom plot. We'll walk through how it started, the one overheard phrase that unraveled it, the police investigation, and the aftermath that unfolded months later when the story became public in June 2025. We'll also stop at key moments to explore the theories, not the wild internet speculation, but grounded, evidence-based possibilities about how and why something like this could happen in the first place. The setting and the players. Before we get into the events of October 1st, let's set the stage. Legacy Traditional School is part of a network of charter schools in Arizona and Nevada, known for its structured, traditional approach uniforms, strict schedules, and high academic expectations. This isn't a free roam type of campus. Teachers and staff maintain order. Students are accounted for. That's why what happened here was so shocking. If you were to line up every 5th grader in the school and ask which ones would be capable of plotting violence, most people wouldn't even consider the possibility. They'd say, they're just kids. But according to the police reports and later media coverage, 4 girls, let's call them Student A, Student B, Student C, and Student D crossed that line. These girls weren't strangers to each other. They were classmates, connected socially, and at least one had a personal grievance with the intended victim, a boy we'll refer to only as the target. The target was, according to his family, autistic. They've said publicly that he struggles with certain social interactions, but is gentle, smart, and loves video games. He wasn't the kind of kid who typically got in fight, but somewhere along the way, conflict began brewing between him and at least one of the girls. The motive, as reported, what could drive a 10 or 11-year-old to think about UA a classmate? Police reports suggest the motive, or at least the spark, was rooted in playground romance drama. At least one of the girls believed the boy had cheated on her. In the world of 5th graders, Dating often means sharing snacks, sitting next to each other at lunch, maybe passing notes in class, but feelings can still be intense, and in this case, those feelings turned to anger. From there, it escalated. And here's where it gets difficult to wrap your mind around. This wasn't a single outburst. This was a plan. Planning the crime. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office would later outline the alleged plan in detail. One girl would bring the weapon, specifically a dinner thing from home. One girl would be stationed as a lookout at the bathroom entrance to warn if anyone was coming. One girl would be the one to carry out the job. One girl would write the note to make it appear as though the boy had fallen. They even discussed wearing gloves to avoid leaving DNA. A level of detail that raises serious questions about where they learned these methods. This wasn't said in the heat of the moment. It was mapped out. The moment everything changed. In every criminal case, there's often a single turning point where the plan falls apart. For the bathroom plot, it was a phrase overheard by another student. Just him. It wasn't whispered quietly enough. The student who overheard it didn't know exactly what it meant, but they knew it wasn't a normal recess argument. That student told a parent, and that parent did exactly what you'd hope. They contacted the school immediately. The school's emergency response, the reaction from the school was swift. The girls were pulled from their classes and kept separate. Parents were called. Law enforcement was contacted, and deputies from the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office arrived at the campus. The deputies began by interviewing each girl individually. With their parents present, they searched backpacks. While no thing was found that day, the consistency of the stories and the level of detail left little doubt that the plan had been discussed. Seriously. By the end of the school day, the 4 girls were under arrest. The immediate legal outcome. Because of their ages, none of the girls could be charged as adults. In Arizona, children this young are typically handled in juvenile court. The charges were misdemeanor counts of threatening and disorderly conduct. After being booked, they were released to their parents. All 4 were suspended, and the school began the process of considering expulsion. The investigation unfolds. Law enforcement takes over. Once the call came in from the concerned parent, everything shifted from school discipline to a criminal investigation. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office doesn't take threats lightly, especially in the wake of national attention on school safety. Deputies were dispatched immediately to Legacy Traditional School. By the time they arrived, school administrators had already separated the 4 girls. They were in different rooms, away from other students, with staff members present. This separation was critical. Once law enforcement arrived, it meant each girl's account could be recorded without the influence of the others. The first interviews. Deputies started the process carefully. Each interview was conducted with a parent or guardian present, as required by law for minors. The interviews began with general questions: how the day was going, and what they had for lunch before moving into the core subject, whether they had discussed doing something bad to another student. Reports indicate that the girls were surprisingly open. While not every detail was immediately admitted, enough was shared to paint a coherent picture. There was a discussion about UA. The boy. Roles had been assigned. A weapon had been considered. A fake note was part of the plan. 3 of the girls expressed some degree of remorse during questioning. Their voices reportedly shook. Some cried. But according to law enforcement, 1 girl did not. She allegedly smiled during questioning, gave casual answers, and made excuses, behavior that stood out to the deputies. Searching for the weapon. One of the first steps in any case involving a threat of violence is to search for the means to carry it out. Deputies searched the girls' backpacks. No knife was found that day. That could mean a number of things. The weapon was never actually brought to school. The plan was still in the preparatory stage. Or, in a more chilling possibility, the plan had been delayed until the weapon could be smuggled in. Without the physical weapon present, prosecutors faced a different kind of case, one based on conspiracy and threats rather than attempted attack. The boy at the center of it all. While the girls were being questioned, the target was removed from his usual schedule. He was kept in a safe area with staff until his parents could arrive. When his family was told what had been overheard and what had allegedly been planned, they were shocked. According to later interviews, they struggled to believe that kids his own age could imagine, let alone attempt, something so deliberate. The boy, autistic and sensitive to stress, was deeply shaken. His family has said that he still deals with anxiety related to being around peers at school. The arrest process. After the interviews, deputies made the decision. The girls would be taken into custody. Because of their ages, The arrest process was not the same as for adults. There were no handcuffs in front of peers, no public pourboire, but they were still formally processed, their names recorded, charges filed, parents notified in writing. The official charges were misdemeanor, threatening, and disorderly conduct. Each was released to their parents the same day, but their futures at the school were immediately in question. Behind closed doors, the parent meetings. After the arrests, the school scheduled meetings with each family involved. These meetings were tense, according to those with knowledge of the situation. For the parents of the accused, it was a moment of disbelief. Some defended their daughters as having been caught up in the situation, insisting they never would have gone through with it. Others expressed remorse and apologized privately to the victim's family. For the victim's parents, it was raw anger. They felt the plan was clear, intentional, and dangerous, whether or not the girls had the means to carry it out. The role of the juvenile system. Once the case entered the juvenile system, the focus shifted from punishment to prevention. Juvenile courts in Arizona are designed to address the underlying issues, whether that's emotional regulation, family problems, or exposure to harmful influences. The outcome for these girls would eventually involve diversion programs, educational and counseling sessions meant to prevent reoffending. But in the public's eyes, the fact that they were back home within hours of being arrested felt insufficient. From closed case to public outcry. The case lays quiet October 2024, June 2025. For nearly 8 months after the October honest 2024 incident, the case barely made a ripple outside the immediate school community. Within Legacy Traditional School, the matter was handled with deliberate privacy. The 4 girls were suspended. The victim's family was working through the trauma in private. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office processed the charges within the juvenile system, which by law is shielded from public record in many respects. The school likely issued internal safety reminders, but there were no press conferences, no headlines. For all the students who weren't directly aware of what happened, it was just another year in the life of their school. Then came June 2025, and the quiet ended. The police report surfaces. It started with a public records request. Journalists had learned of a serious incident at the school involving multiple students. When the request for the police report was approved, the details hit newsrooms like a shockwave. Inside the report was the complete breakdown of the plot. The assigned roles, weapon carrier, lookout, attacker, and the note writer. The discussion of gloves to hide fingerprints. The overheard phrase, just him. Even without names, because they were minors, the story was explosive. National coverage begins. On June 25, 2025, the New York Post ran the headline, 4 5th grade girls devise sinister plot to UA. The boy fake his fall. Cops. Within hours, outlets like People, Law, Crime, and Crime Online had their own versions. The tone varied, some focused on the chilling nature of the plan, others on the ages of those involved. Talk shows began discussing it. Radio segments ran phone-ins where parents debated whether children this young could truly be dangerous or if they were just acting out a fantasy gone too far. In online forums, the debate took on another layer. Was this the failure of the school, the parents, or both? The public reaction, the public response was intense and divided. Some commenters demanded harsher charges, insisting that the girls' ages should not shield them from serious legal consequences. Others stressed rehabilitation, warning that punitive measures could permanently damage children who might still be reachable with the right intervention. In Arizona, the incident reignited debates about school threat assessment protocols. How seriously should every overheard conversation be taken? And what are the best steps once a credible threat is identified? The August 2025 Family Statement. By August 4th, 2025, the victim's family had decided to speak publicly. In an interview with AZ Family, They described their ongoing frustration. They said their son, who was autistic, was still dealing with anxiety and emotional trauma from the incident. They believed the juvenile system's resolution, which included diversion programs and apology letters from the girls, was not enough. One detail stood out. The family had yet to receive any of the apology letters. Months after the resolution, they also expressed concern about how quickly the girls were allowed back into public life after the arrests, saying it made them question whether the school and legal system truly prioritized their son's safety. What the diversion programs meant. Juvenile diversion programs in Arizona are designed to prevent future offenses. They typically involve counseling and therapy sessions, educational modules on consequences and empathy, community service, written apologies to victims. Completion can lead to the case being closed without a formal juvenile record a second chance. But to the victim's family, the lack of closure from the promised apologies left the outcome feeling hollow. Why the story broke in June 2025. So if this all happened in October 2024, why did the public hear about it months later, in June 2025? That's when the police report became public. Media outlets obtained it and began reporting on the details, the roles assigned to each girl. The plan to fake the fall note, the gloves. The story went national. People were shocked, outraged, and desperate for answers. Minds of youth, impulsivity, premeditation, and the aftermath. Understanding the child mind in crime. When adults hear about children plotting something as serious as attack, it's natural to ask, did they really know what they were doing? Child psychology tells us the answer isn't simple. Between ages 10 and 11, children are at a critical developmental stage. Their brains are rapidly growing, especially in areas related to impulse control, judgment, and empathy. On one hand, by this age, kids understand that death is permanent. They recognize right and wrong. But on the other hand, their ability to foresee long-term consequences, especially emotional and legal, is limited compared to adults. Impulsivity versus premeditation. In criminal law, the difference between impulsive and premeditated action is huge. Impulsivity means acting on the spur of the moment, without forethought. Premeditation means thinking about the act in advance, planning it out. What makes the bathroom plot so unsettling is the clear evidence of premeditation. Roles assigned, tools discussed, cover-up measures like gloves, and the note. That's not an impulsive playground spat. It's a cold, calculated plan. But there's a twist. Even with premeditation, kids this age might still lack full awareness of the emotional devastation their actions could cause. They may see it as a game or an extreme way to solve a problem, not fully grasping the moral gravity. The role of media and environment. Experts suggest that the girls' knowledge of things like gloves and fake fall notes likely came from exposure to media, television, crime dramas, movies, or online videos. While many children consume media responsibly, some pick up dangerous ideas without adult guidance. The way media often portrays crime can make it seem like a series of moves or steps, and without conversation about the real-life pain and consequences, these ideas can take root in young minds in disturbing ways. Community and school responses. After the story broke. After the story became public in June 2025, the school and community had to respond. Legacy Traditional School implemented. Increased supervision during recess and lunch. Training for teachers and staff on identifying early warning signs of violent ideation. Counseling resources for all students to discuss conflict resolution and emotional regulation. The community held several public forums, some contentious, where parents and school officials debated how to balance safety with compassion for all students involved. Theory 1. Understanding intent at age 10, 11. Let's step back and ask, did these 4 girls fully understand the consequences of what they were planning? Child development experts say that by ages 10 to 11, most children do understand that death is permanent. But the moral and emotional way to view someone is another matter entirely. There's also a factor known as fantasy thinking. Children can blend real-life decisions with ideas drawn from media, video games, or stories. The gloves, the fake note, these could have been borrowed from crime shows or online videos, without a real grasp of how easily such a plan could unravel, or how devastating the outcome would be. If this theory is correct, we're looking at a dangerous mix. Exposure to violent scenarios in media without enough adult discussion to explain consequences. Underdeveloped emotional regulation in moments of anger or jealousy. Groupthink, when being part of the group becomes more important than questioning what the group is doing. In other words, it's possible these girls intellectually knew what they were planning, but lacked the emotional capacity to process the true horror of it. Theory 2, group hierarchy, peer influence. Now, let's talk about how group dynamics might have fueled this plan. Psychologists studying juvenile crime often point to a phenomenon called leader-follower dynamics. In groups of children, there's usually 1 or 2 individuals who take on dominant roles, setting the tone, making the plans, deciding what's cool or necessary. In this case, the police report suggests one girl was more detached and less remorseful than the others. It's possible she was the primary instigator, the one who pushed the idea from casual talk into concrete planning. For the others, participation might have been driven by fear of social exclusion if they refused, a desire to seem tough or loyal to the group, the distorted belief that because they were acting together, responsibility was somehow shared or diluted. Groupthink can be powerful, especially among preteens. In such settings, moral hesitation can be overridden by the need to maintain social standing, a factor that has been documented in everything from school bullying to coordinated theft. In this theory, it's not that all 4 girls were equally committed to the idea of violence. It's that the group structure amplified and legitimized the plan until it felt normal inside their circle. Theory 3. The role of school environment. Adult oversight. The third major theory about why this incident progressed as far as it did focuses on the environment both at school and at home. Schools are the primary stage for social dynamics in children's lives. Conflicts, cliques, and shifting loyalties are part of growing up. But when supervision is thin in certain areas, lunchrooms, playgrounds, hallways, moments can slip through the cracks. In this case, the planning allegedly took place during the school day, with enough privacy for the girls to outline detailed roles. That raises questions. Could closer supervision during free time have intercepted the plot earlier? Was there an existing pattern of bullying or conflict that went unaddressed? Were there warning signs, behavior changes, escalating arguments that weren't picked up on by adults? At home, the question becomes, were the girls consuming media or engaging online without enough guidance to understand what was real versus fictional? The inclusion of gloves and a fall note sounds more like something from a scripted crime show than a naturally reoccurring idea in an elementary school setting. If this theory holds, The incident wasn't simply the product of one bad decision, but the result of gaps in adult awareness and intervention, a system that failed to catch a dangerous plan before it solidified. Theory 4. Is this a sign of something broader? Finally, the fourth theory we consider is whether the bathroom plot is a symptom of a larger trend, a cultural shift where children's emotional worlds are increasingly complex, but adult support systems aren't keeping pace. Consider these factors. Increasing exposure to violence through media and online content, rising social pressures at younger ages, bullying, peer drama, and even early romantic feelings, stigma around mental health that prevents children from getting help, fragmented family and community support, especially during and after the COVID-19 pandemic disruptions. In this theory, what happened at Legacy Traditional School isn't an isolated freak event, but a warning sign, a call for schools, families, and communities to invest in emotional education and open communication before more kids find themselves in desperate, dangerous places. Justice, prevention, and reflection. Legal outcomes and juvenile proceedings. As the juvenile proceedings wrapped through late 2025, the courts focused on balancing accountability with the girls' young ages and potential for rehabilitation. While none of the four were tried as adults, the consequences were serious. All four entered juvenile diversion programs focused on mental health counseling, conflict resolution, and empathy development. Probation periods of 6 to 12 months were imposed, during which ongoing therapy was mandatory. Written apologies were to be completed and delivered to the victim's family, although the delay in receiving these caused ongoing frustration. Expulsion from Legacy Traditional School was permanent for all four, with placements in alternative educational settings. These outcomes reflect Arizona's juvenile justice system's emphasis on restoration rather than punishment, recognizing the girls' age and circumstances, but still addressing the severity of their planned actions. Expert Opinions Prevention starts early. We spoke with child psychologists, school counselors, and juvenile justice experts who agree on one key point. Prevention has to start well before a crisis forms. Some of their recommendations include proactive social-emotional learning in elementary schools to teach kids empathy, conflict resolution, and emotional regulation. Open communication channels where students feel safe reporting concerning behavior without fear of punishment. Parental education on recognizing early warning signs, changes in mood, withdrawal, or talk of violence. Community programs to support mental health access for children and families. They also emphasize the importance of not sensationalizing these events in the media, which can lead to fear or stigma rather than understanding and action. Reflections: what does this mean for Arizona and beyond? The bathroom plot stands as a stark reminder. Even the youngest among us can struggle with darkness we might not expect. Arizona's schools and communities have taken steps to bolster safety, but the incident reveals cracks in how we address youth, mental health, and violence prevention. For parents, educators, and lawmakers, the challenge is clear. Invest in early, compassionate intervention. Build trusting environments where kids feel heard. Understand the complexity of childhood behavior instead of reducing it to bad kids or troublemakers. Because in cases like this, those labels won't keep anyone safe. Only awareness, empathy, and action will. Closing. Thank you for following this difficult case with me. It's one that challenges how we think about childhood, safety, and responsibility. If you or someone you know is struggling with thoughts of violence or despair, Reach out. Help is available. Until next time, stay safe and stay connected. What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Where's my friend Hanako at? Hanako!
What is a story? Is it something we tell just for fun? To scare each other around the campfire? Or is it something more? Can a story breathe? It can take step out of the pages of a book or the pixels on a screen and into our world. Can it plant an idea so powerful, so terrifying that it becomes real? Most of the time, the answer is no. But on May 31st, 2014, in the quiet suburban town of Waukesha, Wisconsin, the line between fiction and a horror violent reality didn't just blur, it was torn to pieces. This is the case that true crime fans know, but few truly understand the depth of it. It is not a typical story about a predator. It is about a story of belief and the dark corners of the internet, and how a modern-day boogeyman named Slender Man convinced two 12-year-old girls to nearly kill their best friend. This is Criminal Files, where we dive deep into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Jalitza, the Spirit Cat, and today we're diving into the case that asks the terrifying question: what happens when online horror becomes an offline nightmare? To understand this crime, you have to understand the monster at the center of it. And Slender Man is a fascinating and uniquely 21st century creation. He wasn't born from ancient folklore or centuries-old legends. Slender Man was created on June 10th, 2009, in a thread on the website Something Awful. The forum was holding a Photoshop contest to create paranormal images. A user named Eric Knudsen, under the alias Victor Surge, posted 2 black and white photos of groups of children. He edited in a tall, impossibly thin figure in a black suit, with elongated arms and a blank, featureless face. The captions mentioned this figure abducting children. The internet, as it does, ran with it. The simple, creepy image sparked a wildfire of collaborative storytelling. People started writing creepypastas, horror stories, copied and pasted across forums. They created YouTube series like Marble Hornets and Everyman Hybrid, which presented Slenderman in a found footage, pseudo-documentary style. He became a meme, a myth, a digital legend. He stalked children in the woods. He caused memory loss, nosebleeds, and paranoia in his victims, and he could extend his tentacle-like arms from his back. He was, for most people, a brilliantly effective piece of internet horror. A campfire story for the digital age. But for a specific demographic, impressionable, curious kids exploring the darker side of the web, he was something else entirely. He felt real. And that brings us to today's 3 subjects: Morgan Geyser and Issa Weir, both aged 12, and their friend, Peyton Leutner. By all accounts, These were normal middle schoolers. They were smart, creative, and obsessed with things that a lot of kids their age were in 2014. Adventure Time, YouTube, and like millions of others, they were fascinated by creepypastas and the world of online horror. They'd have sleepovers, watch scary videos, and try to scare each other. It was normal, if not a slightly macabre hobby. But for Morgan and Anissa, the fascination went deeper. They didn't just watch the videos, they immersed themselves in the lore. They began to truly believe in Slender Man. They started reading forums, the wikis, the sprawling, the confusion hundreds of anonymous users had built. And in that canon, they had found a directive to become a proxy of Slender Man, a servant who does his bidding. You had to prove your loyalty, and that usually involved violence. The girls later told police they believed Slender Man was real. They believed he lived in a mansion in the Nicollet National Forest in Wisconsin. They believed he could read their thoughts, and that he could be anywhere and everywhere. And, most chilling, they believed that he had threatened them and their families. They thought if they didn't prove themselves to him, he would kill everyone they loved. This belief system, this paranoid fantasy built on a foundation of internet fiction, began to calcify into a plan. They decided they had to kill someone. They chose their friend, Peyton. In the days leading to the attack, they made plans. They wrote notes. One note, found later, read, Plan. Go to the forest. Kill Peyton. Go to Slender Man. Become proxy. They discussed the best way to do it. Stabbing was the chosen method. They even had a specific date, May 31st, the anniversary of the original Slender Man post. This was their sacred mission. On the day of the attack, it was like any other Saturday. 3 girls had a sleepover at Morgan's house. In the morning, they told Morgan's parents that they were going to go play hide and seek in a nearby park. Instead, they walked to a public restroom in a park. There, according to the criminal complaint, Anissa told Morgan, "Go ballistic, go crazy." Morgan, without a word, began stabbing Peyton 19 times with a 5-inch kitchen knife she had brought from home. The attack was brutal and frenzied. Peyton was stabbed in the arms, legs, and torso. One stab wound pierced her liver and missed a major artery by less than a millimeter. It was a miracle she survived. After the stabbing, Morgan and Anissa simply left her there in the woods, bleeding out, believing she was dead. They started walking. Their goal? To trek the 1,000 acres of the woodland to find the Slender Man's mansion. Meanwhile, Peyton, in an incredible act of survival, managed to crawl out of the wooded area onto a bike path. A cyclist found her, bleeding profusely, and called 911. 911, what's your emergency? There's a young girl. She's covered in blood. She's been stabbed. She's saying her friends did it? Peyton was rushed to the hospital. She underwent emergency surgery and, against all odds, survived. Police now had a stabbing victim with 2 missing 12-year-old suspects. They immediately went to Morgan's house, where her parents were baffled, thinking the girls were just at the park. The gravity of the situation set in quickly. This wasn't a simple case of a fight gone wrong. This was an attempted murder. While police were scrambling, Morgan and Anissa were on their bizarre pilgrimage. They were picked up by a concerned motorist on the highway about 5 miles from their crime scene. The driver asked the parents where they were. The answer? They were runners that were trying to get to the Nicollet National Forest to see a figure that no one knew existed. The driver, Riley, creeped out, called the police. When officers arrived, the girls were calm. They were detained without incident. It was during their initial interviews that they truly saw the nature of the crime begin to unfold. They talked openly about Slenderman. They said they had to do it to protect their families, and they showed no remorse. To them, it wasn't murder. It was a necessity. A transaction with a supernatural being to ensure their own safety. The public and the media were stunned. How could two seemingly normal preteen girls commit such a brutal act of fictional character? The legal system now had a monumental task to figure out not just what they did, but why they did it, and what to do with them. This case would become a landmark, pushing the boundaries of legal definitions of mental illness, criminal intent, and childhood fantasy. And all starts with our first theory. Theory 1. The Believers. This is the most straightforward, and in many ways, the most terrifying theory. It's the one the prosecutors leaned into, especially for Morgan Geyser. The idea that Morgan and Anissa were true believers. They weren't just kids playing a game that went too far. They had descended into shared psychologic delusion and built entirely around an internet myth. What we're looking at here is a profound break from reality. They were children at a critical stage of cognitive development. Their brains are still learning to distinguish fantasy from reality. When you immerse a deep mind in a consistent, detailed, and threatening narrative, especially one presented with a realistic found footage style, the boundaries can completely dissolve. For them, Slenderman wasn't a story. He was a tangible threat. The fear was real. The imperative to act in their minds was a matter of life and death. The evidence for this is compelling. Their online search histories were flooded with Slenderman content. They had notebooks filled with drawings and stories about him. In interviews, they spoke of him with a chilling matter of factness. Morgan in particular showed signs of this long before the attack. She had a history of hallucinations and delusions. She reported seeing ghosts, seeing Slenderman in her dreams, and even claimed seeing unicorns. Her reality was already more porous than most. Anissa, while perhaps less intrinsically prone to psychosis, was a follower, drawn to Morgan's powerful belief system. The plan itself, to walk hundreds of miles to a fictional mansion, shows a complete detachment from reality. This theory posits that they were not evil, that they were gravely, tragically ill. They were victims of their own impressionable minds and the unfiltered access to a dark, persuasive mythology that they were too young to process. But is that the whole story? Was it just a shared delusion? Or were there other more mundane factors at play? Which brings us to the second theory. Theory 2. The dark side of the fandom. This theory doesn't dismiss the belief, but it contextualizes it with a larger social framework. It argues that belief in Slenderman was less about the clinical psychotic break and more about the intense, all-consuming nature of online fandom and the desperate desire to belong. Think about it. In 2014, the creepypasta community was a huge sprawling thing for Tumblr, Reddit, and YouTube. For lonely kids, becoming an expert in this lore was a way to gain social capital. It was its own secret club, with its own rules, its own language, its own hierarchy. The more you know, the more in you were. The more extreme your belief, the more dedicated a fan you were. The Slenderman mythos was, and is, a participatory culture. You don't just consume it, you add to it. You create fan art, you write your own stories, you roleplay as characters. For some, the logical endpoint of that participation is to live the story, to make the narrative real. It becomes a performative of identity. I am not just a fan, I am part of the myth itself. This is an incredibly potent draw for adolescents who are already trying on different identities and seeking a place to belong. In this reading, Morgan and Anissa weren't just believing in Slenderman, They were performing their fandom. The planning, the notes, the secret mission, it was all a part of the dark roleplay game that spilled out over the digital world and now into the physical one. The act of violence was the ultimate proof of their dedication, the thing that would cement their status not just as fans, but as legendary figures within the mythos. This theory suggests a blurred line between the genuine belief and the desire to be part of something bigger than themselves. It wasn't necessarily that they had fully believed a tall man in a suit would hurt their families, but that committing to the narrative, to the idea of it, was more important than reality itself. The social dynamics of their friendship, the leader, Morgan, the follower, Anissa, fueled this performance, each pushing the other further into the extreme. But wait, if this was a performance, a dark game, does that make them more or less culpable? If you know you're playing a game, but you decide to make it real, where does that leave us? This leads us to the most controversial and legally complex theory. Theory 3, the knowing actors. This was essentially the argument that the state tried to make, particularly against Anissa Weir. This theory posts that the girls may have been fascinated by Slender Man. They knew the difference between right and wrong. They knew that scabbing their friend was a criminal act, and they choose to do it anyway. The Slender Man story was not a delusion that drove them to do it, but an excuse, a framework they used to justify a pre-existing desire to hurt somebody. This is a difficult theory to swallow, given their age and the bizarre nature of the crime. But prosecutors pointed out evidence of planning and foresight. They brought the knife from home. They picked a specific date. They lied to Morgan's parents about where they were going. They chose a secluded spot. And after the stabbing, they knew to flee. This all suggests a level of cognitive awareness of the wrongfulness of their actions. They may have wanted to believe in Slender Man. They may have found the story thrilling. But at the moment of the attack, they knew Peyton was a real girl. The knife was a real knife, and their actions would have real and deadly consequences. The legal system hinges on the concept of a guilty mind. For a defendant to be found guilty, the state must prove they intended to commit the crime. The defense of not guilty by reason of insanity is an incredibly high bar to clear. You have to prove that, due to severe mental illness, disease, or defect, the defendant was not able to understand the wrongfulness of their actions. The prosecution's job was to argue that despite their strange beliefs, they understood that stabbing someone was wrong. The planning and the attempt to hide evidence were key to that argument. This theory is the coldest one. It removes the supernatural element and presents us with a chilling fact. 2 children attempted to murder another child. The why becomes almost secondary. The focus is on what. It forces us to confront the possibility of pure, unexplained evil residing in the hearts of 12-year-olds. It's an uncomfortable thought, which is why the other theories, involving mental illness and femme culture, are often more palatable. But the legal system had to consider it. So, we have 3 frameworks. The believers, a psychotic break. The fandom, a performative social act. And the knowing actors, a conscious choice. The truth, as it is, almost always is a likely complex and horrifying cocktail of all 3. But the court had to untangle it. The fate of the 2 girls depended on it. And their paths through the legal system would be just as strange and unprecedented as the crime itself. Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weir were initially charged as adults attempting first-degree and intentional homicide. This decision sent shockwaves through the community. Charging 12-year-olds as adult for a Slender Man stabbing? It just seemed like a surreal overreach to many. But the Wisconsin laws allowed it for serious crimes, and the prosecutors argued the severity of the crime warranted it. However, the defense quickly mounted a challenge, arguing that the girls were not competent to stand trial, that they couldn't understand the proceedings or assist in their own defense due to severe mental illness. Began years of psychological evaluations, hearings, and legal maneuvering. The cases were eventually separated, and both would ultimately hinge on the results of those mental evaluations. Let's start with Anissa Weir. In 2017, Anissa's case went to trial, but it wasn't a typical trial. She pleaded guilty to attempted second-degree homicide, but her lawyers argued she was not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, the insanity defense. So the trial became what it's known for as a phase trial. The first phase determined if she committed the crime. She pled guilty. The second phase would determine her mental state at the time. The prosecution argued the knowing actors theory. They said she knew it was wrong. They pointed to her asking Morgan to go crazy as evidence. She was egging her on, aware of the reality of the situation. The defense argued the believer theory. They presented evidence of her delusional belief system. A key witness was Dr. Kenneth Robbins, a psychiatrist who testified that Anissa was suffering from a shared psychotic disorder, and that she truly believed that Slenderman was real and would kill her family if she didn't obey. He said she believed that Peyton's death wasn't a murder, but a sacrifice, and would allow Peyton to become a ghost and serve Slenderman too. In her distorted reality, she was doing Peyton a favor. The jury had one question. Did Anissa Weir, as a result of mental disease, lack the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct? After a day of deliberation, the jury said yes. She was found not guilty by reason of insanity. The judge then committed her to a secure mental illness institution for a minimum of 3 years. She would be released only when doctors and a judge determined she was no longer a danger to herself or to others. Now let's turn to Morgan Geyser. Morgan's case was even more complex. Her mental health issues were more severe and more clearly documented. She was diagnosed with early onset schizophrenia. She experienced auditory and visual hallucinations, disorganized thinking, and profound delusions. Her evaluation reports were heartbreaking. She believed she could time travel, that she had mind powers, and that she regularly communed with Slenderman and other fictional characters from Harry Potter and the Doctor Who universes, whom she believed were real. She believed Slenderman had cameras everywhere and could hear her thoughts. In 2017, rather than go to trial, Morgan pleaded guilty to attempted first-degree intentional homicide. But like Anissa, her plea was part of an insanity defense. The court had to determine her mental state. The evidence was overwhelming. Psychiatrist after psychiatrist testified that Morgan was deeply, profoundly ill. She lived in a world where fantasy and reality were indistinguishable. One doctor stated at the time, she lacked substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions. She wasn't just a believer. She was living in a completely different reality. In 2018, a judge agreed. Morgan Geyser was also found not guilty by reason of insanity. She was committed to a mental health facility for a minimum of 10 years, a longer sentence reflecting the court's view that she was the primary actor in the stabbing and that her illness was more severe. So the legal system had spoken. The official verdict was that both girls were legally insane at the time. The believer theory had won in court. But the story doesn't end with a verdict. The aftermath of this case is a long, complicated, ongoing journey of recovery, guilt, and a lifelong struggle with the monster that helped bring to life. Peyton, the victim, survived her horrific injuries. Physically, she recovered remarkably well, but the psychological scars are undoubtedly deep. She has, for the most part, stayed out of the public eye, a testament to her family's desire to let her have a normal life after such an abnormal trauma. Anissa Weir was released from the Mental Health Institute in September 2021 after 7 years of treatment. She was 19 years old. Her release came with strict conditions, including continued mental health monitoring and no access to the internet without approval. In a rare interview after her release, she expressed remorse, calling her actions inexcusable and stating, "I know I did something horrible. I know there's no taking it back." She's trying to build a life forever shadowed by the actions of her 12-year-old self. Morgan Geyser remains in a mental institution facility. In 2022 hearing, she spoke to the court via video, now a young woman. She apologized to Peyton, saying, "I never meant for any of this to happen. I know that I did something terrible. I know I hurt somebody really badly." Doctors testified that she made significant progress with medication and therapy, gaining insight to her illness, but that she still requires structured care. Her schizophrenia is a life sentence in itself, a constant battle with a monster that lives inside her head, far more real than Slenderman ever was. So where does that leave us? We're left with a tangle of web and blame. Do we blame the girls? Their parents for not monitoring their internet use? The creators of Slenderman? The internet itself? Eric, the man who photoshopped the original image, has expressed profound sorrow and horror over the event. But can he be blamed? He created a piece of art, a meme. He didn't tell anyone to commit violence. The internet is a vast, chaotic ecosystem of ideas. It's a tool. It can be used for incredible good and unimaginable horror. It's a mirror reflecting our collective conscious, and sometimes we see monsters staring back. The Slenderman stabbing is a Rorschach test. What you see in it depends on your own fears. Do you fear the unmonitored access children have to the dark corners of their web? Then you see a failure of parenting and a content moderation. Do you fear the power of belief and the fragility of the human mind? Then you see a tragic case of mental illness. Do you fear the incoherent darkness that may exist in anyone, regardless of age? Then you see a pure, inexplicable evil. Perhaps the most terrifying theory of all is that there is no single answer, that it was a perfect storm, a vulnerable mind prone to psychosis, a persuasive and detailed online mythology, and a powerful social dynamic between two friends, and the impulsive, dramatic nature of adolescence. All these factors collided with a catastrophic result. The story of Slenderman is a story, but the story of Morgan, Anissa, and Peyton is a human one. It's a story about how the fictions we tell can have real consequences. It's a warning about the stories we consume and the stories we believe. It reminds us that the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones lurking in the woods. They're the ones that we create, and the ones sometimes we allow ourselves to become. What do you think? Were they believers, lost in a fandom, or knowing actors? Let us know in the comments. And remember, some stories are best left as fiction. Thanks for watching Criminal Files.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Annabelle. Today on Criminal Files, we're going to break down exactly what happened that day, minute by minute, bullet by bullet. We'll examine the shooter's motives, the security failures, and the conspiracy theories that exploded across the internet in the aftermath. This is unlike any episode we've ever done. Because this isn't history from decades ago, this is history that's still unfolding, with questions that remain unanswered, even a year later. July 13, 2024. A warm summer evening in Butler, Pennsylvania. What began as a typical campaign rally would become one of the most shocking security failures in American history. An event that would change a presidential election, test the Secret Service, and leave the nation asking, how did this happen, and why? Welcome to Criminal Files, where we investigate the unanswered questions behind the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, the setting of a perfect storm. To understand how this happened, we need to reconstruct the scene. The Butler Farm Show grounds, an open-air venue in rural Pennsylvania. Trump was campaigning in a crucial swing state, just days before the Republican National Convention. Approximately 10 supporters gathered to hear him speak that evening. The stage was set up in a large field, with security perimeters established by the Secret Service. But here's where things get interesting and concerning. The security plan created an outer perimeter and an inner perimeter, with screening checkpoints for attendees. But beyond these secured areas stood several buildings, including a complex owned by AGR International. This building, approximately 140 meters from the stage, would become the shooter's nest. Despite its clear line of sight to the podium, it wasn't adequately secured by the Secret Service. Why? Because according to planning documents, supervisors expected large farm equipment to be positioned to block the view, but those equipment pieces were never placed there, and nobody communicated this critical change up the chain of command. This was the first in a series of failures that would create what security experts now call a perfect storm of vulnerabilities. The Secret Service had actually increased Trump's security detail in recent weeks because of intelligence, indicating Iran was plotting to assassinate him, but that intelligence wasn't shared with the local law enforcement agencies helping secure the event. Communication breakdowns, assumptions about physical barriers, and siloed information, all creating conditions that would allow a 20-year-old with an AR-15 style rifle to nearly change the course of American history. The attack. 121 seconds of chaos. Let's break down the timeline of the attack itself, reconstructed from law enforcement reports, eyewitness accounts, and audio analysis. 6:05 p.m. Trump begins his speech. Approximately 400 yards away, Thomas Matthew Crooks has already scaled an air conditioning unit to access the roof of the AGR International Last building. He's carrying an AR-15 style rifle chambered in 5.56 45mm NATO, equipped with a Holosun AEM's red dot sight, a weapon capable of 2 3-inch accuracy at 100 yards. 6 p.m. Crooks moves across interconnected roofs to reach his firing position. Multiple bystanders spot him on the roof and alert the police. Records show a local law enforcement officer radios, "Someone's on the roof." 8 p.m. search operation begins. But here's where confusion sets in. There were 2 command posts at the rally, instead of one unified command, IE Center. Communications were a chaotic mixture of radio, cell phone, text, and email. The message about a suspicious person on the roof doesn't reach all key personnel. 10 p.m. Crooks assumes a firing position. The slant of the roof and 2 trees largely conceal him from the view of Secret Service snipers. Meanwhile, Trump is speaking about border security, gesturing toward a chart displaying immigration statistics. 11 p.m. Crooks fires 8 rounds in approximately 4 seconds. One bullet grazes Trump's upper right ear. Another kills firefighter Corey Compratore, who reportedly shielding his family with his body. 2 other attendees are critically wounded. 4 seconds after Crooks begins firing, Aaron Zalaponi, a member of the Butler County Emergency Service Unit, shoots at Crooks and hits his rifle, preventing him from firing more shots. 12 seconds later, a Secret Service counter-sniper team fires on and kills Crooks. As shots ring out, Trump drops behind his podium. Secret Service agents form a protective shield around him. Then, in what would become an iconic moment, Trump rises with blood on his face and ear, pumping his fist in the air and shouting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" as agents escort him off stage. From the first shot to neutralization of the shooter, approximately 16 seconds. But the planning failures that made those 16 seconds possible took hours, days, and weeks to develop. Table timeline of the attack. Time, event, significance. 6:05 p.m. Trump begins speaking. Crowd is focused on the stage. 6 p.m. Crooks reaches firing position. Multiple bystanders apothegm. 8 p.m. Someone's on the roof. Radio call. Failed communication protocols. 11 p.m. Crooks fires rounds. Trump wounded. 1 killed. 2 critically injured. Reste 4 secondes. Zalipois hit Crooks rife. Prévent dictionnel saute. Plus 16 seconds. Secret Service kills Crooks. Immediate threat neutralized. The shooter, who was Thomas Matthew Crooks. Perhaps the most lingering question of all. Who was Thomas Matthew Crooks? And why did he do it? Thomas Matthew Crooks, as a 20-year-old from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, being about an hour's drive from the rally site, he had no criminal record. He purchased his rifle legally from his father. He worked as a dietary aide at a nursing home, with former co-workers describing him as quiet but not overtly political. In the days before the attack, Crooks took specific steps that suggest careful planning. On July 7, he visited the rally site for 20 minutes after registering to attend. On July 12, he visited a shooting range to practice with his rifle. On July 13, he bought a 5-foot ladder before driving to the site, then left to purchase 50 rounds of ammunition before returning. Around 3:50 p.m., he flew a drone for 11 minutes, surveying the scene behind his eventual firing portion. Perhaps most chillingly, law enforcement had multiple encounters with Crooks before the shooting. At 4:26 p.m., a local law enforcement counter-sniper, ending his shift, spotted Crook around the AG International building and texted colleagues about him. At 5:14 p.m., another counter-sniper photographed Crooks scoping out the rooftop and carrying an old Angfinna. Officers went outside to find him, but Crooks ran from his position and evaded search by 4 police officers. Despite being spotted by law enforcement more than minutes before the shooting, and again 20-30 minutes before, Crooks wasn't apprehended. Multiple local officers identified him as suspicious near the event's magnetometer weapon detectors and expressed their suspicions over the radio. The Secret Service was informed at some point, but no action was taken. The FBI investigation concluded Crooks acted alone, left behind no manifesto, no clear ideological statements, and his social media showed no overt political extremism. This absence of motive has created a vacuum, one that has been filled with speculation and conspiracy theories. The security failures how this could happen. The assassination attempt represented what multiple investigators called multiple, unacceptable failures in planning and execution. Let's break down the key security breakdowns. Failure 1. The unsecured roof. The building Crooks fired from had a clear line of sight to the stage and was left unguarded. Supervisors need large farm equipment to block the view, but when those weren't placed, nobody communicated this up the chain of command. Failure 2. Communication silos. Instead of one unified command post, there were 2 separate command centers. Communications were described chaotic mixture of radio, cell phone, text, and email. Critical information about a suspicious person on the roof didn't reach all necessary personnel. Failure 3. Resource denials. A Senate committee found the Secret Service denied multiple requests for additional staff, assets, and reset protection for President Trump during the campaign, including at least 2 requests specifically for the Butler rally. The former director denied this, creating conflicting accounts. Failure 4. Spotting but not stopping law enforcement. Spotted Crooks more than 90 minutes before the shooting, photographed him 57 minutes, and searched for him 20-30 minutes before. But he evaded capture and made it to the roof undetected. In the aftermath, IS Secret Service agents were suspended for 10 to 42 days without pay. Their positions ranged from supervisory to line level. The former director, Kimberly Cheadle, resigned 10 days after the shooting, but many question whether these disciplinary actions were sufficient for such catastrophic failures. Perhaps most startling, just 9 weeks after the Butler shooting, another would-be assassin, camped in shrubbery outside Trump's golf course in Palm Beach, Florida, before being spotted and shot at by a Secret Service agent. This second close call suggested systemic problems rather than a one-time failure. Hey everyone, it's Nene here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you Consequential events, competing narratives emerge. Let's examine 5 prevailing theories about the assassination attempt, separate from speculation. Theory 1. The Lone Wolf. The official FBI conclusion is that Koss acted alone, a disturbed individual without clear ideological motives. Supporters of this theory point to the absence of communication suggesting collaborators, his apolitical social media presence, and the carefully planned but independent nature of his actions. This theory aligns with patterns of other lone wolf attackers who planned meticulously but shared little about their motives. The fact that was killed at the scene means we may never fully understand what drove him, leaving this the simplest but perhaps least satisfying explanation. Theory 2. The political martyrdom narrative. Some comments suggest that the assassination attempt, regardless of Crooks's actual motives, it was inevitably politicized. Trump's immediate use, raising his fist and shouting, "Fight," created a powerful image of resilience. His subsequent statements about God intervening to save him reinforced his narrative of divine favor and political martyrdom. This theory posits that the shooting, however tragic, ultimately strengthened Trump's campaign by solidifying his supporters' loyalty and our powerful imagery. The fight slogan and bloodied face photo became ubiquitous at subsequent rallies and campaign merchandise. Theory 3. The security complacency theory. This theory suggests the Secret Service suffered from institutional complacency. Despite specific threats, including intelligence about Iranian assassination plots, the agency failed to adapt security protocols for the heightened political polarization and specific threats of the 2024 election cycle. Proponents of this theory point to the Senate report that found the agency denied multiple requests for additional resources. They also did not second assassination attempt weeks later as evidence of systemic issues, rather than a one-time failure. Theory 4. The conspiracy theories. In the absence of clear motives, conspiracy theories flourished online. Some claimed Crooks was part of a larger plot, pointing to his ability to evade security despite being spotted. Others suggested the shooting was staged, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. The most widespread conspiracy theory claimed the shooting was a false flag operation designed to generate a sympathy for Trump. These spread rapidly on social media, despite being debunked by law enforcement investigations and the extensive evidence of real injuries and death. The persistence of these theories highlights how deeply polarized the American public had become, with many people rejecting official NARU regardless of evidence. Theory 5. The institutional failure theory. This theory suggests that no single person or decision caused the security breakdown, but rather a cascade of smaller failures across multiple agencies. The building wasn't secured because assumed that barriers weren't in place. Communications failed because too many systems were used. Crooks was spotted but not stopped because of coordination gaps between local and federal law enforcement. This theory is perhaps the most troubling because it suggests that even with competent individuals doing their jobs reasonably well, system vulnerabilities can create catastrophic outcomes. Fixing these problems requires more than disciplining a few agents. It demands institutional reform. The aftermath, changes, and consequences. The assassination attempt had immediate and lasting consequences for American politics, security protocols, and public discourse. Politically, the event transformed the 2024 election. Just days after the shooting, Trump named J.D. Vance as his running mate at the Republican National Convention, where Trump appeared triumphantly with a bandaged ear. Then, President Joe Biden withdrew from the race the following Sunday, citing his disastrous June debate performance and the changed political landscape. The Secret Service implemented significant reforms under new director Sean Curran, whom Trump appointed after the shooting. The agency area, a new aviation division to oversee drones, purchased armored ATVs for golf course security, and updated procedures for documenting line-of-sight concerns and coordinating with local law enforcement. Trump himself was visibly affected by the attempt on his life. He frequently recounted the details of July 13 in speeches, often noting thanking to look at a border statistics chart probably saved my life. He began using a bulletproof glass at outdoor events, a practice that continues to this day. For the victims and their families, the aftermath was personal and painful. Corey Comparator, the 50-year-old firefighter who was killed, was remembered as a hero who shielded his family from gunfire. His widow, Helen, expressed frustration with the security failures. Why was that such a failure? Why weren't they paying attention? A year later, many questions remain unanswered. The motivations of Thomas Matthew Crooks are still unclear. Accountability for security failures has been limited to suspensions rather than prosecutions, and the political divisions that may have contributed to the violence have only deepened. Conclusion. Unanswered questions. As we conclude our investigation into the Butler assassination attempt, we're left with more questions than answers, the mark of a true mystery. First, what motivated Thomas Matthew Crooks? Without a manifesto or clear ideological statements, we may never understand what drove a 20-year-old with no criminal record to attempt a political assassination. Second, why were so many security protocols violated or ignored? Multiple law enforcement officers spotted Crooks before the shooting, but Zion was taken. The building with clear night lines was left unguarded. Communications broke down between agencies. Third, would more severe accountability prevent future failures? With only 6 agents receiving suspensions, none criminal charges, some wind, the response matches the severity of the failure. Fourth, how has this event changed American politics forever? The image of a bloody Trump raising his fist has become iconic, cementing perception among supporters as a resilient fighter while deepening political divisions. Finally, could this happen again? Despite reforms, the second assassination attempt weeks later suggests systemic problems that may not be resolved. What we do know is this. On July 13, 2024, multiple systems failed. A young man became violent in ways we still don't understand. A presiding judge was wounded. A bystander was killed. And a nation's sense of security was shattered. The story of Butler isn't just about what happened. It's about what happens next. How we respond to violence. How we hold power accountable. And how we seek truth in an era. This has been Criminal Files. If you have information about this case or want to share your thoughts, reach out to us on social media. Subscribe for more investigations into the mysteries that shape our world. Table key figures in the Butler assassination attempt. Person role significance. Thomas Matthew Crooks, a 20-year-old shooter who fired shots from the rooftop. Donald Trump target former president wounded in Shore. Pori Comparator victim firefighter killed while shielding his family. Kimberly Chettle, former Secret Service director, resigned 10 days after the shooting. Sean Curran, the current Secret Service director appointed by Trump after the shooting. Aaron Zalaponi, Butler County Emergency Service, sought Crooks's rile, preventing more shots.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Annabelle. Today, on Criminal Files, it's a date that is burned into a collective memory of our generation. A day that changed everything. September 11th, 2001. We all know the story. 19 hijackers, Al Qadiyah, 4 planes. The Twin Towers fell to fire and impact damage. The Pentagon, Flight 93. A tragedy born from intelligence failures and a devastating, but relatively simple, terrorist plot. For over 2 years, that story has been picked apart, analysed, and challenged by architects, physicists, pilots, and intelligence experts. They point to anomalies and unanswered questions, to evidence that seems just off. We're not just remembering 9/11, we're investigating it. We're diving into the darkest, most persistent theories that suggest the truth of that day is far more complex and far more sinister than we have ever been told. This is the 9/11 episode. You won't see anything else anywhere, so strap in. Let's start with the very core of this event, the collapse of the Twin Towers. The official report from the National Institute of Standard and Technology, the NIST report, concludes that the impacts of the plane severed critical columns, but more importantly, The ensuing jet fuel fires weakened the structure, steel floors, and columns to a point of failure. Essentially, the heat made the steel soft, and the upper floors pancaked down onto the lower ones. Seems plausible, right? We all saw the incredible fires, but almost immediately, a group of architects and engineers, over 3,000 of them now, formed Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. And they say that the physics just don't add up. Their argument rests on a few key points. First, free-fall acceleration. Watch that. For a building to collapse primarily due to gravity, the resistance of the intact lower floors must slow the descent. It's basic physics. But these buildings didn't just fall. They imploded, collapsing virtually symmetrically, straight down, at nearly the same speed as a bowling ball dropped from the roof. As physicist Dr. Stephen Jones put it, the measured collapse time is almost identical to the time of an object would take to fall from the roof of the ground in a vacuum. Where was the resistance? The official explanation says that the falling mass was so immense it simply overwhelmed any resistance. But skeptics argue that this is physically impossible without the resistance being simultaneously removed. Which brings us to point 2, the forensics evidence. For weeks after 9/11, rescue workers and reporters reported seeing pools of molten metal in the basement of the towers. Steel meets at around 2,750 degrees Fahrenheit. Jet fuel burns, which are primarily hydrocarbon. They burn hot, but they're inefficient in open air. They typically max out at 1,800 Fahrenheit. So how did these pools of liquid steel form? Theory 1. A high temperate incendiary material was already in the building, and that material is thermite. Or more specifically, it is a more powerful cousin, nanothermite. Thermite is a mixture of aluminum and iron oxide powder. When ignited, it creates a violent, ultra-hot, over 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit reaction that can cut through steel like a hot knife through butter. It is used in controlled demolitions and by the military to disable artillery. The claim is that these pre-planted thermite charges were strategically placed on key structural columns, and they were used to slice through the building's skeleton at precisely the same time, enabling that free-fall collapse. And the evidence? In 2009, a group of researchers, including Dr. Jones, published a paper in the Open Chemical Physics Journal. They claimed to have found active thermite material in multiple samples of dust collected from around the World Trade Center site after the collapses. Not just residue, but unreacted red/grey clipped chips that would initiate in a lab, producing that same ultra-hot, iron-rich droplets. The implications of this are massive. If true, it means that the collapse wasn't just an accident of fire. They were a planned, controlled demolition. And that changes everything about who is responsible. But the anomalies don't just stop with the Twin Towers. In fact, the most bizarre collapse of the day was the third building that most people don't even remember. The World Trade Center, a 47-story skyscraper. It was not hit by a plane. It suffered limited fires, mostly on a few floors. And yet, at 5:20 in the afternoon, it collapsed perfectly into its own footprint. The official report? Fires. Again. But for years, this was the single biggest red flag for researchers. Why? Because it looks, sounds, and behaves exactly like a classic controlled demolition. Listen to the audio. Those sounds are textbook demolition charges. Symmetrical collapse. Freefall speed over 2 seconds of its descent, meaning zero structural resistance. Even the BBC famously reported the building's collapse over 20 minutes before it actually fell. James Stanley said, and indeed, we have an unconfirmed report this afternoon that the Salmon Brothers building, number 7, the building behind me, has also collapsed. How did they know? The official explanation is chaos and miscommunication. The theory? Because it was part of the plan. The demolition was scheduled, and someone in the news chain had the schedule. So why would anyone demolish the World Trade Center? The theory goes that it housed critical offices for the CIA, the SEC, and the other government agencies. It was, in effect, the command center for the financial world. Could evidence have been destroyed? Was it a way to cover other tracks? The questions are dizzying. But if the buildings were brought down by insiders, then what about the planes themselves? That leads us to our next theory, one that challenges the very footage we all saw. Theory 2, the no plane theory, and remote control. This is the most extreme theory, and it's often used to discredit all 9/11 skeptics by association. But its origins are worth examining. Proponents point to the bizarre way the plane seemed to morph into the building. They claim the aircraft doesn't look solid, that it's a computer-generated image or a hologram, and that a missile was actually fired to create the explosion. Mainstream debunkers, like the team at Popular Mechanics, have explained that this simple artifact of a low-resolution interlaced video trying to capture a fast-moving object. It's a compression glitch, not evidence of fakery. And of course, there's the overwhelming evidence of plane debris, passenger remains, and thousands of eyewitnesses who saw a commercial airliner. This theory is widely considered debunked. However, a more credible sub-theory is that there were no planes, but that the planes were not under control by the hijackers. This is the remote control theory. The official story says that
Hey everyone, it's Nene here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode.
Jackers, using only small box cutters, overcame the crew and passengers and manually flew the planes into their targets. But flying a large commercial jet, especially the precise high-speed descent into the first tower, is not easy. Could a novice pilot simply have accomplished this? This theory suggests that the planes were hijacked electronically. A system called Home Run has been discussed in aviation circles for decades. A system that would allow control to take remote command of a commercial aircraft in the event of an emergency. Was this technology co-opted? Was it used on 9/11 to ensure the planes hit their target with pinpoint accuracy, regardless of the skill of the men in the cockpit? It's a theory that's nearly impossible to prove, but it addresses the question of almost impossible flying skill that was displayed that day. And then, there's the Pentagon. Theory 3. What hit the Pentagon? The official story, American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 757, was flown by hijacker Hayden Hanson into the western facade of the Pentagon. But the evidence of that scene has sparked questions for 20 years. In point 1, the hole. The entry hole in the Pentagon's reinforced concrete walls is Critics argue too small. A Boeing 575 has a 1.5-foot wingspan and a tail over 40 feet tall. The hole that appears is no more than 75 feet across. So where are the wings? Where is the tail? The official explanation is that the wings were folded back on impact, and the fuselage telescoped inwards. But skeptics find this unsatisfying. Point 2. The debris. Where is it? There was no large, recognizable piece of a plane engine, landing gear, or fuselage at the iconic photos. The lawn is mostly scorched, but relatively clear. Compare this to the field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where a much smaller plane, Flight 93, left a massive crater and debris scattered over miles. Point 3. The video. The Pentagon is one of the most heavily surveillanced buildings on this planet, yet only a few frames of security camera footage was ever released by the FBI, and they show little more than a blur. Why not release all the footage to settle the questions? The FBI says it's to avoid compromising security. But theorists say it's because the footage doesn't show a plane. So if it wasn't Flight 77, what was it? Theories range from a small business jet to a cruise missile to a drone plane. The most common claim is that Flight 77 was shot down or landed somewhere else, and the Pentagon was hit by a missile created a justification for war. Donald Rumsfeld said, "The topic today is an adversary that poses a threat, a serious threat, to the security of the United States. This adversary is one of the largest bastions of central planning. It is the Pentagon bureaucracy." And here's a chilling piece of context. On September 10th, 2001, the day before the attacks, Secretary Rumsfeld held a press conference declaring war on the Pentagon bureaucracy. He announced that 2.3 trillion with a T, was missing from the Pentagon's books and could not be accounted for. Which offices in the Pentagon were hit? The Western Wedge, which nationally housed the Naval Command Center, and crucially, the office of the DoD Financial Comptroller. The very people who are trying to track down that missing money. Coincidence? Or the reason that wing was targeted? Which brings us to our most cold-blooded theory of all. The idea that people in positions of power not only allowed this to happen, but actively orchestrated it for a desired outcome. This is the inside job. Within this umbrella theory, there are two main camps. LIHOP, let it happen on purpose. This theory posits that various intelligence agencies, like the CIA, FBI, and NSA, had specific and credible intelligence about the impending attacks, but were deliberately ordered to stand down, to let the atrocity occur. Why? To create a new Pearl Harbor, a catalyzing event that would shock the American public into supporting a new radical agenda, the war on terror, the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq, the Patriot Act, and a massive expansion on domestic surveillance. And then there's theory 2. MIHOP, make it happen on purpose. This is the darker, more direct theory. It suggests that elements within the US government, or a hidden cabal, actively planned and executed the attacks, using pasties like Mohammed Atat and his team to take the blame. This theory often points to the demolition evidence, the remote control idea, and the Pentagon mystery as proof of direct inside involvement. And then there's the financial evidence that always comes up. In the week before 9/11, there was a massive unprecedented spike in put options purchased on the stock of United and American Airlines. prices would plummet. There was also a suspicious number of put-on companies located in the World Trade Center, and on the reinsurance companies that would have to pay out the claims of the disaster. The 9/11 Commission called these trades unusual, but ultimately concluded that they were not connected to the hijackers and likely made by people with no foreknowledge. But the sheer volume of these trades, which would have netted someone hundreds of millions of dollars, remained a huge red flag for insider knowledge. So, where does this leave us? We're left with an official story that for many is full of holes. And we're left with a series of alternative theories that range from scientifically plausible to wildly speculative. It is more likely that a few terrorists with box cutters defeated the entire US military and intelligence apparatus in a single morning, causing 3 steel-framed skyscrapers to suffer completely, demolition like a collapse for the first time in history due to a fire? Or is it more likely that the elements of this attack saw a catastrophic attack as a necessary evil to achieve a much larger geopolitical goal? That they either let it happen on purpose or actively made it happen on purpose? The truth is, we may never know with 100% certainty. The crime scene was quickly cleaned up, and the steel was hastily recycled. Key evidence was destroyed. The official investigator was hamstrung by politics and limited access. But the question remains. They persist for a reason. They persist because the official story feels incomplete. They persist because the scale of the failure is so immense it strains belief. They persist because when you look at the events of that day, not as a standalone tragedy, but as a catalyst for 2 decades of war, surveillance, and geopolitical upheaval, it all feels a little too convenient. The greatest crime of the 21st century remains an open file. The victims, their families, and the world deserves answers that are clear, consistent, and complete. Until then, the investigation continues. What do you think? Let us know more in the comments below. And for more deep dives into history's greatest mysteries, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Sleeping Beauty. Today, on Criminal Files, we're pricking our finger on the thorny case of Elizabeth Bathory. We're going to separate the blood from the bloodlust, the facts from the folklore. Let's get into it. You know me. I'm familiar with the story about a noble woman from a forgotten era, a curse, and a narrative that has been spun for centuries. So trust me when I say, I know a fairy tale when I hear one. And the story of our subject today is one of the darkest fairy tales ever told. Countess Elizabeth Bathory, the Blood Countess, accused of torturing and murdering over 650 young women in the early 1600s. Her story is a cornerstone of true crime. It's got everything: a dark castle, whispers of witchcraft,
and the infamous, gory detail that she bathed in the blood of virgins to stay young forever. I mean, come on. That sounds less like a historical record and more like the plot of a heavy metal album. But for 400 years, we've accepted it. We've made her a monster. But what if she was also a victim? A victim of politics, of misogyny, and a cover-up so successful it's still putting people to sleep, believing the same old story. Well, I've had my fill up of long naps. It's time to wake up and investigate. First, we need to set the scene. It's the late 1500s. Hungary is in a battlefield, caught between the Holy Roman Empire to the west and the Ottoman Empire to the south. It is a place of constant war, violence, and immense power struggles. And into this world, Elizabeth Bathory was born in 1560. And she wasn't just any noble. The Bathory family were literally royalty. Her uncle was Stephen Bathory, the King of Poland, and the Grand Duke of Lithuania. She was educated and fluent in multiple languages, which was rare for a woman at the time. And she was married off at 15 to a powerful military figure, Ferenc Nasady. Ferenc was known as the Black Knight of Hungary for his brutal tactics against the Ottomans. By all accounts, this was a power couple. While Ferenc was off at war, Elizabeth was left to manage her vast estates, a small empire of castles, land, and villages. She was essentially a CEO, a judge, and a banker rolled into one. She was a formidable woman in a world that was deeply terrified of formidable women. Now this is where the official story begins. After Ferenc's death in 1604, the rumours started. Whispers from her estate, from the village of Kachitz, where her favourite castle stood. Whispers of missing young peasant girls. Whispers of cruelty, of torture, of dark practices within the castle walls. These stories are graphic. I'm going to give you a quick content warning here. The alleged methods include beating, burning, freezing, starvation, and needle torture. According to the testimonies later gathered, her inner circle of servants helped her lure young peasant girls and serving women for these brutal sessions. But the big one, the detail that launched 1,000 Gothic novels, is the bloodbath. The story goes that a young servant girl accidentally pulled Elizabeth's hair while brushing it. Elizabeth struck her so hard she drew blood, which spattered on Elizabeth's hand. Later, Elizabeth believed that the skin under the blood spot looked younger and more vibrant, and thus the quest for eternal youth by virgin's blood was born. It's a perfect, morbidly poetic origin story. But is it true? Or is it just too perfect? This is where the cause gets hazy, and where I start to get suspicious. Because in 1610, things come to a head. King Mathis II of Hungary, who owned the Bathory family a ton of money, sent his palatine, Gorgi Thurzo, to investigate. Thurzo moved fast. He conducted a quick investigation, collecting testimonies from hundreds of witnesses. Though it was worth noting, these were mostly from people who were her subordinates or enemies. And then, in a midnight raid on December 29th, 1610, he stormed the castle. The legend says he caught Elizabeth Bathory in the act, covered in blood, mid-torture. The official report is a little less dramatic. It says they found one girl dead and one girl dying. But they did find enough evidence and enough terrified witnesses to arrest her and her accomplices. But here's the first weird part. Elizabeth Bathory, a countess, a woman of immense stature,
was formally never tried, but her servants were, and they were brutally executed after being tortured into giving confessions. One was burned at the stake, another was beheaded, another had her fingers torn off before execution. Standard, cheerful 17th century stuff. But Elizabeth? She was simply walled up in a set of rooms in her own castle. No windows, just small slits for her food to be passed through. She lived like that for 4 years, until she died in 1614. But why no public trial for the main event? The biggest serial killer ever. Why hide her away? The official reason was that they were to execute a noble woman of her stature, would bring shame upon the atrocity. But I'm not buying it. That's the weak tea of excuse. When a story doesn't add up, you have to look for the motive. And that's where the theories come in. Theory 1. The monster. Let's start with the official story. Theory 1. She was exactly what they said she was. A sadistic serial killer. The evidence for this is the mountain of testimonies. Over 300 witnesses described the atrocities. The diaries, allegedly kept by Elizabeth herself, listing the names of over 650 victims. The stories are consistent and horrifying. Proponents of this theory argue that her birth, her privilege, and the constant violence of her era. Her husband was a famously cruel warrior, after all, desensitized her. She saw peasants' girls as disposable, less than human, and merely tools for her amusement and quest for her eternal beauty. The blood bathing, they argue, could have been a twisted form of sympathetic magic. She believed in the power of blood. It's not that far-fetched for the time. This theory says that she wasn't tried was simply because the evidence was so overwhelming and that a trial would be messy and embarrassing for the family. They contain the problem and move on. It's a clean, simple, and terrifying theory. But is it too clean? The number 650 is astronomical. There's a rating of killing that would be logistically insane to maintain for years without everyone in a 100-mile radius knowing about it. And the bloodbath? The science is nonsense. Blood coagulates. It doesn't work as a skincare serum. It's a detail that just feels like it was added to make her seem not just evil, but supernaturally evil. Demonic, one would say. Which in the 1600s was a very specific and useful accusation to level at a powerful woman.
Hey everyone, it's Nene here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode.
Which brings me to the theory I find a bit more compelling. Theory 2. Elizabeth Bathory was a victim of political assassination. Let's look at the facts. They don't always lead within the storybooks. Fact. Elizabeth was incredibly wealthy. Fact. Her husband, Ferenc, had loaned a massive sum of money to the crown, the King Matthewson himself. Fact. When a nobleman died, his wealth passed on to his widow. Fact. If that widow was found guilty of crimes against God and man, her wealth could be seized by the crown, and that would mean the debt would be wiped clean. Do you see it? The motive is right there. King Matthewson was in deep debt to a dead man's estate, an estate controlled by a formidable politically connected and independent woman who had no intention of letting that debt slide. But how do you take down a woman that powerful? You can't just accuse her of stealing. You need something bigger. You need something that turns everyone against her. You need to make her a monster. So you send your man, Thurzo. You collect testimonies. In a time of immense class strife, it wasn't hard to find peasants willing to testify against a cruel noble, especially if there's any truth to the rumours of her harshness. You torture her servants until they confess to anything. You fabricate a sensational story about bloodbaths, a story so shocking it overshadows everything. You create a legend, and in doing so, you achieve these three things. You erase your massive debt, you seize all of her land and wealth, and lastly, you remove a powerful, autonomous woman from the chessboard. It's a perfect win. The bloodbath story isn't just a horror detail. It's a strategic piece of propaganda. It dehumanizes her so completely that no one would ever question her punishment or feel sympathy. It's much easier to wall up a demon than it is to execute a sophisticated businesswoman you owe money to. This theory explains the lack of a trial. A trial would have given her a platform. It would have allowed her to defend herself, to call witnesses, and to perhaps reveal the truth about the king's finances. They couldn't risk it. So, they presented a fair accomplice. The monster has been captured and contained. The problem solved. Now, about that deed to the castle. Theory 3. The complicity. But maybe the truth isn't so black and white. Maybe it's a deep, deep red shade. Theory 3. The kernel of truth theory. This theory posts that Elizabeth Bathory was almost certainly a harsh and cruel noblewoman. Life was cheap, especially lives of peasants. She likely punished her servants brutally, that they were tragically not uncommon for the era. Perhaps girls did die under her care due to abuse or neglect. The rumours started because of this. The stories began to circulate, and her political enemies, and there were many, saw an opportunity. They took those kernels of truth, those terrible rumours of a cruel mistress, and they amplified them. They weaponized them. They added the satanic elements, the bloodbaths, the astronomical numbers, turning a brutal noble into a heroic fiend to ensure her complete and total destruction. In this theory, she wasn't an innocent angel, but she also wasn't the vampire demon of the legend. She was a product of her violent, cruel time, who was then used as a pawn in a much larger game by the men around her. They didn't create the monster from nothing. They took a real, flawed, and dangerous person and turned her into a myth to serve their purposes. So which theory holds water? Let's look at the evidence. The biggest piece of evidence for the political theory is the debt. It's a historical fact. The king owed her money, and a lot of it. And after she was walled up, he didn't have to pay it back. That's not circumstantial. That's motive. Secondly, the diary of 650 victims. No one has actually ever seen this diary. It's always referred to in second-hand accounts. Many historians believe it likely wasn't a murder tally, but a list of servants, perhaps with notes on disciplinary actions. It was reinterpreted by her accusers. Third, the bloodbath. The first time this specific accusation appears in writing is decades after her death. It's not in the original accusations from Thurzo. It seems to be added later, which reeks of a legend growing in the telling. And finally, the context. This was the peak of the European witch trials, accusing powerful, independent women of consorting with the devil was a textbook way to discredit and destroy her. The pattern fits perfectly. The evidence for the she was a monster theory is the sheer volume of testimony. You can't just ignore 300 witnesses. But were they coerced? Were they telling Thurzo what he wanted to hear? Were they angry peasants exaggerating the cruelties of their lord? It's entirely possible. So what's the verdict? After being asleep to the nuances of this story for so long, what do I, Sleeping Beauty, think? I think Elizabeth Bathory was almost certainly a cruel woman. The times demanded it. But I don't believe for a second she killed 650 people. The logistics are impossible. I absolutely do not believe she bathed in blood. The detail is folklore, designed to make her myth instead of a person. I believe theory 2 is most likely. The political assassination. The motive is too clear, and the outcome is too convenient. The king got rich, and a powerful woman was neutralized, and a terrible story was created to hide the boring, greedy truth. The real horror isn't a countess in blood-soaked tub. It's the cynical, calculated use of power to destroy a life, the money, and the land. They needed a monster, so they made one. They took a woman and turned her into a fairy tale, the worst kind. A warning to any other woman who might get too powerful, too independent, too difficult. And they were so good at it that 400 years later, we're still telling their story. We're still whispering about the Blood Countess, while the names of the men who orchestrated her real downfall are footnotes. They are the real monsters of this story. They're the ones who truly understood the power of the curse. Elizabeth Bathory wasn't tried because she was guilty. She was ruled up because she was inconvenient. And the history, written by the winners, did the rest. So next time you hear her story, the story of a woman who bathed in blood to stay young, remember this. Every fairy tale has a purpose. Sometimes the purpose is to entertain. Sometimes it's to teach a lesson. And sometimes it's to make sure the truth sleeps forever. I'm Sleeping Beauty, and this has been Criminal Files.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive deep into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Araga, and welcome to the Season 1 finale of Criminal Files. This isn't just another case. This is one they'll be talking about for decades. It's a story about audacity on an unimaginable scale. It's also about a plot that feels less like a crime and more like an invasion. For our finale, we're not looking at a file. We're dissecting a systemic event that ripped through South Korea and sent shockwaves around the world. We're talking about the discovery of 1,157 kilograms of pure, uncut cocaine. A number so big it becomes abstract. Let's make it real. That's the weight of a full-grown male giraffe. It's the weight of a small car. It is, quite literally, a ton of cocaine. With the potential street value soaring past 1.2 million US dollars, that was not a shipment, it was a statement. It was one of the largest narcotic seizures in Korean history by a factor of 6, shattering every single record and every assumption about the drug trade in a country known for its iron-fisted laws and impeccable order. This operation had everything. International cartels, a symbol straight out of a comic book, a disguise so simple it was genius, a globe-spanning investigation, and a mystery that remains unsolved. This is the Itchen Port cocaine smuggling case. We're going to walk through every step, from the jungles of South America to the docks of Itchen. We'll meet the key players, understand the methods, and deep dive into 3 prevailing theories about who could possibly be behind this. This is our finale, so let's get into it. To understand the impact of this bust, you first have to understand the context. South Korea is not a soft target. It's a fortress against narcotics. Possession of even a small amount of marijuana can land you in prison for years. So trafficking hard drugs? That's one way to a life sentence, or, in extreme cases, still technically, the death penalty. The cultural stigma is immense. The user base is tiny, almost exclusively among the ultra-wealthy and deeply hidden. The risk is astronomically high, which is what makes the shipment so brazen. It wasn't a cautious, small-scale test of the market. It was a D-Day level assault. And it all began with a whisper. The tip-off. The story starts not with a dramatic raid, but with a single piece of intelligence. Sometime in late September 2023, the Narcotics Investigation Unit of Itchen Customs Service received a tip. Now, the exact nature of this tip is one of the most closely guarded secrets of the investigation. Was it from an international partner like the DEA or Interpol, tracking the shipment from its origin? Was it from a rival cartel looking to sabotage the operation? Or was it within the smuggling network itself, a nervous insider looking for a deal or revenge? Whatever its source, it was specific. Incredibly specific. It didn't just say, there might be drugs coming in. It identified a vessel, a container number, and a point of origin, Shanghai, China. The container's bill of lading, its official manifest, listed its contents as dried yeast extract. This is our first clue to the sophistication of this operation. Yeast extract is a perfect cover. It's common. It's a legitimate, frequently imported food ingredient. Dense, smelly, its thick, paste-like consistency and overpowering rich odor are perfect for masking the physical bulk and any potential scent of the drugs from sniffer dogs. The strong smell is a feature, not a bug. Uninteresting nobody gives a second glance to a shipment of yeast extract. It's the perfect grey man of cargo. The container was located amongst thousands of its identical twins. The custom teams, led by veterans who had seen every trick in the book, moved in. The atmosphere was tense, but professional. They had tips before that led to nothing. They opened the doors. The smell of yeast hit them inside. Inside, stacked floor to ceiling, were unremarked stacks labelled as yeast extract. Everything looked legitimate. But then, they employed a classic tool, the core sampler. A long, hollow, spear-like probe that allows them to extract a sample from the very heart of the shipment, without having to unload the entire container. They drove in the probe into a deep sack, where they pulled it out. The sample wasn't dark, sticky, brown paste like they expected. It was white. Brilliant, unmistakably white. The field test kit confirmed it within seconds. Cocaine, not just trace amounts, but a core of the pure product. The mood in that port instantly shifted from routine inspection to a full-blown crime scene. What happened next was methodical and staggering. The container was sealed and moved under heavy guard to a secure customs facility. This is where the true scale of the discovery began to reveal itself. Team upon team of investigators suited in protective gear began the painstaking process of emptying the container. Stack by stack, they were cut open, and inside the dense, smelly yeast, they couldn't find a messy mixture. They found a meticulously engineered concealment. Hidden within the yeast were vacuum-sealed bricks, each wrapped in multiple layers of plastic, and crucially, carbon paper. This is a pro move. Carbon paper is specifically used to neutralize and absorb odors, making it incredibly difficult for drug detection dogs to sniff out the contraband. The bricks kept coming in, one after another. The pile on the floor grew and grew. It became almost unreal. The final count was finalized. 871 individual packages. The total weight? 1,157 kilograms. Now let's talk about purity. Street-level cocaine is always cut with fillers. Baking soda, lidocaine, levomisol, to increase volume and profit. Its purity might be between 20 and 60%. This shipment tested was over 90% pure. This product was basically straight from the source, barely touched. This wasn't a street-level dealer. This was for a kingpin. This was the mother lode. The evidence photos are cynical and shocking. The bricks are neatly stacked like lethal gold bars, and on nearly every single one of them, stamped in ink, is a symbol. This is the signature. In the narcotics world, these stamps are like corporate logos. They detonate origin, quality, and brand loyalty. They're a point of pride and territorial marker. Finding this stamp was like finding the suspect's fingerprint at a scene of the crime. It was our first real clue into the identity of the architects of this audacious plan. The news broke, and it didn't just make headlines. It caused national panic. The Korean public was stunned. Politicians were apathetic. How could this happen here? The very identity of Korea as an impenetrable fortress was under threat. The pressure on the investigators to find those responsible was immense. The hunt begins. A joint task force was formed immediately, pulling in the best from the Icheon Customs, the Korean National Police, and crucially, the National Intelligence Service, South Korea's equivalent of the CIA. This was now officially a national security incident. Their first stop was the paperwork. The container was received by a company called, let's say, XYZ Trading. A quick database search showed it was registered, but when investigators went to the listed address, they found nothing. It was a shell company, a ghost, a paper entity created solely for this one transaction, a dead end. So they turned into the digital and financial forensics. Who registered this company? Who paid for the shipping fees? The web of international finance is often the thread that unravels these schemes. Meanwhile, the T.G stamp that was sent to the intelligence agencies and drug enforcement partners worldwide. The question was burning. What does the crowned tiger belong to? This is where the case fractures into possibilities. This is where we introduce our theories. Theory 1. The cartel's gambit. The tiger share. The most straightforward theory points south, directly to the source. The cocaine originated in South America, almost certainly from the region known as the Cocaine Triangle, where Peru, Bolivia, and Colombia meet. The prime suspect, according to most analysts, is the Gulf Clan, one of the most powerful and ruthless drug cartels in the world, led from behind bars by the notorious Onatelli. But their typical branding isn't a tiger. Digging deeper, intelligence suggests TG could stand for the General's Troop, a specific highly violent armed wing within the Gulf Clan itself. The tiger could be a symbol for a specific commander known as El Tigera. The crown, a declaration of their dominance. The logic is sound, but the risk is almost suicidal. Why choose one of the hardest targets on the planet as your first major push, unless South Korea wasn't the target? Theory 2. The transit hub. The Seoul Gambit. What if Itchin was never the final destination? What if it was just a sophisticated layover? This is the transit theory. The cocaine's journey from South America to Shanghai and then to Itchin is a classic example of transshipment. You break the journey to confuse the paper trail. The ultimate targets are markets with more established, wealthier user bases, but equally vigilant customs, like Japan, Australia, or even Russia. The profit margins in Japan are astronomical. A gram of cocaine can sell for over $300. A kilo could fetch over $300,000. The entire shipment could be well worth over $300 million in the Japanese market. Why use South Korea?
Hey everyone, it's Nene here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode.
Why use South Korea? Precisely because it's not a known narcotics hub. Customs officially in Tokyo and Sydney are on high alert for shipments from known source countries. But a container that's been through South Korea? It might be treated with less scrutiny. It's a brilliant piece of misdirection. The Phantom Korean Company was just a mechanism to get the container off the ship and onto dry land. The plan was likely to let it sit in a bonded warehouse for over a few weeks to let any heat die down. Then, quietly move it into a secluded location, repackage it, and send it off via a fishing boat, private plane, or even disguised in smaller parcels through air freight. This theory paints a picture of a complex international partnership, and it still doesn't fully explain the staggering volume. And it doesn't explain why you would put a stamp of your product with any identifiable logo if your entire strategy is stealth. Which leads us to the most shadowy theory of all. Theory 3, the setup, the Phantom Conspiracy. The narcotics world is a brutal arena of corporate welfare. A bust this size is a strategic weapon. Let's re-examine that tip-off. It was a precise, timely, and accurate. What if it came from a rival cartel? Destroying over $1 billion worth of your competitor's product is a devastating financial blow. It's a declaration of war that can be critical to their operations and allow you to poach their clients and routes. In this scenario, the TG stamp is a frame-up. A rival group slaps their enemy's signature on the bricks before anonymously tipping off the authorities. The police get a historic win. The public is safe, and the rival cartel is blindsided. Their brand associated with the catastrophic failure, their network potentially exposed by the investigation. It's a masterpiece of strategic sabotage. There's another even darker inside job theory. What if someone within the struggling organization itself was an informant? The financial reward for a bust this size from a program like the DEA's Confidential Informant Fund could be tens of millions of dollars. Or perhaps it was a member facing imminent arrest or a deadly threat who sacrificed the entire shipment to bring down the organization from within to secure protection. This theory is the hardest to prove, but it's like the one that accounts for the sheer, almost theatrical audacity of the crime. It feels like a plot from a spy film. But while analytics theorized, the Joint Task Force was following very real, very tangible clues. The breakthrough. This became an international effort. The task force worked with the DEA, Interpol, and agencies across Asia and South America. They followed the money, the ship logs, the digital registrations of the shell company, and they found a name. Then another. The first was a Korean national in his 40s, Jeon. He was a man on the ground, a fall guy. He was the one who was registered, the Phantom Company trading company, handling the bureaucratic paperwork, and was designed to co-sign. His job was to get the container through customs into a secure location. The second was an alleged mastermind, a Chinese-Korean man in his 50s, identified only as Mr. Ahn. He was the international connector, the link to the suppliers, the financer. He was believed to be orchestrating the entire operation from the safety of China, far from Korean jurisdiction. When the news of the bust broke, both men vanished. Jean disappeared into China, and Ah was brought abroad, and he was untouchable. For weeks, the investigation stalled. They had the what, the where, and the how, but they didn't have the who. Then, on November 6, 2023, a major break. Through coordinated international police work and trafficking financial transactions, Korean authorities working with Philippine immigration officials located and apprehended Zhong. He had fled to a resort area in the Philippines, likely hoping to disappear into exile. He was extradited back to Seoul and thrown into intense interrogation. Facing the prospect of life in a Korean prison, he began to talk. He pointed the finger directly at Mr. Ahn, claiming he was just a hired hand, a logistical asset who was promised a large sum of money to handle the Korean end of the deal. He provided crucial details about the communication methods, encrypted apps, the financial arrangements, and the plan for the distribution. Based on this testimony, an arrest warrant was issued for Ahn. But he was, and remains, a ghost. He is believed to be in China, and extraditing a suspect from China on drug charges is a complex, often futile, diplomatic process. He is, for now, beyond reach. John's testimony also confirming a terrifying detail. The plan, according to him, was to distribute the drugs within South Korea. The transit theory began to seem less likely. This raised the most disturbing question of all. Why? Why would anyone try and dump over a ton of cocaine into a market that simply could not absorb it? Let's do the math again, but deeper. The estimated user base for cocaine in South Korea is minuscule, perhaps only 5,000 to 10,000 regular users. This shipment contained enough cocaine for over 10 million individual doses. The market would be instantly, catastrophically saturated. The street price would collapse from over 100,000 per kilo to a fraction of that. The economic logic makes zero sense for a simple sale. But what if the goal wasn't a simple sale? What if the goal was to weaponize the supply? To unleash a tidal wave of high purity, cheap cocaine onto the streets with the specific intent of creating an addiction epidemic? To create a market by creating addicts? It's a predatory long-term strategy that sacrifices short-term profit for long-term control. It is, frankly, a form of biological welfare. This suggests a level of ambition and patience that is terrifying. It suggests that people behind this were not just criminals, they were strategic thinkers playing a very, very long game. The fallout from this bust was immediate and profound. The port of Itchen went into a top-to-bottom security review. Screening procedures for certain types of cargo, especially from specific routes, were drastically intensified. Politicians passed out even harsher sentencing laws for drug trafficking. The physical evidence, the 1.157 kilograms of cocaine, was held as evidence until the investigation stabilized. And then it was systematically incinerated over a high-security government waste facility. Over $1 billion of potential misery went up in smoke. John Waite's trial, facing almost certain life imprisonment. The hunt for Mr. Aang continues, a slow, quiet, diplomatic dance. And the TG stamp? Through internationally intelligence sharing, authorities have reported identifying the specific Colombian criminal organization it belongs to, strongly leaning towards Theory 1. But the full report remains classified. The crown tiger remains as an enigmatic symbol, an almost successful but utterly atrocious crime. So where does that leave us? We have a kingpin hiding and a foot soldier in jail, a mountain of drugs destroyed, and a million unanswered questions. Was it a cartel's arrogant invasion that failed on the shores of a vigilant nation? Was it a sophisticated transit operation that was betrayed by a single precise tip-off? Or was it a calculated act of war between criminal empires using a national law enforcement as a weapon? The file on the Itchen cocaine seizure is officially closed, but the mystery remains wide open. It serves as a permanent reminder that in our globalized world, no nation is an island. The tides of crime and conflict can wash up on any shore, no matter how well defended. This case was more than a bust. It was a wake-up call. It was a case that changed the game. Thank you so much for joining me and my friends on this deep dive, and for this entire first season of Criminal Files. Your curiosity is what fuels this show. We read every comment, every theory, and I'm so grateful for this community of armchair detectives. This case, above all, proves that the truth is often stranger, darker, and more complex than any other fiction we could dream up. I'm Ariag. Until next time, remember, stay curious and stay safe.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
This is the police. Come out with your hands above your head. We have the place surrounded.
You, pull over. Pull over to the side. Pull over. Pull over now. Move your vehicle over.
This is the police. Come out with your hands above your head. We have the place surrounded. This is the police. Come out with your hands above your head.
If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Hey everyone, it's Nene here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Hanako. Today, by unraveling the most controversial serial killer, Ted Bundy. They say evil wears many faces, but in this case, it wore a turtleneck, drove a Volkswagen Beetle, and smiled like it was auditioning for a toothpaste commercial. Tonight, we delve into one of the most infamous serial killers in American history, a man who manipulated, murdered, and gaslit his way into legend. This is the story of Ted Bundy, and spoiler alert, he sucks. Origins of a sociopath. Let's roll the clock back. Before the headlines, before the blood, before the Beetle. Ted Bundy was born Theodore Robert Cowell on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont. A Sagittarius, which explains absolutely nothing, but it does mean he was charming, manipulative, and had commitment issues. Which, yeah, checks out. His mother, Eleanor Louise Cowell, was 22, unwed, and gave birth at a home for single mothers, which was kind of like a secret society for shame in the 1940s. To hide the scandal, Bundy was raised, believing his grandparents were his parents, and his mother was his sister. That's right, Bundy's origin story starts with a soap opera plot twist. This messed up start is often cited as a psychological cocktail for future sociopathy, shame, secrecy, and a hot fudge sundae of identity confusion. Add a pinch of possible abuse, and boom, serial killer starter pack. When Ted was 4, his sister took him to Tacoma, Washington, where she reclaimed her identity as his mom. She married a hospital cook named Johnny Bundy, giving Ted his famous last name. But Ted never bonded with him, probably because Johnny didn't come with a mirror. The college charmer who stalked it at night. Ted studied psychology. He volunteered at a suicide crisis hotline. He worked in politics. This guy was everywhere. To outsiders, he was charming, smart, and polite. He dressed well, used big words, and had a deep voice. People thought he was a future senator. Not a future strangler, but behind the scenes, he was stealing, peeping, following women, and cultivating fantasies darker than a Zack Snyder reboot. Then came Diane Edwards. She was elegant, brunette, upper class, everything Bundy wasn't. She broke up with him because he had no ambition. So what did Ted do? He got into law school, faked having his life together, and won her back only to dump her without warning as revenge. And then he began killing women who looked just like her. Red flag alert. Target's long dark hair, parted in the middle, lures, fake injuries, cast, crutches. Car beige foul way. Marks survived. Attacked in her basement apartment. Severe brain trauma. Bundy used a metal rod from her bed frame. February-June 1974. Multiple women disappear from Washington and Oregon. Linda Ann Healy, Donna Manson, Susan Rand Court, Roberta Parks, Brenda Ball. July 14, 1974. Double abduction Janice Ott and Denise Naslund from Lake Sammamish. Witnesses said a man in a sling asked for help loading a sailboat. This is when Bundy's mask starts to slip. Not because he gets sloppy, but because the number of victims is piling up so fast, it's impossible to hide. Eyewitnesses give a name, Ted. Interstate terror. By the fall of 1974, Bundy leaves Washington and heads to Utah while still attending law school. Women keep disappearing. Nancy Wilcox, Utah. Melissa Smith, Utah Police Chief's daughter. Laura Aim. Utah Deborah Kent. Utah Karen Campbell, Colorado. Julie Cunningham, Colorado. His methods evolve. He impersonates authority figures. He uses handcuffs. He starts decapitating victims and visiting the remains days later. A deeply disturbing detail only confirmed years later by Bundy himself. Yeah, this guy wasn't just a killer. He was a necrophile, a textbook psychopath. He didn't just end lives, he violated them beyond recognition. Captured, then escaped. Twice. Bundy was finally arrested in August 1975 in Salt Lake City after a routine traffic stop. His VW Beetle contained ski masks, handcuffs, and a crowbar. You know, just normal road trip gear. He was convicted of kidnapping Carol DeRanche, a survivor who fought him off. But before he could stand trial for murder, he escaped custody in 1977 by jumping out of a courthouse window. The guards were like, "Where'd he go?" And Ted was like, "Up, up, and away." He hid in the mountains for 6 days, got caught, was rejailed, and then, in December 1977, escaped again by crawling through a ceiling tile. He stole a car, fled to Florida, and went dark. The Florida Nightmare. January 15, 1978, Bundy broke into the Chi Omega house and brutally attacked 4 women, killing Lisa Levy and Margaret Bowman. He bit Lisa Levy's buttocks so hard that dental forensics later matched the bite mark to Bundy's crooked teeth. His own jaw was his undoing. Imagine getting taken down by your orthodontic history. Bundy struck again within weeks, kidnapping and murdering 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, his final victim. Trial of the century. In 1979, Ted Bundy stood trial for the Chi Omega murders. He represented himself. He cross-examined witnesses. He wore a beige suit and flirted with the press. He proposed to Carol Ann Boone in court. She accepted. They had a baby while he was on death row. I now pronounce you toxic and terrifying. You may kiss the sociopath. The jury wasn't buying it. Bundy was convicted and sentenced to death. And again in 1980 for the murder of Kimberly Leach. Death row, confessions, and infamy. Bundy spent nearly 10 years on death row, giving interviews, stalling appeals, and finally confessing to 30-plus murders. Though most believe the true number is far higher. He was executed on January 24, 1989, at Florida State Prison. People cheered outside. Some wore t-shirts reading, "Burn, Bundy, burn." Theories, Theory 1, Bundy killed over 100. Victims the FBI suspected Bundy's kill count may be in triple digits. He traveled extensively, often on Republican Party business, and stayed in areas that later reported disappearances. Could he have killed in California, Texas, Canada, with no digital tracking, no DNA database, and Ted playing peekaboo with police? We may never know. Theory 2, Bundy faked sanity. Bundy tried to play both insane and brilliant, but psychologists say he was stone-cold sane, just pathologically narcissistic and emotionally void. He chose evil, and he never regretted it. Theory 3, Bundy wanted to be caught. Some criminologists believe Bundy subconsciously wanted to be stopped. His sloppy Florida murders, reckless escapes, and sudden confessions hint that maybe, deep down, even he knew he was a monster. Then again, maybe he just finally ran out of people to fool. romanticized. Don't do that. He was not a rogue genius. He was not misunderstood. He was a predator who used manners as camouflage and cruelty as currency. What makes him terrifying isn't that he was inhuman, it's that he was just human enough. This case remains only in the sense that we'll never truly understand how someone so ordinary could commit such an extraordinary evil. I'm Hanako, and this has been Criminal Files. Stay safe, lock your doors, and never help a man with a cast load a sailboat into a beetle.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Hanaku-san, are you there? Hanaku-san, are you there? Hanaku-san, are you there? I'm Hikasu. And you there, thanks for watching. If you like the video, go ahead and give it a thumbs up. Subscribe for more awesome content and don't forget to leave a comment with your thoughts. See you next time.
有着黑猫，你望月光，空洞风自己留叶片，体面也開到我獨行，月光與水溫暖我心，人埋消失，陽光照耀踏上征程，看見那一步，夢想綻放，希望快不言無懼。勇敢前上，快不言無懼，勇敢前上，快不言無懼，勇敢前上，快不言無懼，勇敢前上。
Hanaku-san, are you there? Hanaku-san, are you there? Hanaku-san, are you there? I'm Hikasu. And you there, thanks for watching. If you like the video, go ahead and give it a thumbs up. Subscribe for more awesome content and don't forget to leave a comment with your thoughts. See you next time.
It's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. It's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
动放自己留叶片，体验野海多麼獨行，月光與水溫暖我心，人埋消散，陽光照耀踏上進程，向前那一步，夢想綻放，希望快不言無懼，勇敢前行。勇敢前行，快不言無懼，勇敢前行。
it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. Hey subscribers, it's EarthChan here. Thank you all for watching this video. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. It's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Pronti a partire? C'è un'emergenza. Nessun problema, chiamiamo la squadra. Se hai bisogno chiama noi. Corriamo veloci più che puoi. Marshall, Chase, Rocky e Rubble. Zoom e Sky è tutto a posto. Con Rider in testa andiamo via. L'avventura è già magia. Paw Patrol, arriviamo in un lampo noi. Nessun guaio è troppo grande, nessun cucciolo è troppo piccolo. Paw Patrol, sempre in azione siamo noi. Sirene accese, motori su, la missione inizia già qua giù. Salviamo tutti con il cuore.
It's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. It's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. It's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Previously on Death Reaper, Klaus Reaper, son of the Grim Reaper. I've never wanted an ordinary life, but fate gave him one far darker than he imagined. On his first day at Darkville High, Klaus struggles with loss after the death of his father, while navigating school bullies, new friendships, and a budding romance with Maya Whitemore. But secrets don't stay buried for long. The truth of Klaus's heritage soon pulls him into a war against the Dagda, Xavier Knight's monstrous alter ego who seeks to end the Reaper bloodline. Klaus learns of the deadly weakness that could kill him a solar eclipse and watches his father finally fall to Dagda's hand, leaving him with the heavy burden of legacy. His life became a war against monsters, aliens, and things that crawl from graves. He learned to lead, to love, to lose. Allies gather around him: loyal Dylan, fiery Helen, conflicted Harry Knight, and mysterious newcomers from across galaxies like Isaac Martin, the Shadow, and Princess A. Yet Klaus also faces betrayals, tangled romances, and battles against zombies, aliens, and creatures rising from the grave. With his father's scythe in hand, Klaus takes his first steps toward his destiny as the so-called Man of Darkness, destined not only to defend Darkville, but to protect worlds beyond. But victory comes at a price. Captured and imprisoned in Russia for months, Klaus is forced to rely on Dylan, Red Bomb Rocket, and his new team, Team Rider, to break him free. Though reunited with his friends, Klaus now carries the scars of war, the weight of his father's death, and the shadow of enemies still at large. His fingers trace the grooves in the floor. Not patterns, but names. The ones he must remember. Father, Maya, Dylan, Helen. His father's face, the light leaving his eyes as Dagda's blow landed, is the memory that plays on a loop behind his own. A legacy of death, passed from one generation to the next with a final, shuddering breath. Man of Darkness. The title is a shackle heavier than the iron on his wrists. Now, as Darkville teeters on the edge of chaos, Klaus must rise from grief and betrayal to face his greatest challenge yet. But so have his enemies. Darkville is waiting for you, and its hero is back. Death Reaper and the Pumpkin's Heir. Volume 1, Chapter 1. The Door to Another World. Darkville, 1955. The air in the dusty antique shop was thick with the scent of aged paper and ozone. Two figures stood in the dim light, their patience a tangible force. Edward Teach, a man whose very presence seemed to suck the warmth from the room, watched the door with hawk-like intensity. He's late. Edward's voice was a low rumble, like distant thunder. From the shadows, Xavier Knight emerged, his borrowed eyes glinting with a cold fire. He will come. The Soul Taker never fails to collect on a debt. As if summoned by the utterance of his name, the space between the bookshelves shimmered. A figure clad in tattered, ethereal robes materialized, holding a small, ornate box that pulsed with a malevolent, violet light. The temperature plummeted. "Hello, Klaus? Edward?" The Soul Taker hissed, his voice the sound of grinding tombstones. "Do you have it?" Edward demanded, his gaze fixed on the box. "The agreed price has been paid in full." The Soul Taker extended the box. "The Soul Destroy." Xavier's hand shot out, snatching the artifact. A predatory smile spread across his lips, lips that were not his own. Perfect. 4 months later, the Milky Way underground prison. Confinement. That was the only word for it. Klaus Reaper rattled the bars of his cell, his spirit screaming within a cage of flesh and bone that belonged to his greatest enemy. "Let me out of here! I need to speak with Dylan Jones and Gretchen English. Now!" he yelled, his voice echoing down the sterile, cold corridor. Agent Ed Butterman sighed, barely glancing up from his paperwork. "Give it a rest, Xavier. You're not talking to anyone. This is not a negotiation. My name is Klaus Reaper. Ask me something only I would know. Anything." Butterman approached the cell, his expression one of profound boredom. "Fine. Humor me. What was your favorite toy as a child?" "A stuffed animal. A puppy dressed as Santa Claus," Klaus said without a moment's hesitation, desperation clawing at his throat. "My father won it for me at a summer fair." Xavier could never know that. Butterman's bored expression vanished, replaced by shock. He stared at the face of Xavier Knight, seeing the frantic, honest terror in eyes that should have been filled with arrogance. "Klaus, my God, what have they done to you?" Before Klaus could answer, a terrifying sensation washed over him. The edges of the world began to blur, to fade like a photograph left in the sun. The very light seemed to be draining from the universe. "Agent, what's happening?" Klaus whispered, pressing against the cold bars as a wave of profound wrongness swept through him. Butterman stared at his own hands, watching as they seemed to become less solid. I don't know. A blinding, silent, white light consumed everything. The soul world. In a world of swirling, muted colors, Tanya English hugged her knees. A year. A year of silence, of isolation, of being a ghost among ghosts. I'm so alone, she whispered to the endless gray. Not anymore. The soul taker appeared before her, his form a solid anchor in the shifting haze. I require your assistance, Tanya. With what? The bodies of Klaus and Xavier. Your father's spirit is trapped within Klaus's form. The vessel is corrupted. Tanya's spectral form flickered with a surge of hope. My father. I'll help. Just tell me what to do. A grim smile was her only answer. Kyoto, Japan, 1955. The final bell rang at Sakuragaoka High, releasing a flood of students into the sun-drenched courtyard. At the center of the cheerful chaos was Akemi Yokoyama, the undisputed captain of the cheer squad, her smile as bright as her uniform. She twirled, her pleated skirt flaring. Well, Mary, am I pretty? She asked, her voice a confident melody. Her friend, the quieter Mary Worth, nodded with a gentle smile. Of course you are, Akemi. The prettiest. Akemi's smile turned sharp, a glint of something dark and unspoken in her eyes. Good. Remember that. I won't kill you when I'm reborn into my true power. Mary simply nodded again, used to her friend's strange pronouncements. Oh, okay then. The two girls walked home, one basking in the adoration of the present, the other already dreaming of a terrifying future. The Farm of Silence. Outside Darkville, dawn broke over the hills. The Parker family's farm looked idyllic at first glance, its fields green and its wooden fences warm beneath the rising sun. But within the farmhouse, a boy's life was far from peace. Douglas Parker crouched among his rabbits, whispering gently as he scattered feed. Good morning, my pets. Eat well today. The soft sounds of nibbling were broken by footsteps. Tom Edwards approached, his eyes worried. Douglas, Tom said quietly. Are your parents still? Douglas kept his eyes on the rabbits. His voice was flat, but the weight behind it was unbearable. Yes? Tom's fists clenched. That's wrong. That's not how parents should be. Douglas let out a bitter laugh, though no smile reached his face. I know, right? The rabbits rustled around them, unaware of the storm that brewed inside the boy's heart. The Rider Cave. October 2015. The time vortex spat out two figures. The brown cat shook cosmic dust from her fur, while Karai Manson slammed her fist on the console. Nothing! He wasn't in Egypt, he wasn't in Rome. It's like he's been erased, she snarled. Dylan Jones ran a hand through his hair, his face etched with worry. 6 months! He's been gone for 6 months. Where do we look now? We look to the past, Karai stated, her eyes alight with a new idea. Our allies scattered across time. One of them must have seen something. Gretchen English frowned. A fine idea, but how do we get a message across decades? Dylan's eyes met Karai's, a name passing between them in a single glance. We know someone who can. Harley Argent. Dragon Cafe, 2015. Harley Argent closed her diary, the entry unfinished. The words, I hope he is okay, felt hollow after so many months. Harley! She looked up to see Dylan rushing into the cafe, urgency in every step. Dylan, what's wrong? It's Klaus. He's missing. We think it's bad. We need your help to find him. Harley didn't hesitate. She closed the diary with a definitive snap. Tell me what you need. I'm in. In the past October 1955, Xavier Knight, finally restored to his own body, held the soul destroy. He felt its power, a cold hunger that mirrored his own. I despise the Reaper family, he spat. Ted Reaper stole the woman I loved. He took Kate Hart from me. Edward Teach watched his master. And this artifact will rectify that? This will do more than rectify it, Xavier chuckled. By erasing Ted Reaper from existence, I will unravel the very future he spawns. A world without superheroes, without comic books, without hope. He turned, the soul destroy glowing. Now, it's time to rewrite history. Outside a modest home, Kate Hart fidgeted on the porch. Ted Reaper answered her knock, his smile warm. Kate, is everything all right? Ted, I need to tell you something. A cold voice cut through the evening air. Ted? They turned. Xavier stood there, his expression one of pure triumph. Xavier, what are you talking about, my son? A story for no time at all. Are you ready to die? Xavier, don't! Kate screamed, stepping between them. I have to. Xavier raised the soul destroy. Goodbye, Ted Reaper, forever. A beam of violet energy struck Ted. His body dissolved into motes of ash. Kate fell to her knees, a wail of utter despair tearing from her throat. Xavier lowered the weapon. My work here is done. And as he walked away, the world began to fade. In his cell, Klaus felt the universe tear apart at the seams. The white light was absolute. When it faded, he was on his knees, gasping. He looked at his hands. His hands. The relief was immense, but it was short-lived. A crippling weakness seized him. A coldness that started in his chest. He collapsed, the world going dark. Asteroid ship dreamscape. Klaus found himself standing on the cold metallic deck of an asteroid ship. Hello, Klaus, a voice echoed. Red Rocket floated towards him. It's been a long time. Rocket? Where are we? Before he could answer, Karai Manson ran towards him. Klaus, you're all right. Karai? A massive shadow, the dark shadow loomed. A pocket between what was and what is. Isaac Martin approached, his expression grim. We're searching for a weapon, a space fan that can purge the zombie plague. Then we can all go back. As Isaac walked away, Karai turned to Klaus. Klaus, we need to talk. About our future. Our future? But Karai turned and walked away, whispering to herself. I'm so stupid to say that. Suddenly, her vortex opened. A woman with ancient eyes stepped out. Medea? Karai breathed. What troubles you, child? I told him about our future. Before another word could be spoken, the dream shattered. The spaceship reality. Karai woke with a start. A frantic knocking came at her door. Karai! We found him! We found Klaus's body on a planet called Lost Things. It was Ritui. Hope surged, then died. Klaus lay on a med-bay cot, pale and still. Why won't he wake up? She demanded. His body is here, but his soul is absent, Ritui explained softly. And the body itself is critically weak. It must heal before a soul can be tethered to it again. How long? Karai's voice was tight. Ritui hesitated. 16 weeks. At best. 16 weeks. The number hit her like a physical blow. She drove her fist into the bulkhead. As she stormed back to her room, a desperate idea formed. Her vortex could project her consciousness. She recalibrated the emitters. Hold on, Klaus. I'm coming. She stepped through into a void of speed and noise. A being of pure velocity zipped around her. Who are you? Karai Manson. I'm looking for Klaus Reaper. He's hurt. Klaus is waiting for you, the speed demon said, pointing. In the rider cave, Karai turned. A door stood in the emptiness. She pushed it open. She gasped. It was the rider cave. And there he was, Klaus, in his gear, putting FDL on the streets. Gretchen, where's Karai? I don't know, Kay, Gretchen's voice replied. I'm right here, Karai said, stepping forward. Harley Argent was beside her. Klaus turned. Took you long enough. Suit up. Percy, Gretchen, Karai, we're moving. Without thinking, Karai complied. Her future normal armor materialized around her. I'm ready, partner. Klaus gave a sharp nod, his Death Rider helmet forming. Then let's go. Together, they charged out into a simulated night, heroes once more in the sanctuary of a dying man's mind. Hell, Xavier Knight stood before a throne of bone and despair. Satan, the deed is done. Xavier, the devil purred. You have been most efficient. Klaus is back in his own body, Xavier reported. But the damage is irreversible. He's dying. He has 16 weeks left to live. Satan's laughter shook the foundations of the underworld. Excellent. The Soul World. The Soul Taker delivered the news to Tanya English. Klaus is whole again, but death claims him. I don't want to be dead anymore, Tanya cried. How? How do I come back? There is only one being with the power to return a soul to its body against the natural order. The Soul Taker said, his voice grave. The King of Hell himself. Tanya's hope turned to ash. The only one who could give her life back was the very architect of despair. 16 weeks. On the asteroid ship, Klaus's body lay still, his breath shallow. Karai sat beside him, her hand resting lightly against his. 16 weeks, she whispered. 16 weeks until you heal. Her eyes burned with determination. No matter what Xavier, Satan, or the Soul Taker do, I'll bring you back, Klaus. That's a promise. Far away, in the Soul World, Tanya English looked to the horizon. The Soul Taker stood at her side, his expression unreadable, and in the deepest pit of hell, Satan leaned back on his throne, smiling. The game was only beginning.
It's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
The video, go ahead and give it a thumbs up. Subscribe for more awesome content and don't forget to leave a comment with your thoughts.
Well, if it isn't the legendary Death Reaper.
Tasman, what are you doing here?
Just flying through Reaper. I heard rumors of a powerful artifact nearby and I couldn't resist investigating.
Stay away from it, Tasman. It's not meant for your kind.
Oh, come on. Don't be so dramatic. Besides, I'm a Viking. I'm supposed to protect the world from supernatural threats.
You're here for yourself, not for the world.
Touched a nerve, did I? Look, Tasman, we both have our secrets, but let's not pretend we're not on the same side.
We are not the same. You play with technology. I deal with the supernatural.
Well, in that case, you might need my help. This artifact is dangerous, and I've got a few tricks up my sleeve that might be useful.
I don't need your help.
Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when you realize you can't handle it alone.
I'll be fine. And stay out of my way.
Death Reaper rides off after Steel Man.
Stubborn as always. But I guess I can't blame him. Dealing with the supernatural isn't for the faint of heart.
Hanako-san, are you there? Hanako-san, are you there? Hanako-san, are you there? I'm Hikasu. And you there. Thanks for watching. If you liked the video, go ahead and give it a thumbs up. Subscribe for more awesome content and don't forget to leave a comment with your thoughts. See you next time.
Demon, chicken, one most demon chicken. Yeah, it's tasty as hell. Oh, mamacita, now you're ringing the bell. Fire and juicy, now you're having lunch. Oh, super hellish, it's a demonic attack.
It's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Hello, detectives. It's Hanako here once again. This series contains fictional content intended for entertainment purposes only. The scenes depicted, including any blood or injuries, are part of a fantasy setting and are not meant to shock or disturb viewers. All characters, events, and settings are purely criminal fictional. Viewer discretion is advised. London, the fog rolling through cobblestone streets, and the sound of Big Ben chiming in the distance. Sherlock Holmes, mid-30s, impeccably dressed in a long coat and scarf, blending into the crowd as he tails the suspect. His sharp eyes follow every move of a figure ducking into an alley. Sherlock's internal monologue cuts through.
James Moriarty, the criminal mastermind who threatens to burn the world down. This time, it isn't just a game between the two of us, it's the fate of nations. Moriarty isn't just looking for control he once wore, and I'm the only one who can stop him.
The figure stops in front of a narrow, hidden doorway. Sherlock crouches behind a corner, eyes narrowing. The man meets another figure. An exchange takes place. A thick envelope is passed between hands. Sherlock's fingers twitch. He pulls out a small concealed camera and snaps a photo just as the two figures disperse into different directions.
This leads right to Eden Planting School. If I'm correct, that's where Moriarty has been laying the groundwork for his master plan. The school is home to the children of the world's powerful ambassadors, military leaders, corporate tycoons, and now it's my way in.
The sound of footsteps echoes behind Sherlock. He quickly pockets the camera, turning just as a group of thugs appear from a nearby alley. He adjusts his collar, walking into the street, transforming seamlessly from the brooding detective into Oliver Simmons, a calm and unassuming social worker. A black cab pulls up beside him. He steps inside without looking back. Sherlock sits in a dimly lit office, his expression grim as he flips through documents. Photographs of Moriarty, maps of London, and a detailed dossier on Eden Planting School are scattered across the table. Chief Inspector Lestrade enters the room, the tension thick between them.
Holmes, this is out of control. Moriarty isn't playing small-time games anymore. We're talking about a global conflict, a war. The British government needs you to stand down. You can't take this on alone.
Sherlock doesn't look up from the papers.
If I don't take it on, no one will. Moriarty has already planted seeds across the globe, but his roots are in London. Eden Planting School is where it all begins. I need access to the people who are closest to him, his niece, and the families of those with influence.
Lestrade's brow furrows. He folds his arms across his chest.
And how exactly do you plan to get into that academy for children of diplomats and aristocrats?
Sherlock leans back, a glint of mischief in his eyes.
I'll adopt a child.
Lestrade's eyes widen in disbelief.
Adopt? Holmes, you're not a family man. You can't just take in a child as part of a cover story.
Sherlock stands, gathering the files in one smooth motion.
That's why I'm going deeper. Moriarty has ties to Eden Planting School. His niece Marika is there. And that academy has access to people of power, ambassadors, politicians, oligarchs. If I get inside, I can stop him before it's too late.
Lestrade shakes his head, frustration creeping into his voice.
You're playing with fire, Holmes. That boy isn't just a pawn in your game.
Sherlock pauses at the door, his expression unreadable.
I know what I'm doing. Moriarty won't stop until war breaks out. I can't afford to lose this.
Sherlock sits in a social worker's office, pretending to review files on potential children for adoption. His cover is flashy, appears to be a meticulous yet warm-hearted man looking to foster a child in need. The door opens, and a young boy, no older than 6, timidly steps in. John has tousled black hair, piercing blue eyes, and an expression of guarded curiosity.
Is this guy really going to be my dad? He doesn't look like a dad. He looks busy. Or maybe he's just pretending.
Sherlock kneels down, making himself level with John.
This boy will be my key to getting into Eden Planting. If I can ensure his admission, I'll have access to the families connected to Moriarty. Everything hinges on this. How would you like to go to your new home?
John blinks, a hint of suspicion in his expression.
Of course, I do. My new papa.
You'll be safe there. You'll have a better chance of life.
John stares at him for a moment longer before giving a small nod. An awkward, tentative handshake between two people who are about to change each other's lives forever. Sherlock brings John to his flat. The place is an organized mess, with maps, case files, and equipment scattered across every available surface. It's clear that this is the home of a man who doesn't know how to slow down or rest. John stands in the doorway, his backpack slung over his shoulder, his eyes wide as he surveys the space.
Is this where you live?
Yes. Temporarily, of course. I spend most of my time at work.
John sets his bag down carefully, glancing at the gadgets and strange contraptions lying around.
This place feels weird. Like him. But it's kind of cool.
Sherlock watches the boy carefully, but his mind is elsewhere. He's already calculating his next move, how to enroll John in Eden Planting, how to use his newfound son to infiltrate Moriarty's circle. But something unexpected happens. As Sherlock busies himself with paperwork, John approaches a small, delicate-looking object on the desk. Without thinking, he reaches out to touch it.
Don't touch it.
John pulls his hand back, startled. Sherlock, realizing his tone, softens slightly.
That's not a toy.
John frowns, sensing there's more to his new papa than meets the eye. Sherlock wastes no time in enrolling John in Eden Planting School. The prestigious academy, with its sprawling campus and gleaming stone buildings, is where the children of the world's most powerful families gather. It's a place where alliances are formed, secrets are traded, and the elite shape the future.
This place is huge. Everything here looks important. I wonder what my new papa is thinking right now.
Once John's inside, I'll have access to everything I need. Moriarty's niece is already here, and through her, I'll be able to piece together his plan. But something still feels off.
Days pass, and Sherlock's investigation begins to bear fruit. He tracks Moriarty's movements through subtle clues, narrowing down the locations where his enemy might be hiding. But the more Sherlock digs, the more dangerous his mission becomes. One evening, after playing with some kids, John walks home alone, clutching his bag tightly. A sleek black car pulls up beside him, the tinted windows reflecting the late afternoon light. Before John can react, the door swings open and masked men grab him, pulling him into the vehicle. John tries to scream, but a hand clamps over his mouth. His heart races as the car speeds away. Sherlock, in the middle of reviewing documents at his flat, receives a sudden call. He picks up, and the sound of John's voice trembling and weak freezes him in place.
Papa, please help me.
Before Sherlock can respond, the line goes dead. Sherlock's heart pounds in his chest. The mask of cold calculation slips for a moment, replaced by something else: panic. He quickly traces the call, using his contacts at Scotland Yard to track the vehicle. He rushes out of his flat, a sense of urgency driving him forward like never before.
John, I was using him as a tool, but now...
Sherlock tracks the kidnappers to an abandoned warehouse at the edge of the city. He bursts through the door, moving swiftly and silently. His eyes scan the room, quickly assessing the situation. John is tied to a chair in the center of the room, surrounded by mafia members armed with guns. But something is wrong. As Sherlock approaches, John's eyes flash with an eerie, unnatural glow. The air around him seems to ripple, and suddenly, an invisible force throws the mafia members back.
Oh my, it's Annabelle Devil. What the devil? Why are you here?
Hello, Irene. I see you still doing your job.
Hanako-san, are you there? Hanako-san, are you there? Hanako-san, are you there? I'm here, Kasuri. And you there. Thanks for watching. If you like the video, go ahead and give it a thumbs up. Subscribe for more awesome content and don't forget to leave a comment with your thoughts. See you next time.
Hello, detectives. It's Hanako here once again. This series contains fictional content intended for entertainment purposes only. The scenes depicted, including any blood or injuries, are part of a fantasy setting and are not meant to shock or disturb viewers. All characters, events, and settings are purely criminal fictional. Viewer discretion is advised. A warm, nostalgic flashback to the English countryside, where a young Irene Adler and Sherlock Holmes, no older than 10, are running through fields of tall grass, laughing and shouting. Their bond is clear best friends who understood each other in ways no one else could. Irene was always the bold one, full of energy and ambition, while Sherlock was sharp, observant, and full of curiosity. Sherlock and Irene are sitting under an old oak tree, sharing secrets, trading dreams. Irene leans against the tree, gazing at the clouds, while Sherlock stares at a puzzle he's trying to solve.
Sherlock, when we grow up, we'll be famous, you know. You'll solve the world's greatest mysteries and I'll be right there with you.
And what will you do, Irene? Become a detective?
Irene laughs, shaking her head.
No, I'm going to travel the world, have adventures, maybe even change it. But I'll always come back to you. We'll always be friends, no matter what.
Sherlock smiles, a rare sight. He looks at Irene, the only person who truly matched his wit and spirit. They were unstoppable together, partners in crime or solving them at least.
Promise.
Promise?
Their bond seems unbreakable. But life, as it often does, has other plans. The flashback skips forward to their teenage years. Irene and Sherlock are now older, both around 16, but something has changed. Irene is more distant, her eyes harder, filled with secrets she can't share. Sherlock, now a budding detective, is starting to notice the shift. One evening, Sherlock finds Irene at their favorite spot under the oak tree. But instead of the carefree girl he once knew, she's packing a small bag, her face set in determination.
Irene, where are you going?
Irene doesn't meet his eyes, her fingers fidgeting with the strap of her bag.
I have to leave, Sherlock. My family. We're moving. I won't be back.
Sherlock narrows his eyes, already sensing the lie. He steps closer.
You're lying. I can see it in your eyes. What's really going on?
Irene's face hardens, her walls going up. She can't tell him the truth that her family is involved in something dangerous, something that has pulled her into the dark world of espionage and assassination. She's been recruited by a shadowy organization, one that saw her potential and decided to use it.
It's just better this way. Goodbye, Sherlock.
Without another word, she turns and walks away, leaving Sherlock standing alone under the oak tree. He watches her go, a storm of emotions swirling inside him, but he doesn't chase her. Something tells him that whatever path Irene is on, it's far too dangerous for him to follow. Cut to the present. Irene Adler, now an adult, stands behind the counter of a small convenience store, her face expressionless as she rings up groceries for a customer. The memories of her past with Sherlock still haunt her, but she's buried them deep. She has to. Now, she's a professional assassin living under the cover of a simple cashier. But lately, rumors have been spreading through London about cashiers being secret assassins. It's making her nervous, more than usual.
It's getting harder to keep this up. I've been careful, but they're getting too close. I can't let them find out who I really am.
She reaches into her apron pocket, feeling the crisp edges of an envelope. Inside is her latest assignment to target, someone powerful who needs to be eliminated. She glances at the door, the weight of her double life pressing down on her. Suddenly, the doorbell chimes, and in walks someone from her past, Sherlock Holmes, accompanied by a young boy. Irene's heart skips a beat. She hadn't seen Sherlock in years, but she would recognize him anywhere. He looks the same sharper, more mature, but still the boy she once knew. She quickly composes herself, hiding any trace of recognition, but inside, her mind is racing. Sherlock enters the convenience store, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, as they always do. He's here on a mission, but not the kind he's used to. The Eden Planting School interview is coming up, and he needs someone to pose as John's mother. He's tried every other option, but none of them worked out. Time is running out, and Sherlock isn't used to dealing with things that aren't under his control. As he walks down the aisle, John, his adopted son, tugs at his coat.
Papa, what about her?
Sherlock follows John's gaze to the cashier's heart skips when he realizes who she is. Irene Adler, the woman who vanished from his life all those years ago. He hadn't thought about her in ages, but now that he sees her, the flood of memories rushes back.
Irene Adler, after all these years, why is she here? A cashier? That doesn't add up.
He approaches the counter, his detective instincts tingling. Irene watches him closely, her assassin's training kicking in, but she remains calm, her face unreadable.
Irene, it's been a long time.
There's a brief pause, filled with tension. Irene's heart pounds, but she doesn't let it show.
Sherlock Holmes, I didn't expect to see you here.
Nor I you. Though I must say, this isn't where I thought I'd find you.
Irene shrugs, maintaining her cover.
Life takes us in unexpected directions.
Sherlock's sharp eyes study her, trying to piece together the puzzle. Why would someone like Irene Adler, the adventurous girl he once knew, end up working in a small convenience store? There's more to the story, but for now, he doesn't push. As Sherlock and Irene catch up, John explores the store, his curiosity leading him to the counter where Irene left her bag. Poking out of the bag is a letter, partially hidden. John, being the inquisitive boy he is, pulls it out and begins reading. His eyes widen as he realizes what an ISA-detailed assassination contract. The words, target, and elimination, leap off the page. John's heart races as he glances back at Irene, realizing that she's not just a cashier, she's an assassin.
She's dangerous, but Dad doesn't know. Should I tell him?
He quickly tucks the letter back where he found it, deciding to keep this information to himself for now. He's not sure how Sherlock would react, and something tells him that this is a secret that could change everything. After their brief conversation, Sherlock explains his unusual predicament to Irene needs someone to pose as John's mother for the interview at Eden Planting School. He's running out of time and options, and she's the only person he can think of.
It's just for the interview. A simple task. No strings attached.
Irene's mind races. She hadn't expected Sherlock to ask her for help, especially with something like this. But the opportunity to stay close to Sherlock, to monitor what he's up to, is too good to pass up.
This could be useful. I can keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't dig too deep.
She nods, her face calm.
All right, Sherlock. I'll help you. Just for the interview.
Sherlock's eyes narrow, still trying to read her. He knows Irene is hiding something, but for now, he'll take her at her word. Later that night, Irene sits alone in her apartment, staring at the envelope containing her latest contract. She should be focusing on the assassination, but her thoughts keep drifting back to Sherlock, their shared past, their bond, and now this strange request.
Why did I agree to this? Getting close to Sherlock again is dangerous, but I have to know what he's up to. If he gets too close to the truth, I'll have no choice.
Memories of their childhood flooding back, the days under the oak tree, the promise she made to always return. But that was a lifetime ago. Now, she's an assassin, and Sherlock is a detective who could ruin everything. She takes a deep breath, preparing herself for the role she has agreed to play. The stark contrast between her childhood innocence and her current life is evident as she steps forward.
I have to play this part well. Sherlock is as perceptive as ever, but I need to stay hidden. For now, I'll focus on the task at hand.
Her thoughts conflicted between her past with Sherlock and the dangerous world she inhabits now. Meanwhile, Sherlock sits in his flat, deep in thought. He picks up his phone and dials a number. The screen cuts to Mycroft Holmes, Sherlock's older brother, who answers the call.
Sherlock, what's the matter? Something's not right with Irene Adler. I've enlisted her to pose as John's mother, but there's something off about her. I need to know if she's connected to anything suspicious.
Mycroft's face grows serious as he listens.
I'll look into it. But be cautious, Sherlock. People from your past can be unpredictable.
Sherlock hangs up, his mind racing with the possibilities. He knows Mycroft's resources are vast, and that any information he uncovers could be crucial.
I'm Hayden.
And I'm David.
On the series premiere of the Disaster Files, we will delving into the deadly maritime disaster of the Titanic.
Imagine it's April 1912, and you've just set foot on the RMS Titanic, the largest and most luxurious ship ever built. With all the grandeur around you, you're certain this voyage will be a memory for the ages. But just a few days later, the unsinkable Titanic sinks to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, taking over 1,500 lives with it. How did this tragedy unfold? What really happened that fateful night could be more to the story than meets the eye. Today, we're diving deep into the mystery of the Titanic disaster.
Let's set the stage. The Titanic was the crown jewel of the White Star Line, a British shipping company that wanted to dominate the transatlantic passenger trade. To do this, they built the biggest, most opulent ship the world had ever seen. We're talking about a vessel nearly 900 feet long, with a gross tonnage of over 46,000. It was a floating city, equipped with everything from a grand staircase to a swimming pool, to luxury suites that would make even today's five-star hotels look shabby.
Wow, dude. That's crazy. Alright. But here's the thing. While the Titanic was a marvel of modern engineering, it wasn't exactly perfect. In fact, some say it was a disaster waiting to happen. The ship was designed with 16 watertight compartments, but the bulkheads separating these compartments didn't reach all the way to the top of the ship. The design flaw meant that if enough compartments flooded, the water would spill over from one to the next, creating the domino effect that could, and ultimately did, sink the ship.
So it's April 10th, 1912, and the Titanic set sail from Southampton, England, bound for New York City. On board are some of the wealthiest people in the world, including John Jacob Astor IV and Benjamin Guggenheim, as well as thousands of immigrants seeking a new life in America. For the first few days, everything seems perfect. The weather is clear, the seas are calm, and the passengers are enjoying all the luxury the Titanic has to offer.
Well, seems like a pretty good trip then, eh? Seems like it's going to be a good time. But then, on the night of April 14, everything changes. The Titanic receives multiple warnings about icebergs in the area, but the ship continues to steam ahead at nearly full speed, 22.5 knots. This is where things get murky. Why didn't the crew slow down? Some say it was because Captain Edward Smith wanted to make a name for himself by arriving in New York ahead of schedule. Others believe the Titanic was trying to set a speed record crossing the Atlantic.
At 11:40 p.m., disaster strikes. The Titanic collides with an iceberg on its starboard side. The impact isn't enough to immediately alarm the passengers, but beneath the surface, the iceberg tears open the hull, causing water to flood into 5 of the ship's watertight compartments. The Titanic was only designed to stay afloat with 4 compartments flooded, so with 5 breached, the ship is doomed.
Jeez, glad we're not on that ship.
Yeah.
And this is where the story takes a darker turn. Captain Smith, the crew, and even the ship's designer, Thomas Andrews, quickly realize that the Titanic is sinking. But they don't tell the passengers right away. Instead, they start lowering the lifeboats. But here's the kicker. The Titanic only had enough lifeboats for about half the people on board. And the lifeboats they did have, they weren't even filled to capacity. Some were launched with only a dozen people in them, even though they could hold 65.
The situation quickly descends into chaos. Women and children are given priority for the lifeboats, but the process is disorganized. There are reports of men dressing as women to secure a spot on a lifeboat, while others stand back and let the lifeboats leave half empty, believing the Titanic can't possibly sink. By 2:05 a.m., the last lifeboat is launched, leaving over 1,500 people still on board the sinking ship.
Tragedy. Now at 2:20 a.m., the Titanic breaks apart and disappears beneath the waves. For the hundreds of people still in the water, the freezing temperatures of the North Atlantic quickly became deadly. Most die from hypothermia within minutes. Those who survive are left floating on the lifeboats, watching as the ship of dreams vanishes into the abyss.
By the time the RMS Carpathia arrives at around 4 a.m., the scene is grim. Only 706 people are rescued. The rest are lost to the sea. The Titanic disaster is one of the deadliest maritime tragedies in history. But what if I told you there might be more to the story than just a tragic accident? What if there was something more sinister at play?
Ever since I was little, I always had a very strong connection to the Titanic. Every single picture, every single photograph, a doco, dreams, flashes that I would have about being on the Titanic took me back to that very moment, the feeling, the coldness, the looming, and the fight for survival. The majestic of that boat, I see it and I still watch it go into the water on shows that talk about the Titanic, and I get this goosebump feeling of travelling to New York and the excitement about going to America to start a new life. Those memories got deeper and deeper. Every year on April 12th, I would wake up in this freezing cold panic. For many years I did this, for many, many years, and it would take me back to that very moment of when that ship went down. I believe I survived the Titanic, and when I was about 16, I had this memory that my name was Amy, and I was a second-class citizen. And what I did is I actually did research into it. I remember going to an exhibition at the Brisbane Museum, and I was looking through the list And lo and behold, there was a lady called Amy Stanley who survived the Titanic. What I later found out is that there was a necklace that was recovered from the Titanic, and it had Amy on it. And it is the exact same way that I would write my name, with the curls, with the A and how the Y curled around. It was hauntingly similar. She ended up surviving, remarrying in America. She died in 1955, and that is my memory of...
That's right, folks. There are a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding the Titanic. Some of them are pretty wild. But hey, this is Disaster Files, so let's take a look at a few.
One of the most popular theories is that the Titanic wasn't the Titanic at Alit, was actually her sister ship, the RMS Olympic, in disguise. According to this theory, the Olympic had been badly damaged in a collision the year before, and the White Star Line swapped it with the Titanic as part of an elaborate insurance scam. The idea was that they would intentionally sink the damaged Olympic, disguised as the Titanic, and collect the insurance money.
It's quite a scam they got going there, Haydo.
Yeah.
Wow. Sounds crazy, right?
Yeah.
But you know, there's some evidence to back it up. For one, there were some subtle differences between the Titanic and the Olympic, like the number of portholes. Okay, I'm reading again. Stop it. Portholes. Sounds crazy, right?
Yeah.
But there's some evidence to back it up. For one, the subtle differences between the Titanic and the Olympic, like the number of portholes on certain decks. Some people claim the photos taken before the Titanic set sail show a ship that looks more like the Olympic than the Titanic. What? And get this, several crew members who were supposed to sail on the Titanic suddenly cancelled at the last minute. Do they know something we don't? Think so.
Another theory suggests that the Titanic was sunk to eliminate opposition to the creation of the Federal Reserve. Some of the richest men in America were on board the Titanic, including John Jacob Astor IV, Isidor Straus, and Benjamin Guggenheim. All three were opposed to the creation of the Federal Reserve, and all three died in the disaster. According to this theory, the Titanic was deliberately sunk to remove these powerful men and pave the way for the establishment of the Federal Reserve.
That is quite the coincidence, Haydo.
Yeah.
Sounds a little sus. Let's keep digging. And then there's the mummy's curse. You heard this one?
No.
Well, guess what? According to a legend, a cursed Egyptian mummy was being transported on the Titanic, and its presence brought doom to the ship. The so-called unlucky mummy had a reputation for causing disaster wherever it went, and some believe it was responsible for the sinking of the Titanic. Of course, there's no solid evidence that the mummy was actually on board, but it's a fun theory to think about. Yeah.
Conspiracy theories aside, there's no denying that the Titanic disaster was a perfect storm of bad decisions, human error, and sheer bad luck. The ship was traveling too fast through iceberg-infested waters, the crew was slow to react, and the lifeboat situation was a complete mess. Even today, over a century later, we're still learning new things about what really happened that night.
Wow. For example, in 1985, when Dr. Robert Ballard and his team discovered the wreck of the Titanic, they found the ship had actually split into two before sinking, a detail that wasn't widely known until then. And in recent years, researchers have uncovered evidence that a coal fire in one of the ship's bunkers might have weakened the hull, making it more vulnerable to an iceberg.
So, was the Titanic disaster just a tragic accident? Or was there something more to it? We may never know for sure. But what we do know is that the story of the Titanic has captured the imagination of people all over the world. It's a story of hubris, tragedy, and the enduring power of the sea.
So what do you think? Was the Titanic doomed from the start? Or is there more to this story?
We'll leave that for you to decide. But one thing's for sure, whether it was a case of bad luck or a carefully orchestrated plot, the Titanic disaster will remain one of the greatest mysteries in history.
And that's going to do it for this episode of the Disaster Files. And if you liked what you saw, don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more deep dives into the history's greatest mysteries.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below. Hey, I'm Annabelle Devil from I'm in Love with the Princess, and you're watching Disaster Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hi, I'm David.
And I'm Hayden.
And this is episode 2 of Disaster Files. Today we're going to center on Deepwater Horizon. Picture this, it's 2010 and you're 40 miles off the coast of Louisiana, standing on the deck of a massive offshore drilling rig, the Deepwater Horizon. This rig's supposed to be one of the most advanced in the world, drilling deep into the Gulf of Mexico to tap into a massive oil reservoir. But on April 20th, everything goes horribly, catastrophically wrong. The rig explodes, and the worst oil spill in US history unfolds. How did it all go wrong? And could this disaster have been prevented? Today, we're drilling down into the mystery of the Deepwater Horizon spill.
April 20th, 2010. The Deepwater Horizon, owned by Transocean and operated by BP, is in the final stages of drilling a well called Macondo, nearly 5,000 feet below the surface of the Gulf of Mexico. This isn't your average backyard project, it's a deep water oil well with millions of barrels of crude oil lying beneath the seabed. BP is pushing to finish the job ahead of schedule, and they're about to make a series of decisions that will lead to one of the worst environmental disasters in history.
That's right. BP and Transocean, along with other contractors like Halliburton, are all working on this rig. And while they've had some issues with pressure build-up in the well, they decided to move forward with cementing the well, a process meant to seal it off. Now, they could have done more tests to make sure everything was stable, but they didn't. And my friends, that's where the trouble begins.
Around 9:45 p.m., disaster strikes. Methane gas shoots up the well, hits the rig, and ignites. The explosion is massive. The rig quickly becomes engulfed in flames, and chaos breaks out as the crew scrambles to evacuate. 11 workers lose their lives in the explosion, and many others are injured. The rig burns for nearly 2 days before it finally sinks to the ocean floor. But the nightmare is only just beginning.
Here's where it really gets bad. When Deepwater Horizon sank, the riser pipe, which connected the well to the rig, snapped. This meant that the oil, crude oil, started spewing uncontrollably from the well, straight into the Gulf of Mexico. And here's the kicker. BP had no real plan for dealing with a spill this massive. The well is a mile below the surface, and now they have to figure out how to stop it, while millions of gallons of oil are already pouring into the ocean.
In the days following the explosion, BP tries to downplay the situation. At first, they claim only 1,000 barrels of oil a day are leaking. Spoiler alert, it was way more than that. Independent estimates eventually show that it's closer to 60,000 barrels of oil a day, about the size of an Olympic swimming pool being dumped into the Gulf. And it continues for 87 days. By the time the well is finally capped in July, an estimated 210 million gallons of oil have spilled into the Gulf, making it the worst oil spill in US history.
So you've got oil covering over 68,000 square miles of ocean, killing marine life, destroying ecosystems, and ruining the livelihoods of thousands of people who depend on the Gulf for fishing and tourism. The cleanup takes years, and even now we're still dealing with the fallout.
It's not just about the oil either. BP tries several methods to stop the leak, but they keep failing. They try something called a top kill, where they pump heavy drilling mud into the well to stop the flow of oil didn't work. Then they try a containment dome to capture the oil also didn't work. It's like they're throwing darts at a board blindfolded, hoping something will stick.
And then, of course, there's the infamous Corexit. BP decides to spray millions of gallons of this chemical dispersant to break up the oil. Now, they said it would help clean up the spill, but some experts argue that the Corexit made the situation worse. It didn't make the oil go away, it just made it harder to see. And that's not even touching the health risks associated with this stuff. Fishermen and cleanup workers reported illnesses from exposure to the dispersant, but BP just kept using it anyway.
Naturally, BP faced a lot of heat for this disaster. In the months following the spill, there were multiple investigations to figure out how things went so wrong, and boy did they go wrong. BP was accused of cutting corners to save money and rushing the job. Some called it negligence, others flat-out criminal. The US. Government eventually charged BP with manslaughter, environmental crimes, and lying to Congress. They agreed to pay over $20 billion in fines and settlements, the largest environmental fine in US history.
But this is Disaster Files, so let's dive into some of the wild theories surrounding the Deepwater Horizon disaster. Could there be more to this story than corporate greed and bad decisions? Some people think so.
One of the more popular conspiracy theories is that the Deepwater Horizon explosion was no accident, it was sabotage. There are whispers that rival oil companies, or even eco-terrorists, may have played a role in the disaster. According to this theory, someone deliberately sabotaged the rig to cause the spill, either to tarnish BP's reputation or to draw attention to the dangers of offshore drilling.
Yeah, that's right. In 2010, the drilling industry was under a lot of scrutiny, especially in the wake of the growing concerns about environmental impacts. Some believe this disaster was a way to force tighter regulations of the oil industry, either by activists or even higher-ups in the government. It's a classic case of, let's cause a disaster so we can pass more laws.
According to this theory, eco-terrorists infiltrated the rig or sabotaged the equipment. The rig had been having some problems with the blowout preventer, basically the fail-safe device that's supposed to stop a blowout like the one that happened. Could someone have tampered with it? The rig was vulnerable, and there were a lot of workers moving between rigs at the time, so it's not impossible.
Yeah, but here's the thing. This wasn't just some environmentalist out there to save whales. There's a version of this theory that says the sabotage was orchestrated by BP itself, or by insiders with something to gain. Sabotage for profit, if you will. The idea is that BP or its competitors could have intentionally caused this disaster to manipulate the oil prices. After the spill, oil prices skyrocketed, and some big players in the industry made a fortune.
Speaking of BP possibly benefiting from its own disaster, this brings us to another theory, the insurance job. After the Deepwater Horizon disaster, BP received massive insurance payouts. The theory here is that BP, knowing the well was unstable and that a blowout was a real risk, didn't take the necessary precautions because they knew they were covered by insurance. They cut corners to save on costs, and when the rig exploded, they collected billions in insurance.
I guess it's kind of like burning down your own house for the insurance money, but on a massive global scale. You gotta wonder though, would BP really risk the lives of its workers in the environmental devastation for just a payout? It seems pretty far-fetched, but when you look at the company's history, it's not like they've always been the most ethical player in the game.
Another theory suggests that the US government might have been involved, or at least knew more than they were letting on. According to some, the government knew about the risks associated with deep water drilling, but turned a blind eye. In this version of events, the government, BP, and other industry insiders had too much at stake financially to shut down the rig, even though they knew it was a ticking time bomb.
There's a lot of speculation that BP and the government were just too cozy. Remember, the offshore drilling is a big business, and BP had powerful friends up in high places. There are even allegations that some of the investigations were tampered with to keep the true scopes of the negligence under wraps. BP might have paid $20 billion in fines, but some conspiracy theorists think they got off easy and that there were forces in the government protecting them.
It doesn't help that the regulatory body responsible for overseeing offshore drilling, the Minerals Management Service, had a reputation for being lax and even corrupt. They were known to be lenient with companies like BP, often waiving safety inspections or signing off on risky procedures. It's easy to see how people could connect the dots and wonder if the government was turning a blind eye to dangerous practices.
And so, was the Deepwater Horizon disaster simply a case of corporate negligence, or is there something more sinister lurking beneath the surface? Sabotage, insurance fraud, government cover-ups. There are plenty of wild theories, but in the end, we may never know the full story.
What we do know is that the Deepwater Horizon oil spill was a tragedy on many levels. It cost lives, devastated ecosystems, and left scars that will take decades to heal. Whether it was human error or something more nefarious, the consequences were real, and they were massive.
And so, what do you think? Was it just a tragic accident? Or could there have been some truth to these conspiracy theories? Let us know in the comments below. And thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time on Disaster Files. Woo!
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below.
Hey, I'm Will Scarlet, aka the Blue Mask, also formerly known as Foam from the Robin Hood serial series, and you're watching Disaster Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hi, I'm David.
And I'm Hayden.
And this is Disaster Files, Episode 3.
December 26th, 2004. A day that will forever be remembered for one of the most devastating natural disasters in human history. A 9.1 to 9.3 magnitude earthquake struck off the coast of Sumatra, Indonesia, unleashing a colossal tsunami that swept across 14 countries and killed over 230,000 people. The waves reached speeds of up to 500 miles per hour, and in some areas stood 100 feet tall. But was it really just an unlucky day for humanity? Or is there something deeper and more sinister hiding beneath those waves?
So what you're saying is, nature said, I'm done playing around, humans. Watch this.
Pretty much. The tectonic plates down there were building pressure for hundreds of years, and then they just snapped. Imagine you're trying to open a really stubborn jar of pickles. You twist and twist, nothing happens for ages, and then, bam, it pops open and pickle juice flies everywhere. Except in this case, the pickle juice was a wall of water moving at 500 miles per hour, and instead of pickles, it was entire coastal towns.
Right. Classic pickle tsunami. Seen it 1,000 times.
It's a real thing, David. Tsunamis are a very real and terrifying natural phenomenon. But hold up, there's more to this story than just tectonic plates and bad luck. Let's back up a bit and talk about how tsunamis work. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or underwater landslides can displace massive amounts of water, which then rushes to fill in the gap. The problem? That water moves really, really fast, and it doesn't stop until it hits something solid. In this case, that something solid was basically everything in its path. Entire cities were obliterated in minutes. Buildings, cars, trees, animals gone. Whole communities were wiped off the map. It was one of the deadliest days on record.
And here's the thing though, it was so sudden, so massive, it's like the ocean went from, just another day, to, oh, here's 100 feet of water, good luck. Kind of makes you wonder, was it really just nature doing its thing? Or did someone help Mother Nature out a little?
Oh, we're absolutely going there. Because as soon as this disaster hit, the conspiracy theorists came crawling out of the woodwork faster than you can say Illuminati. Let's start with the big one. Have you ever heard of the HARP project?
Ah, HARP. It's like the holy grail of conspiracy theories. If anything goes wrong anywhere in the world, someone out there is blaming HARP.
Exactly. For those of you who don't know, HARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. It's based in Alaska and was supposedly set up to study the ionosphere, you know, like a normal science thing. But the conspiracy crowd says, nah, that's just the cover story. They believe HARP is actually a government weather manipulation program. According to this theory, HARP was used to trigger the earthquake that caused the tsunami.
Of course, because when you have a weather machine, the first thing you do is destroy a tropical paradise.
Right? You'd think they'd use it for something more practical, like making it rain money or fixing my terrible Wi-Fi connection. But no, apparently the goal was to cause one of the most devastating tsunamis ever recorded. Now, the science behind HARP is a little complicated, but the theory is that by shooting high-frequency radio waves into the ionosphere, the government can manipulate weather patterns. The big question here is, can HARP actually cause earthquakes? The official answer is no. Scientists say there's absolutely no way HARP could influence tectonic activity.
And when have we completely trusted scientists?
Well, yeah, but it's a little hard to believe they're hiding a giant earthquake-making machine under a program that's public knowledge. I mean, they literally post the research online.
This is how I imagine it works. You've got some guy in a secret lab drinking his morning coffee and he's like, today feels like a good day for a disaster. Boop. And next thing you know, tsunami.
If only it were that simple. The thing is, people started noticing strange atmospheric phenomena before the tsunami hit. Reports of earthquake lights, weird flashes in the sky were documented by several witnesses. These lights have been connected to HARP in other conspiracy theories, and according to some, they were seen right before the earthquake.
Okay, but if I saw random flashes in the sky, my first thought would be, oh no, a government weather machine. It would probably be more like, aliens are about to abduct me.
Speaking of aliens, there's actually another theory that aliens were involved in the tsunami. Some people believe that extraterrestrials, for reasons known only to them, decided to experiment with our planet. They triggered the earthquake as part of a testy-no, just to see what would happen if they pushed a big old intergalactic button.
Because naturally, if aliens are cruising by Earth, their first thought is, hey, let's mess with the tectonic plates today.
Hey, maybe they were bored. They've probably done crop circles 1,000,000 times. Why not level up to tsunamis?
That's assuming aliens even care about us. What if it was like their version of spilling a soda? Like, oops, sorry Earthlings, we didn't mean to destroy your entire coastline. How bad.
Okay, back to the real world for a minute. Conspiracies aside, what's absolutely chilling is how many people had no idea what was coming. Entire families, tourists on vacation, they were all completely blindsided. In some places, locals did recognize the signs. Some saw the water pulling back and immediately knew a tsunami was coming.
Yeah, but most probably people just thought, hey, free seashells. Not exactly the time to go beach combing.
Exactly. And then there's the animals. Now, this is where things get weird in a different way. Reports from Sri Lanka, Thailand, and other regions say that animals began acting strangely before the tsunami hit. Elephants broke free from their chains and ran inland. Birds flew to higher ground. Some species of frogs and reptiles disappeared entirely from coastal areas.
So what? Now animals can predict natural disasters? Are they like Mother Nature's secret agents?
Some scientists say animals might have a heightened sensitivity to changes in the environment, like the vibrations in the ground before an earthquake. Others, though, and here's where the conspiracy comes in, believe that animals were reacting to some kind of man-made disturbance. You know, like a weather machine or aliens.
So what you're saying is, if you see a bunch of elephants sprinting inland, don't ask questions. Just follow them.
Honestly, that's solid life advice. If elephants are running, you should be running. But we're not done yet. Some believe that the 2004 tsunami was actually part of a shadow government operation. The goal? To destabilize the region and pave the way for some sort of global political takeover.
Oh boy, here we go. So you're saying this is some kind of evil mastermind scheme?
That's right. Some claim that secret organizations, like the Illuminati or New World Order, use this disaster as a test for future geopolitical manipulation. Think about it if you could control natural disasters. You could wipe out economies, restructure governments, and create chaos. Who's gonna question a natural disaster?
Yeah, I'm sure they were sitting in their underground lairs, twirling their moustaches like, hey, let's just hit the tsunami button today.
It's all a little far-fetched, but conspiracies have a way of growing when there's no clear villain. People want to believe there's someone new or something behind tragedies like this, because the alternative is scarier. That sometimes bad things just happen, and no one's in control.
Yeah, and maybe the real conspiracy here is that people just can't accept that Earth sometimes just has bad days.
But in the end, whether or not you believe in secret weather machines, aliens, or shadow governments, the 2004 tsunami is a stark reminder of how unpredictable and terrifying nature can be. The response from the world was incredible. Billions of dollars in aid were sent to the affected regions, and recovery efforts are still ongoing in some areas today.
Yeah, nature may have knocked us down, but people came together to rebuild. No aliens even needed.
So what do you think? Was it just a catastrophic natural event, or was there something else going on behind the scenes?
Let us know in the comments. And if any of you have access to a secret government weather machine, hit me up. I have a few mild requests.
Like donut showers, right?
Obviously. But I'm also thinking about throwing in some puppy tornadoes. Woo.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below.
Hey, I'm Coterie from Agent Rapunzel, and you're watching Disaster Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hi, I'm David.
Hi, I am Hayden.
Today we're talking about one of the most notorious and explosive, and dare I say it, mysterious natural disasters in human history, Mount Vesuvius. In the year 79 AD, this towering volcano decided it had enough and unleashed absolute chaos on two ancient cities, Pompeii and Herculaneum. The eruption was so intense, it wiped these places off the face of the earth, leaving them buried for nearly 1700 years. But here's the thing, was it really as sudden and unpredictable as we've been led to believe? Or were there warning signs that people just ignored?
I mean, when a giant mountain that can spew molten rock is just hanging out in your backyard, maybe you pay a little more attention. But hey, hindsight's 20/20, right? They didn't exactly have weather apps or seismographs back then. But that doesn't mean the disaster couldn't have been avoided or, at least, mitigated. There are a lot of theories that suggest the people of Pompeii might have seen this coming. Literally.
Yeah, there are a lot of layers to this story, and we're going to dig deep into what really went down that fateful day. But first, let's set the scene. It's the summer of 79 AD, and Pompeii is thriving. We're talking about a booming metropolis of around 12,000 to 15,000 people. It's located near the Bay of Naples, a prime spot for trade and agriculture. You got bustling markets, luxurious villas, and bathhouses filled with the wealthy elites. Life was good, even by today's standards. This place was a Roman paradise.
Pompeii was basically the ancient version of a vacation destination. The elite from Rome came down to relax, sip wine, and lounge around in the baths. It was like a resort town where everyone was balling out, except they were balling out next to one of the most dangerous volcanoes in the world.
And that's what's wild. Mount Vesuvius was literally looming over them the whole time. But the thing is, Vesuvius had been quiet for centuries. The last time it erupted was around 1800 BC, and that was way before anyone living in Pompeii was born. To them, it was just a big, harmless mountain. Sure, there were occasional tremors, but nothing to suggest the apocalypse was around the corner. Yet.
So, here's where it gets interesting. There were definitely warning signs. But did people take them seriously? Well, according to historians, the region had been experiencing for years before the eruption. In fact, a major earthquake rocked the area in about 17 years before Vesuvius blew. It caused serious damage to Pompeii and other nearby cities. But the people rebuilt and moved on like nothing happened. They didn't know these quakes were caused by volcanic activity beneath their feet.
Yeah, they were like, oh, the ground's shaking? Must be Jupiter having a temper tantrum. No big deal. Let's just patch up these buildings and get back to our gladiator matches.
There's even evidence that the water supply started to get contaminated in the months leading up to the eruption. Springs and wells in the area showed a clear sign of volcanic gases seeping into the water table. You'd think this would freak people out, but nope. They kept on living their best lives.
And to top it off, Pliny the Younger, a Roman author who witnessed the eruption from a distance, later wrote about strange animal behavior in the days leading up to it. Animals were freaking out, acting erratically, and if we know one thing from disaster movies, it's that when animals are running, you should probably run too.
It's like all the warning signs were there, flashing in neon lights, and people just ignored them. But here's where we get into the theories. Some historians argue that the people of Pompeii weren't oblivious to the danger. Instead, they might have underestimated it, thinking it was just another earthquake or minor event. Others suggest that the cities actively the risks to protect their economy and property investments. After all, who wants to believe the city you've poured your wealth into is about to become an ash pit?
And then fast forward to August 24, 79 AD. The day starts like any other. People are going about their business, shopping, eating, maybe even lounging in the bathhouses. And then, around noon, everything changes. Mount Vesuvius finally decides to let loose. A massive explosion rocks the earth. A gigantic plume of smoke and ash shoots up into the sky. According to Pliny the Younger, the column of ash looked like a pine tree, rising miles into the air.
This wasn't just a little puff of smoke. We're talking sending ash and debris into the stratosphere. People in Pompeii could see it from miles away, but instead of running, most of them just stood there.
Yeah, classic disaster movie moment, right? Everyone's standing in the streets, staring up at this apocalyptic scene, thinking, huh, that's weird. Guess we'll just have to wait it out.
And that's exactly what most of them did. Some historians believe the citizens of Pompeii thought it was just a regular volcanic smoke show. They had that the real danger was coming.
Which brings us to the next phase of the nightmare, the rain of pumice stones. Now, these weren't your average pebbles. These were chunks of volcanic rock, some as large as your fist, being launched into the sky and falling at terrifying speeds. The city was getting pummeled from above, while a thick layer of ash started to blanket everything in sight.
The ash started piling up at a rate of, that's about 6 inches of ash every hour. Imagine trying to breathe in that, let alone escape. It was getting harder and harder to see, let alone run for safety.
And while all this was happening, the people of Pompeii were split. Some tried to flee, but a lot of them stayed behind, thinking it would all blow over soon. Some were reportedly even throwing volcano parties, drinking wine and watching the chaos unfold from their rooftops. I mean, I get it. Go out with a bang, right?
But here's the thing, why did so many people stay behind? Theories abound. One idea is that they simply didn't understand the scale of the threat. Ancient Romans weren't exactly volcanologists. They probably thought, it's just a little ash, it'll pass. Another theory suggests that played a role. The wealthy elite might have refused to leave their lavish homes behind, while the poorer citizens didn't have the resources or the means to escape quickly. It was a disaster of as much as nature.
Some historians even think there might have been a religious aspect to it. The Romans believed heavily in omens and signs from the gods. There's speculation that some of the citizens thought that this was a divine event, and that staying put was the right move to appease the gods.
A pretty risky gamble, if you ask me. And then we have another theory that's a bit darker. People didn't want to believe their city was about to be destroyed. It's human nature to hold out hope, even in the face of overwhelming evidence. They thought they had more time, but they didn't.
And then after about 18 hours of ash and pumice raining down, the real death blow came. Vesuvius unleashed a series of pyroclastic surges, basically waves of superheated gas, ash, and volcanic debris that traveled at over 100 miles per hour. These surges were so hot, over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that anything in their path was instantly incinerated.
You can't outrun that. You can't even hide from it. The people who stayed behind were instantly buried, suffocated, or cooked alive by these surges. Pompeii was hit hard, but Herculaneum had it even worse. In Herculaneum, the surge was so intense, it vaporized entire bodies. Archaeologists later found frozen in place, showing people in their final moments, trying to protect themselves or their loved ones.
One of the most haunting things about this is the plaster casts of the victims in Pompeii. When archaeologists excavated the site centuries later, they found hollows in the ash where the bodies had decayed. By filling those hollows with plaster, they were able to recreate the final positions of the victims. Some of them curled up, others reaching out, frozen in time.
By the time the eruption was over, both cities were buried under of ash and debris. Pompeii, Herculaneum gone, forgotten. For almost, they remained lost to time, buried under layers of volcanic rock.
That is, until they were accidentally rediscovered in the 18th century. And what archaeologists found was like a time capsule, a snapshot of life frozen in 79 AD. We're talking about intact buildings, mosaics, frescoes, even food left on the tables. It's like everyone just hit pause.
And that's where we get one of the most compelling parts of this story's preservation. Thanks to the ash, we have an almost perfect record of what life was like in ancient Pompeii and Herculaneum. But also, it gives us a chilling look at the disaster itself, the terror and tragedy of people who never had a chance.
And now, the big question, could Vesuvius pull a repeat performance? The answer is, well, yeah. It's still an active volcano, and there are 3 million people living around it today. If it erupts again, we're looking at a modern-day catastrophe.
And get this, they've got emergency evacuation plans, but it's no guarantee everyone would get out in time. The volcano has erupted multiple times since 79 AD, but none have been on the same scale. Scientists monitor it constantly, but if Vesuvius decides to blow, it could give little warning.
So yeah, maybe don't book any long vacations near Vesuvius.
Unless you like living dangerously.
Now that's the explosive mystery of Mount Vesuvius, the ancient disaster that wiped out 2 cities and left us with one of history's most haunting stories.
Stay curious, and, maybe avoid active volcanoes.
Especially ones with a history of obliterating cities. Booyah!
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below. Hey, I am Sakura the Succubus from Monster, and you're watching Disaster Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hi, I am Hayden.
And hi, I'm David. Now, alright, imagine this. It's the early 1930s and you're in China. The country is already going through a rough patch, political turmoil, civil unrest. Let's just throw in the Great Depression for good measure. You think, okay, this has got to be the worst of it, right?
You'd hope, but Mother Nature always has a way of saying, hold my beer.
Exactly. And what she served up in 1931 was one of the worst natural disasters in recorded history, the 1931 China floods. A flood so devastating, it makes Noah's Ark sound like a kiddie pool.
I feel like we've covered a lot of disasters on this show, but this one, How come no one talks about it?
Well, that's because a lot of tragic events, history has a habit of sweeping things under the rug. But today, we're going to take that rug, throw it out, and dig deep into how the flood claimed millions of lives. Are you ready?
Oh man, I'm already regretting asking about this.
Well, the calm before the storm. So, let's set the scene. China, 1930. Winter rolls around and brings with it a lot of snow and ice. More than usual. People are going about their daily lives, just dealing with the cold. No big deal, right?
That's what winter does, right? Little chilly, some snow days, throw a few snowballs seems innocent.
But here's where things start to go wrong. In early 1931, the temperatures rise quickly. All that snow and ice starts to melt, and suddenly there's a lot more water than everyone planned for. The rivers, especially the big ones, Yangtze, Yellow, and Huai, all start to swell. And you're thinking, okay, that might not be too bad. We've had floods before.
Yeah, a little flood. Maybe a boat ride. Could be fun.
Not this time, buddy. By the time spring rolls around, it's not just a little overflow. It's the kind of thing that would make even Kevin Costner in Waterworld go, whoa, this is too much water.
Not. That movie was practically a documentary about too much water.
And then came the rain. And when I say rain, I don't mean a few downpours. I'm talking biblical, like cue the giant boat and pairs of animals kind of rain. Central China experienced one of the wettest monsoon seasons in history. Between June and August 1931, it was like the sky just opened up and dumped the ocean on the land.
Let me guess. The rivers were already over their limit at this point.
Oh yeah. By July, the rivers were bursting at the seams. The Yangtze, the Yellow, and the Huai rivers were completely overwhelmed. But that wasn't even the worst part.
Wait, how can it get worse?
Throw a tropical cyclone into the mix. Because, why not?
This sounds like a sequel that nobody wanted, and I didn't even want the first one.
In June 1931, a tropical cyclone made the land fall in the region, adding even more water to an already overflowing disaster. So imagine, you got rivers filled to the brim with snowmelt and torrential monsoon rain. And now a cyclone just dumps more water in, like it's a sick joke.
I mean, at this point, it sounds like the universe just hated China.
Floodmageddon. By August 1931, the floodwaters are completely out of control. Imagine the rivers, huge, powerful rivers, suddenly spilling out of their banks, flooding everything for miles. Entire cities, towns, and villages, gone. Just wiped off the face of the map.
All right, so let's put this into perspective. Like, how big are we talking? A few blocks? A couple of square miles?
Oh, Hayden. Sweet, innocent Hayden. We're talking about an area the size of England, maybe even bigger. This flood covered over 600,000 square kilometers, about 230,000 square miles. To put it simply, it was like central China turned into one giant lake.
A lake? You're telling me an area that big was just gone?
Yep. In some places, the floodwaters were up to 50 feet high. Wuhan, for example, was hit with 53 feet of water.
That's like submerging a 5-story building. You'd have people living on rooftops or just
being washed away. I mean, entire communities were literally erased. At the height of the flooding, boats were on their way to get around. This wasn't just a flood. It was a whole new geography.
Wait, you mean like with better infrastructure?
Theories. Could it have been prevented? Now, here's where the disaster part comes in. Could this disaster have been prevented?
Wait, you mean like with better infrastructure?
Exactly. China had a history of flooding, especially along the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, but they didn't have the kind of robust flood control systems we see today. Dikes and levees were built, but they were basically held together with hopes and prayers. A lot of them were made out of dirt, not concrete. So when the floodwaters came, they just collapsed.
So they were using band-aids to hold back an ocean?
Pretty much. And some historians believe that if China had better flood management, a disaster on this scale could have been prevented, or at least minimized.
I can see that. I mean, we have levees now, and they still fail sometimes. But back then, without modern engineering, it's like trying to stop a fire with a water gun.
That's right. There's another theory that the political situation at the time made things worse. China was dealing with a lot. Civil war, shifting governments, so flood control wasn't exactly the top priority.
So basically, it was a perfect storm. Political chaos, weak infrastructure, and a ridiculously bad monsoon season.
Yep, and the results were catastrophic. The aftermath, famine, disease, and despair. Once the floodwaters started to recede, you'd think things would get better. But nope, they actually got worse.
How is that even possible?
Well, because when the waters finally pulled back, what was left behind was a wasteland. Farmland was completely destroyed. Crops? Gone. So people had no food. And when there's no food, you get famine. We're talking millions. People struggling to survive. It got so bad that people were eating grass, tree bark, and reportedly, some even turned to cannibalism.
Okay, that escalated fast.
Yep, it's pretty horrifying. But that wasn't the only problem. The stagnant water left behind the flood became a breeding ground for diseases. Cholera, dysentery, typhoid, you name it. Without clean water or proper sanitization, disease spread like wildfire.
So, not only were people starving, but now they're getting sick?
Exactly, the death toll. So let's talk about the numbers. How many people died in the 1931 China floods? The short answer? We don't know for sure.
I feel like I'm not going to like the long answer either.
Yeah, you're not. Estimates for the death toll range from 1 million to 4 million people. And here's why it's hard to pin down. Record keeping wasn't exactly great back then, especially during a disaster of this scale. People drowned, starved, or died from diseases. And many of those deaths went unreported.
So, 4 million people could have died, and we might not even know?
Yep. Some estimates even suggest the death toll could have been even higher. But most historians agree that at least 2 million people perished, making it the deadliest natural disaster of the 20th century, and possibly the deadliest in human history.
That's more than the population of some countries today. I mean, we're talking millions of people just gone.
Yeah, it's unimaginable, and yet it's largely forgotten.
Okay, but here's what's bugging me how come this isn't common knowledge. I mean, we hear about hurricanes, earthquakes, and even things like the Titanic all the time, but this?
Good question. I think it's a combination of things. The world was going through so many crises at the same time. The Great Depression was hitting everywhere. World War II was just around the corner, and disasters like the 1931 floods often get overshadowed by immediate political and social issues.
I guess people were focused on surviving their day-to-day struggles instead of remembering a flood from years ago.
Exactly. It's like when we watch The Walking Dead and we get caught up in the drama, but forget the apocalypse means people are dying every day. It's easy to lose sight of the real horror when you're just trying to survive.
So, it's a mix of human forgetfulness and the chaos of the times.
That's it. It's also possible that the sheer scale of disaster was just too overwhelming for people to comprehend. Think about it. How do you process millions of deaths? The legacy of the flood. So what's the legacy in the 1931 China floods? The disaster led to significant changes in flood management practices in China, including the establishment of better levees and flood control systems. But it's also a chilling reminder of how vulnerable we are to nature's wrath.
So, it's a mix of human forgetfulness and the chaos of the times, and how it can wipe out entire communities in a blink. Makes you think about all those apocalyptic movies we love or they're entertaining, but they're also based on real fears.
Right? And it's so wild to think that we're still facing these kind of threats today. Extreme weather. History is a way of repeating itself if we don't learn from it.
So, every time there's a flood warning or hurricane watch, we should probably take it seriously.
Definitely. Because if history has taught us anything, it's that disasters can strike when you least expect them. And they can have devastating consequences, just like in 1931.
Well, there you have it. The 1931 China floods, a disaster so massive that it deserves to be remembered, even if the world has mostly forgotten it.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below. Hey, I'm Paris, the Wicked Witch of the West, from I'm in Love with the Princess, and you're watching Disaster Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel. Happy Halloween!
All is good in the dinosaur world. Everyone's happy. And then all of a sudden, explosion.
Hi, I am Hayden.
And I'm David, and this is the season finale of Disaster Files.
Today, we're diving into one of the biggest disasters this planet has ever seen. And when I say biggest, I mean it literally reshaped the entire history of Earth. No, not your last date. Dave, I'm talking about the KT event.
Yes, the one where the dinosaurs got yeeted into oblivion.
Yeeted? Dude, they were obliterated. 66 million years ago, a massive asteroid collided with Earth, and in doing so, wiped out about 75% of all life, including everyone's favorite prehistoric predators, the dinosaurs. This event, also known as the Chicxulub impact, was the very definition of a bad day.
Sounds like a prequel to Jurassic Park, except instead of resurrecting the dinosaurs for a theme park, we got not dying as our prize. Seems like a fair trade.
Well, if by fair trade you mean losing 75% of all species, seeing the skies darken for years, and watching the planet become a barren wasteland, then sure, a great trade.
Well, yeah, that's just nature's way of saying time to clean up the party. Maybe it was too wild for too long. But what actually happened?
So here's the deal. Around 66 million years ago, Earth was very different. Dinosaurs had been ruling the planet for over 160 million years, longer than we've been around by a long shot. They had sprawling forests, vast oceans, and a pretty cushy spot at the top of the food chain. Life was booming. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, disaster struck a 6-mile-wide asteroid, traveling at around 12 miles per second, slammed into the planet near what we now call the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, where we see the massive asteroid, let's call it Rocky, barreling toward Earth, cutting through the atmosphere with a fiery tail.
6 miles wide? That's like a giant celestial bowling ball, and Earth was the last pin standing.
Yeah, and Rocky didn't just knock the pin over, it shattered the entire bowling alley. The impact released energy equivalent to billions of nuclear bombs, creating a crater nearly 93 miles wide and 12 miles deep. To put that in perspective, that's like 3 Chicagos stacked inside the crater.
So basically like an earth-shattering kaboom?
Exactly. When Rocky hit, it vaporized almost instantly, releasing heat so intense it caused wildfires for miles around, and the shockwave from the impact traveled at the speed of sound, flattening forests, creating massive tsunamis, and sending molten rock flying halfway across the planet. But the real kicker wasn't just the initial impact. It was the aftermath. Rocky didn't just take out a few trees and beachfront properties. The dust, ash, and debris from the impact were thrown so high into the atmosphere that it blocked out the sun. It was like the planet hit the ultimate snooze button, plunging Earth into a state of darkness.
So basically, the dinosaurs woke up, had their morning cup of coffee, looked outside and thought, wow, it's a little dark today.
Yeah, only they wouldn't be drinking coffee because everything was on fire. Imagine trying to function when the sun doesn't come out for months, or even years. Photosynthesis gone, the food chain decimated. No sun means plants can't grow, And if plants can't grow, the herbivores die. And if the herbivores die, guess what happens to the carnivores?
They get really hungry?
They get dead. This chain reaction led to what scientists call a mass extinction event. 75% of all life forms wiped out, from the top predator T-Rex down to the tiniest marine organisms.
That's harsh. No more dinosaur parties, no more dino raves, just silence. The discovery.
Now, here's where things get interesting. For a long time, scientists didn't actually know what wiped out the dinosaurs. They knew something huge happened at the end of the Cretaceous period, but they didn't have a clear culprit.
So it was like a 66 million year cold case.
Exactly. The mystery stayed unsolved for decades until 1980, when a father-son duo of scientists, Luis and Walter Alvarez, found something weird. They discovered a global layer of sediment rich in a rare element called iridium. Iridium isn't common on Earth, but is super common in asteroids and comets. This was a smoking gun. The Alvarez team theorized that this iridium-rich layer was evidence of an asteroid impact, and the timing lined up with the mass extinction.
Well, I love a good father-son detective story. This sounds like a plot of Indiana Jones and the mystery of the dead dinosaurs.
Yeah, except instead of ancient relics, they're digging through layers of dirt. But what they found changed everything. Their discovery gave rise to the impact hypothesis, the idea that the KT event was caused by an asteroid strike, and this theory has since become the leading explanation for why the dinosaurs disappeared. However, there's another twist to this story. Some scientists believe the asteroid wasn't acting alone. Around the same time as the impact, a series of massive volcanic eruptions were happening on the other side of the world in what is now India. These eruptions, known as the Deccan Traps, spewed tons of lava and gases into the atmosphere, possibly contributing to the environmental disaster.
So Earth was already having a bad day, and then the asteroid just came in and made it worse. Like if you're having a rough day at work, and then you spill your coffee all over your shirt, I guess.
Exactly. It's a 1-2 punch volcanic activity releasing toxic gases, combined with the asteroid impact kicking up even more dust and debris. It's possible that the Deccan Traps and the asteroid together created the perfect storm for extinction.
So basically, Earth got hit by two trucks at the same time. One was a giant space rock, and the other was a slow-moving lava flood. Talk about a rough commute.
Exactly. It's a 1-2 punch volcanic activity releasing toxic gases, combined with the asteroid impact kicking up even more dust and debris. It's possible that the Deccan Traps and the asteroid together created the perfect storm for extinction. Now, of course, an event this dramatic has left its mark on pop culture too. Obviously, we've got Jurassic Park with its resurrection of dinosaurs, which kind of plays with the idea that maybe the KT event didn't have to be the end for them. But beyond dinosaurs running amok, we've also got Hollywood's obsession with asteroid impacts.
Ah, yes. Let's talk about the cinematic masterpieces known as Armageddon and Deep Impact. It's like we have a weird fascination with watching giant rocks rule the Earth.
It's true. But here's the thing. If Rocky had been the asteroid in Armageddon, Bruce Willis would have had no chance. The Chicxulub asteroid was massive, and its speed was insane. Even if Bruce and his crew had somehow made it up there, nuking it would have been pointless. There was no stopping this one.
So basically, what you're saying is Armageddon lied to us. Well, at least Aerosmith got a song out of it. That was good.
Yeah. And I'm sorry to say, there was no emotional, slow-motion goodbye scene with a hero saving the world. The real-life KT event was far more brutal, and nobody made it out alive to tell the tale, except for the few lucky species that managed to survive. Of course, because this is the internet, there are some wild theories out there about the KT event. One of the more out there ones is the idea that the asteroid impact wasn't just a random accident, it was fated to happen to make way for humans.
Wait, so you're getting into some kind of cosmic destiny thing? Like the universe sent an asteroid as a hitman to take out the dinosaurs? So we could have our moment in the spotlight?
Yeah, kind of. It's called the anthropic principle. The idea is that if the asteroid hadn't hit, dinosaurs might still be roaming the Earth. and mammals like us might never have evolved into what we are today. So in a weird, existential way, we owe our existence to Rocky the asteroid.
So basically, I'm here today because some space rock decided to go bowling with Earth? That's pretty deep.
Yeah. In a way, yeah. The extinction of the dinosaurs cleared the stage for mammals to thrive and evolve. It's one of those what-if scenarios. If the asteroid had missed, who knows? Maybe dinosaurs would have kept evolving, and we'd be living in a world run by sentient raptors.
Geez, I'm glad that didn't happen. Okay, now I want to see Jurassic Park, but with the roles reversed. Like, what if humans were the theme park attractions, but the dinosaur overlords?
Yeah, let's not dwell on that too much, but you can see how wild this gets. There's even a theory that the asteroid might have come from a disrupted planet between Mars and Jupiter, or that it was nudged by cosmic forces, maybe even alien intervention.
Oh boy, here we go. Next thing you're going to tell me is that aliens were driving the asteroid, like a UFO. The lasting legacy.
Yep, those little guys made it through. And because of that, we're sitting here today, talking about the downfall of the dinosaurs, rather than running from them. So, what do you think, Dave? Could anything have stopped this from happening? Or was it all just a cosmic inevitability?
But you got to hand it to those cockroaches, though. They always find a way to survive.
That's a grim way to look at it, but you're not totally wrong. Sometimes, catastrophe brings about new opportunities for life to evolve. It's just crazy to think about how one momentone impact could have such an enormous, lasting effect on the entire planet.
Honestly, I think Earth was due for a reset. Maybe the dinosaurs had it too good for too long, and the asteroid was just nature's way of hitting the refresh button.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen anytime soon. But just in case, keep an eye on the sky, folks. You never know when it might be our turn. Thanks for watching, and remember, don't get yeeted by a space rock.
Yeah, stay safe, guys. And if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. We'll catch you next time on Disaster Files. We have a live dinosaur here, attacking our other dinosaurs. Get away from our dinosaurs, Mr. Turkey. He's like he wants to break out his friends. Turkey.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below. Happy Halloween to you all.
Welcome to Disaster Files, the show where we dig into the history's most catastrophic, mind-boggling, and often deeply unsettling events. The disasters that reshaped the world, and the mysteries buried within them. I'm your host, Princess Zhao, and today on Disaster Files, a special and frankly terrifying episode of Season 2. Today, we're diving into a very real and very modern disaster that burned its way through the headlines in January of 2025. We're talking about the Southern California wildfires, a catastrophe that just in 3 weeks torched over 500 acres and forced 200,000 people from their homes. It left a trail of destruction so vast it sent 2 fires, the Eaton and the Palisades, straight to the number of 2, and 3 spots on California's list of most destructive fires of all time. But here's the kicker. The thing is, that takes them to a tragedy, to an unsolved case. Was this purely a natural disaster, a perfect storm of weather and climate? Or was it a man-made catastrophe, fueled by political fights, management failures, and a series of baffling decisions that left firefighters literally high and dry. Stick with me and let's figure out what really happened in the firestorm of 2025. Every good mystery needs its suspects and its theorists. In the case of public opinion, the blame for this disaster was thrown around like a hot potato. Let's meet the key players. The Act of God Camp. This group, largely comprised of climate scientists and fire experts, point to the trifecta of insane natural conditions. The Mismanagement Camp. Led by none other than the 47th President, Donald Trump, this faction argues that California's leadership had bungled everything from forest management to water policy, essentially settling the state on its pathway to burn. And the last one, Climate Change Camp. The environmental groups and researchers pointed a firm finger at the long-term global warming, arguing that this wasn't just bad luck, but a terrifying new normal. The setup. A perfect storm, or lack thereof. So how does a place like Southern California, which is a known thing or two about fire, get pushed to the absolute brink? You don't just get the fire this bad, you have to build it. And 2024 did all the construction work. It started, unironically, with way too much of a good thing. The previous winters were super wet, leading to a massive growth of grasses, shrubs, and all that fun, flammable fire stuff. The landscape was basically a loaded gun. Then, the trigger was pulled. The fall of 2024 was record dry, like the driest start to the rainy season on record dry. All that lush vegetation from the wet years baked bone dry under near record heat. One analysis found that the lack of rainfall was responsible for about 75% of the vegetation's flammability, while the heat contributed to another 25%. The stage was set. And then came the winds. And not just any winds. We're talking about hurricane force, Santa Ana winds, screaming down the Great Basin. We're talking about gusts recorded at over 100 miles per hour on Mount Lukens. The National Weather Service called it a particularly dangerous situation, warning that these winds could lead to extreme fire behaviours and long-range spotting, which is when embers fly ahead of the main fire, starting new blazes. It was, in the words of one expert, a perfect storm. So you just got a record amounts of fuel, record of dryness, and record of winds. All you need is a spark. The ignition, hell unleashed. On January 7th, 2025, the spark came. A series of fires erupted across LA metro area. The biggest two that would etch their names into the history book were the Eaton Fire in Aldenia and the Palisades Fire in the Pacific Palisades. Driven by those 100 miles per hour winds, those fires didn't just burn, they raced. They became what's known as the wind-driven fires. And according to fire experts, when you have conditions that extreme, the fires become almost unstoppable. The idea of fighting them with hoses and water drops became almost quaint. The statistics are staggering. Let's put them in a little box of horror, shall we? So the toll of the fires. The dates were from the 7th of January to the 31st of January 2025. The acres that were burned were over 521,000 acres. There was almost nearly 19,000 plus structures destroyed. Over 200,000 people were evacuated, and there was reported 31 fatalities, up to 440, including smoke-related. And that death toll? That's a mystery in itself. Official reports list 31 fatalities, but a study published later by universities, including Boston University, suggests the real number when you include deaths from smoke and other indirect causes, could be as high as 440. It's a chilling reminder that the danger of a fire can linger long after the last flame is put out. So we have the what? A devastating urban firestorm. Now for the why. And folks, this is where the case file gets thick. When a disaster of this magnitude hits, people need answers. And when straightforward answers are hard to come by, that vacuum gets filled with theories. Some are grounded in policies failures. Others venture into the realm of pure conspiracy. Let's break down the major theories that emerge from the ashes. Theory 1. The systemic failure. Dry hydrants at a drained reservoir. Our first theory is perhaps the most concrete, and for those affected, the most infuriating. A catastrophic failure of the very systems designed to save them. We're talking about fire hydrants that ran dry in the hill, affluent neighborhood of the Pacific Palisades. The intermediate, terrifying question was why? In a major metropolitan area, how do you run out of water? The initial speculation pointed to a massive water shortage. But here's where the plot thickens. According to experts, the large Los Angeles metro area actually had stable water sources. Most reservoirs, like Lake Oroville, were in good shape after 2 wet winters. So what gives? The explanation appears to be a perfect storm of overwhelming demand and a local infrastructure vulnerability. The sheer number of fire hoses operating at once during the wind-driven blazes put a massive strain on the system, causing water pressure to plummet. To make a catastrophic situation even worse, a local reservoir that could have provided backup water to the Palisades neighborhood had been drained for repair. It was a devastating 1-2 punch, an unstoppable fire met with an unprepared water system. The question this theory poses is one of preparedness and maintenance. Was this a tragic but unforeseeable coincidence? Or a system of a larger failure to harden local infrastructure for a worst-case scenario? Theory 2. The fuel management debate. To rake or not to rake? Next up, a theory that has haunted California fire debates for years, and one that was aggressively revived in the aftermath. The idea that a lack of brush clearing or backburning directly led to this disaster. This theory got a massive boost from then President-elect Donald Trump, who repeatedly criticized California's forest management.
Hey everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden uploads a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode.
He even revisited his infamous first-time suggestion that California should be raking its forests to clean up dead bush. But let's fact-check this in real time. The reality of land management in Southern California is far more complex than raking. The landscape around Los Angeles isn't just a dense forest you might picture. It's dominated by chaparral, a tough, scrubby brush that is ecologically sensitive. Furthermore, the combination of the environmental regulations and the dense residential areas built right up against this brush means that prescribed fires is very infrequently used in Southern California. The liability is too high if a controlled burn escapes. So crews must use alternatives, like chainsaws, industrial massacres that turn brush into wood chips, or even goat herds to trim the vegetation. And importantly, California has been actively treating its wildlands. In 2023 alone, over 1,500 square miles of state and federal land were treated to reduce wildfire. But here's the kicker that complicates this theory. Many wildfire experts that even perfect fuel management would likely not have stopped the specific fires. The hurricane force Santa Ana winds was so extreme that the fires were essentially unstoppable. As one fire advisor puts it, without any ignition, the fuels being so dry, those wind-driven fires are almost unstoppable when the winds are that high. So, was the lack of backburning a critical failure? Or is this theory a politically convenient scapegoat that ignores an unstoppable force of nature? The debate is far from settled. Theory 3. The political firestorm. Water, fish, and voter ID. And then we have the theories that emerge directly from the political arena, creating a parallel inferno of blame and misinformation. First, the water for fish narrative. President Trump took to social media to falsely claim that Los Angeles lacked water to fight the fires because Governor General Gavin Newsom was protecting a worthless fish called smelt found in Northern California. He used this as a justify an executive order titled Putting People Over Fish, directing federal agencies to reroute the state's complex water system. However, experts and officials were quick to debunk this. There's no connection between the Northern California water battles and the hydrants running dry in the Pacific Palisades. The water issue was one of local pressure and infrastructure, not a statewide shortage. As Newsom himself pointed out, southern reservoirs were full. The problem was the 100 miles per hour winds, making the fires uncontainable. Second, the leverage of voter ID theory. In a move that further politicized the disaster, Trump suggested that federal aid should be contingent on California implementing voter ID laws, a demand with no connection to wildfire management. This theory posted that the disaster was being used in a political bargaining chip, threatening to hold recovery hostages to advance an unrelated policy goal. The political theories reveal a landscape where the facts of the disaster became secondary to a long-standing ideological battles, creating a hurricane-force winds of mis- and disinformation that Governor Newsom accused the Trump administration of spreading. Theory 4. The conspiracy vortex. Space lasers, the DEI, and crime cover-ups. Finally, we arrive at our darkest and frankly wildest corner of our case file. The conspiracy theorists that went viral in the fire's wake. When reality is overwhelming, some people seek alternative explanations, no matter how far-fetched. Theory 1. The directed energy weapon, the DEW theory. Despite being repeatedly debunked by experts, claims spread that the secret government weapons, like lasers or microwave systems, ignited the flames. This theory, which also surfaced during the 2018 California fires and the 2023 Maui fires, suggests governments or shadowy organizations are intentionally starting these blazes. Theory 2. The DEI overcompetence theory. The DEI overcompetence theory. Predominant right-wing influencers, including Elon Musk, circulated the baseless claim that the Los Angeles fire diversity, equity, and inclusion policies hammered the fire response. They targeted the fire chief, who was the first woman and openly gay person in the role. As one firefighting expert bluntly stated, he gave this theory only slightly more credibility than the Jewish space laser theories, emphasizing that no amount of personnel could stop a wind-driven fire of this magnitude. The celebrity crime cover theory. Perhaps the most bizarre theory claimed that the fires were set to destroy evidence in the and Sean Diddy Combs, falsely claiming his mansion was burned. In reality, his home remained intact and outside the evacuation zone. Researchers suggest that these conspiracies thrive because they offer a sense of control and a simple villain in the face of a complex, emotionally overwhelming tragedies. They are, in the words of one expert, an attention economy. And sadly, conspiracy theories get attention. So there you have it, the 4 pillars of why. From the tangible failures of dry hydrants, to the heated debate over land management, to the political weaponization of the disaster, and finally, the descent into baseless conspiracy. The true cause of this catastrophe likely lies in a combination of the first two, supercharged by climate change, and then utterly distorted by the latter two. The file on this was so bad that it remains open, and the battle of the narrative continues to burn as hot as the flames themselves. So the mismanagement theory, at least, in terms of brush clearing, seems to hold a little less water with the people who actually fight fires. It was a political narrative that didn't quite match the on-ground reality, the meeting, a tarmac hug and a televised snub. In the middle of the crisis, the two main characters in our political drama had to meet. President Trump flew to Los Angeles, and the stage was set for a truly awkward encounter. Governor Newsom, who had been trying to get a hold of the president for days, showed up to greet him on the tarmac at LAX. And publicly, it was all smiles. Video showed Trump greeting Newsom warmly, shaking his hand, embracing him, and patting him on the arm, promising to take things and get it permanently fixed. But behind the scenes, it was a different story. The White House had not initially invited Newsom to join the visit. The governor was excluded from Trump's tour of the devastated Pacific Palisades and was notably left out of the used roundtable with local officials, including LA Mayor Karen Bass. This left Trump free to attack California's environmental policies on TV without Newsom's there to review them. And then, Trump added a brand new, completely unrelated demand, voter ID. He told reporters he wanted voter ID and water release to a condition for being the greatest president that California has ever seen. It was a surreal moment. A state was burning, and the conversation was being shifted to voting laws. Newsom's office called conditioning aid wrong, but the governor himself, in a precarious position, had to project confidence, saying, "I have all the confidence in the world. We'll work that out later." So what's the verdict? Okay, mystery pals, let's review the evidence. We had a natural disaster of epic proportions, a trifecta of conditions that created a fire so powerful, it says it's virtually unstoppable. That's our act of God theory, and it holds a lot of weight. We had allegations of human mismanagement, dry hydrants, and unraked forests. But the evidence suggests that the water issue was a complex, local issue, not a statewide policy. And then the fuel management, was it actually happening? But was simply useless against a fire with this magnitude. We had a political circus, with aid being threatened over cultural war issues, turning a tragedy into a bargaining chip. And hanging over it all, we had the undeniable data-driven climate change, loading the dice for more frequent and more intense disasters. So what really caused this disaster? It wasn't one thing. It was all of them. It was the wind. It was the drought. It was the overgrown brush. It was the drained reservoir. It was the political polarization, and it was the warming planet. The mystery of the 2025 fires isn't actually a whodunit. It's a what did we all do? It was a collective failure to adapt a new reality where the rules of fire had changed. The solutions: managing development, hardening infrastructure, and decisively addressing climate change, are complex, expensive, and politically fraught. The fires were solved on January 31st, 2025, when they were contained. But the real mystery of how we live on and prevent the next one remains very, very unsolved. Further research tips. To find more vivid details about the Trump-Newsom meeting, including direct quotes from their conversation, try searching for news video archives from major networks, for example CNN, Fox News, from around the January 24th to 25th. For more technical details on the water pressure failure in the Pacific Palisades, look for the official report from the independent investigation ordered by Government Newsom, likely published by the California state agencies. Thanks for watching. And as always, if you have any theories about how we would stop this from happening again, let me know. Stay curious, and maybe keep a fire extinguisher handy.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Well then, I'll have to make sure you actually become president. If it's something that you want, I'll do everything I'm able to make it happen. You'll never stand alone again. I'll be with you, supporting you through all the highs and lows. So...
Just now, I feel like your mind's wandering to another girl.
Wait, was it that obvious? Oh, I am in for it now. I flashed back to a girl from my past. That's number 2 on the list of things an MC in a rom-com is never supposed to do during a confession scene.
So,
Yes,
earlier, you said you'd support me through the highs and lows. Do I remember that right?
I did. Yes, those words were said.
And in the very next moment, that mind instead of me.
No, it was someone else.
Oh.
Oh, mercy! Mercy!
Listen up. Yes. I'll overlook this. But first, I'm gonna need you to take my hands!
Disaster enthusiasts, and welcome back to Disaster Files, a show where we stare into the abyss of catastrophic events, and the abyss, more often than not, stares back with a surprising amount of structural incompetence and a dash of pure, unadulterated chaos. I'm your host, Princess Warabi, and today on Disaster Files, we get taken back to the land of sun, surf, and well, in this case, absolute meteorological fury. The Gold Coast, Australia, February 2025. A place synonymous with vibrant nightlife, golden beaches, and a general aura of laid-back prosperity. But in the early hours of February 18th, that entire identity was systematically dismantled by a force of nature so brutal, so relentless, it would rewrite the rulebook on what the region could withstand. Its name was Alfred. Now, cyclones are no stranger to Queensland. They're like that uninvited relative who shows up every season, eats all your food, and maybe knocks over a patio chair. But Alfred was different. He wasn't just visiting. He was here for an order. Category 4 beast that intensified with a speed that left meteorologists genuinely spooked. The forecasts were dire. The warnings were urgent. But as we'll see, there's a vast chasm between hearing a warning and living through the event itself. Because the true story of a disaster like Alfred isn't just in the wind speeds or the millibars of pressure, it's in the aftermath. It's in the silent, dark, and profoundly isolating vacuum that the storm leaves behind. And to understand that particular brand of modern age terror, we called upon someone who lived it. David, a resident of the southern Gold Coast suburb of Miami, found himself directly in Alfred's crosshairs. For 4 days after the eye of the storm passed, he was entombed in his own home. No power, no phone reception, no connection to the outside world. Just the dark, the heat, the sound of the wind, and the creeping, gnawing uncertainty of not knowing when, or even if, the world as he knew it would return. David, thank you for joining us, and for being willing to revisit this.
I'm Toga, Himiko Toga. Just a quick blood reminder that if you want to see more videos, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe and click that notification bell so that way you can get notified whenever there's a new upload. Now, where's my sweetheart Deku at?
Thanks for having me, Princess. It's strange to talk about it now. Feels like a lifetime ago, and also just like it was yesterday. You had those seasoned locals who were boarding up and filling up bathtubs with water, and their faces were grim. Then you had the, let's call them invincibles, the people who had cyclone parties, treating the whole thing as just a spectacle. I was somewhere in the middle. I've been through storms before, but not like this. The Bureau was using language I'd never even heard. Catastrophic destruction, life-threatening. I remember on Sunday, the day before it hit, the air was completely still. Not a breath of wind. It was eerily still and heavy. You could feel the pressure dropping. It was like the coast was holding its breath. And then Monday evening, it started. Just with rain at first, it was heavy, pretty normal heavy, but then the wind picked up, not really in gusts, but as a constant rising roar. By midnight, it was a sound I can't even adequately describe. It was a freight train that never ended, like a high-pitched scream mixed with this deep bass groaning. You could feel the whole house vibrating. I was in my lounge room, but then all of a sudden everything went dark and silent. And it was more than just the lights. The constant background hum of the refrigerators, computers, the world, it just stopped. And then all that was left was the sound of Alfred. And that's when it got real. I had candles, but you don't dare light them in the wind howling through every crack and crevice. So I was in the dark, pitch black, and that's when the real show started. My house is pretty sturdy, but it's also flexible. It moves, and that night it was moving like it was trying to distance itself off its foundations. I could feel the floorboards flexing under my feet, and I retreated to what I thought was the safest room, a small windowless bedroom in the center of the house. Then around 2 a.m, there was a sound I'll never forget. It wasn't the wind, it was a tearing, splintering crack from the street. A giant thunderbolt came down like an explosion. The whole house shook. I didn't even know if it had hit the house or not. There was no way to check. Going outside was a death sentence, so I just had to sit there in the dark with that sound echoing through my head, wondering what the damage was, or wondering if the next crack was going to be my roof. It was the longest night of my life. The noise was so overwhelming it became a physical presence. It was in your bones. You couldn't think, you could only endure. The eye was supposed to pass south of us, so we didn't get the calm. But the wind did change direction. It came from the southwest, and then it felt even stronger, like it was finding new weaknesses in the structure to exploit. Dawn, when it finally came, was grey, sickly light. It didn't so much break as the world just faded from black to a miserable, bruised grey. The rain was still horizontal. I risked a look out the window. My whole backyard was gone. It was just a lake of muddy water, debris, and a massive tree, its root ball the size of my car, exposed to the sky. But my house was still standing, thankfully. The wind started to die down about late Tuesday afternoon, and then the rain eased to a downpour. The storm was finally over. I ventured outside to take a look, and the devastation was absolute. It looked like a war zone. The houses and their roofs peeled open like tin cans. The power lines everywhere, tangled in trees and across roads. Every street was blocked. The sound wasn't of recovery. It was the sound of chainsaws and people calling out to each other for help. That first night after the storm, the darkness was profound. I've never experienced darkness like that. No city glow, no street lights, no neighbour's TV flickering, just black. And then the quiet. Without the wind, the silence was almost as loud as the storm had been. It was hot. Queensland in February, don't know if you've been there, but it's a steam bath. And with no fans, no air conditioning, the house became an oven. Sleep was basically impossible. Driving around the next day, seeing the army trucks, the emergency services from the other states, the mountains of green waste on every curb, it was like walking from a bad dream to find the world had shared it with you. The recovery had begun, but those 4 days we were in the dark, in every sense of the word.
The sheer scale of the damage was biblical. The initial economic cost was estimated at over 3.5 billion AUD, making it the costliest cyclone to ever hit Queensland. Over 150,000 homes and businesses were left without power. But as Damon's story has shown, the number without power is a sterile statistic. It doesn't capture the 150,000 individual descents into darkness, the 150,000 battles with heat, boredom, and fear. The communication blackout was a critical failure, a perfect storm, if you will, of damaged fibre optic cables, powered down mobile towers, and a network so overwhelmed it simply collapsed. It took over a week for the service to be fully restored to some of the more isolated pockets. In that vacuum, misinformation thrived. Social media, when it was acceptable, was a fire hose of unverified, often panic-inducing claims. The human cost, as always, was the most profound. 3 direct fatalities were attributed to Alfred, all from falling debris. Tragically, there were several indirect deaths linked to the stress of the event and the subsequent recovery. The psychological impact, the cases of post-traumatic stress, anxiety, and depression that spiked in the months that followed, is a chapter of this disaster that is still being written today. Which brings us to the inevitable question from this show, always asked: how has it been prevented? Well, no, you can't prevent a cyclone. But could the aftermath have been less medieval? The official inquiries pointed fingers in several directions. The lack of a robust, satellite-based emergency communication system for such a densely populated, disaster-prone area was a glaring omission. The power infrastructure, while built to a standard, was clearly not built to withstand a Category 4 direct hit. The scream chewing gum approach, as some critics called it, was exposed. There were successes, of course. The early warning system undoubtedly saved lives. mobilisation of the State Emergency Service, the Australian Defence Force, and the volunteers were heroic and monumental. But the lesson of Alfred, the one that echoes from stories like David's, is that our modern society has just a single massive point of failure. Our dependence on a fragile, interconnected grid. When it falls, we don't just lose convenience, we lose our minds. David's 4 days in the dark were an anomaly. They were a stress test, a preview, and they were what kind reads. We are terrifyingly vulnerable. We were in a world of light and noise on constant connection, and we forgot how to be alone in the quiet. Psych and Alfred reminded us in the most brutal way possible. Showed us that sometimes the true disaster isn't the storm itself, but the profound silence it leaves behind. That concludes the file on Psycho and Alfred. Thank you to David for his courage in sharing that story. What disaster shall we open the files on next? Let us know in the comments below. And remember, in the archives of catastrophe, the most chilling stories aren't always about the event, but about the wait for what comes after.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below.
Araga, what are you doing out here in a hurricane?
I'm filming a new episode of Disaster Files. Unsettling events, the disasters that reshaped the world, and the mysteries buried within them. I'm your host, Arga on Disaster Files. Welcome back to the archive. Tonight, we're not just recounting the tragedy of Katrina. We're diving into the murky, flood-choked waters of what really happened in those lost days. We're looking at the official narrative, the eyewitness accounts that contradict it, and the theories that suggest the true disaster in New Orleans wasn't just an act of God, but something far more human and far more sinister. Pop quiz: what is the single most expensive natural disaster in the history of the United States? A tsunami in California? An earthquake leveling San Francisco? A meteorite hitting a very, very expensive diamond museum? The answer, of course, is Hurricane Katrina. A storm so massive, so devastating, it became more than a weather event. It became a societal collapse, captured in real time on our television screens. We saw the water rise, we saw the desperation, and we heard the stories. Stories of heroism, of tragedy, and of things that don't quite add up. Strap in. This is a long one, and it does not have a happy ending. Our story starts, as these things often do, with a warning. By August 28th, 2005, everyone knew Katrina was coming, and it was a monster, a Category 5 beast churning in the Gulf with winds of 175 miles per hour. The mayor, Ray Agin, in a move he'd been criticized for delaying, issued the first ever mandatory evacuation order for the city. We're facing the storm most of us have feared, he said. The supermodel, that giant spaceship of a stadium, was declared the shelter of last resort, and people left, or at least those who could. But here's our first chilling, unsolvable human equation. An estimated 100,000 people remained in the city. Why? Poverty. Mostly. No car, no money for a hotel, no place to go. The sick, the elderly, the The isolated, they hunkered down in their homes or made their way to the supermodel, believing the authorities, believing they would be safe. And on Monday, August 29th, Katrina made landfall. But it wasn't the direct hit everyone feared. It veered east, slamming into Mississippi and Louisiana's coastline. In New Orleans, there was wind, there was rain, but initial reports were almost relieved. It seemed the city had dodged a bullet, but that relief was a phantom, a mirage, because the real enemy wasn't the wind, it was the water, the levees, the complex system of walls, floodgates, and pumps designed to keep the city dry. They were failing, not in one place, but in over 50 different locations. The 17th Street Canal levee, the Industrial Canal, the London Avenue Canal. One by one, they buckled, breached, and collapsed. It wasn't a flood from the river or the lake. It was a flood from within. The city was filling up like a sinking bathtub, and within hours, 80% of New Orleans was underwater. In some places, it was 20 feet deep. This is when the world's view of the disaster shifted. It was no longer just a storm. It was a humanitarian crisis of unimaginable scale. And at the epicenter of that crisis was the place we were all told to go, the Louisiana supermodel. What happened inside and outside that building over the next 5 days became the stuff of legend, nightmare, and intense controversy. The official reports, the media narratives, and the first-hand accounts from survivors tell wildly different stories. So let's break it down. Let's look at the 3 biggest, most haunting questions surrounding the supermodel. The descent into anarchy. What really went on inside? The initial reports that filtered out to the media were apocalyptic. We heard stories of murders, rapes, gangs roaming the concourses, of corpses stacked in freezers, of a child. The National Guard later confirmed only 6 deaths inside. 4 from natural causes, 1 suicide, and 1 drug overdose. So, what gives? Was the supermodel a lawless Hell's Cape? Or was that a gross exaggeration? This is our first major divergence. Survivor accounts are mixed. Many speak of the unbearable heat, the stench, the lack of food and water, the darkness. But many also vehemently deny the worst of the rumors. They talk about community, about sharing what little they had, about protecting the vulnerable. So, where did the stories of rampant violence come from? Theory number 1, and the most widely accepted one. The feedback loop of panic. Think about it. You have 30,000 terrified, trapped people. You have a handful of law enforcement and National Guard who are also terrified and overwhelmed. There is no communication. Rumors spread faster than disease. A fight becomes a riot in the telling. A person dying of a heart attack becomes a murder victim. In that pressure cooker, with no outside information, every whisper is amplified into a scream. The media.
I'm Toga, Himiko Toga. Just a quick blood reminder that if you want to see more videos, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe and click that notification bell so that way you can get notified whenever there's a new upload. Now, where's my sweetheart Deku at?
Stationed on the outskirts and reliant on these panicked reports, broadcast them to the world, cementing the supermodel's reputation as a cauldron of evil. But, and there's always a but, there's another, darker theory. Theory number 2, the deliberate demonization. This theory posits that the stories of violence were intentionally exaggerated, or at the very least, not properly fact-checked, to serve a purpose. What purpose? To justify the slow federal response, to paint the victims who were overwhelmingly poor and black as savage and undeserving of immediate help. It's a theory rooted in the deep, ugly history of racial bias in media and governance. If the people inside are portrayed as monsters, not victims, then the public's perception shifts from, why aren't we saving them, to, why are we sending our troops into that war zone? It reframes a rescue operation into a police action. This theory gains traction when you look at the timeline. The highest levels of government were repeating these unconfirmed horror stories, and the response wasn't a flood of humanitarian aid. It was to send in troops with shoot-to-kill orders. So, was the supermodel a dangerous place? Absolutely. Lack of sanitation is a weapon. Dehydration is a killer. But was it the Thunderdome of depravity we were sold? The physical evidence suggests otherwise. This remains unsolved. A battle between the official record, the media narrative, and the lived experience of 30,000 people. The truth is probably a horrifying mixture of both. Okay, mystery number 2. The convoy of hope. Why did it take so long for help to arrive? This is, for me, the most infuriating part of the entire story. For days, the world watched as people suffered on national television. We saw it. We saw the elderly dying in their chairs outside the convention center. We saw the mothers with starving babies. And we asked, over and over, where is the cavalry? The official story is a labyrinth of bureaucratic failure, jurisdictional disputes, and plain old incompetence. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, was a mess. Their director, Michael Brown, seemed utterly out of his depth. The state and the city were at odds. The federal government claimed they needed a formal request from the state. The state claimed they had requested it. It was a circular firing squad of blame. But that explanation, while factually true, feels insufficient. It feels like a cover for something else. And that's where the theories get truly dark. Theory number 3, the strategic delay. This is a heavy one, team. The theory goes that the response was deliberately slow, not out of malice necessarily, but out of a cold, calculated political strategy. The thinking was that a swift, massive federal intervention during the chaos would be a logistical nightmare and would essentially legitimize the process, anarchy, by waiting until the situation had stabilized, meaning once the troublemakers had either left or been subdued, and the population was more manageable, they could then move in and take control with a strong military presence. It was about controlling the narrative and the aftermath, not saving lives in the moment. It was about demonstrating federal power after a period of perceived lawlessness. Then there's theory number 4, which is even more chilling, the deliberate depopulation of the Ninth Ward. The lower Ninth Ward was a historically black, predominantly poor neighborhood. It was also the area that was most catastrophically flooded when the industrial canal levee gave way. Now, the official engineering report says the levees failed due to design flaws and soil instability. But this theory suggests the levees were intentionally breached. Proponents of this theory point to a few things. First, multiple residents reported hearing explosions right before the wall of water hit. Now, skeptics say this could be the sound of the levee itself. Collapsing concrete and steel snapping under pressure sounds a lot like an explosion. But the witnesses are adamant. Second, they point to history. During Hurricane Betsy in 1965, similar rumors swirled that the levees had been dynamited in a poorer, black neighborhood to save the wealthier, whiter French Quarter and Central Business District. Was Katrina a grim repeat of a past tactic? The goal, according to this theory, was to effectively wipe out a neighborhood that developers had long had their eyes on, to clear the land for future, more profitable projects. It's a theory of class and racial warfare disguised as a natural disaster. And while there is no concrete, smoking gun evidence to support it, the history of distrust between the community and the government gives it a powerful, lingering resonance. Which brings us to our final and most paranormal set of mysteries. Because when a tragedy of this magnitude scars a city, it leaves more than just physical wreckage. It leaves echoes. Mystery number 3, the ghosts of the flood. New Orleans has always been America's most haunted city. But after Katrina, the paranormal activity didn't just continue. It reportedly exploded. Paranormal investigators and residents alike tell stories of a new kind of ghost. They're called water ghosts. Apparitions that are seen dripping wet, smelling of swamp water and decay. They aren't the elegant specters of antebellum ladies. They are ghosts of pure trauma, reenacting their final, terrifying moments. There's a story of the couple who bought a house in the Gently neighborhood, a house they knew had been flooded. From day one, they heard the sound of sloshing water in the halls when the house was dry. They'd find puddles in rooms with no leaks, and one night, the wife saw a man standing at the foot of her bed, soaked to the bone, water pooling on the floor around his bare feet. He just stared, then faded away. Then there are the auditory phenomena. In parts of the lower Ninth Ward, where entire blocks were wiped away, visitors and residents report hearing things. barking of a stranded dog, the chop of a helicopter that isn't there, and most chillingly, by the sound of knocking. Persistent, desperate knocking on walls and doors. It's as if the final acts of those trapped in their attics, pounding for help, have been etched into the very fabric of the place. Now, the skeptic in me, the part that needs an evidence board and sworn affidavits, says this is a classic case of psychological suggestion. You're living in a place where you know a horrific tragedy occurred. Your brain is primed to interpret every creak and drip as something sinister. It's collective grief manifesting as paranormal belief. But the romantic, the part of me that wants the world to be weirder than it is, wonders if a place can hold memory, if trauma can stain an environment like psychic ink, then where better than New Orleans, a city built on water and old magic, for that energy to coalesce? Are these the ghosts of the dead? Or are they the unresolved trauma of the living, echoing back through time? We may never know. And we're no closer to a single, neat conclusion. Hurricane Katrina was a complex, multi-layered catastrophe. It was the storm. It was the engineering failure of the levees. It was the systemic poverty that trapped people. It was the breathtaking government failure at every level. It was the media distortion. And for some, it was a deliberate act of malice. The true, unsolved mystery of Katrina isn't one single event. It's the totality of it. It's the question of how, in the wealthiest nation on earth, we allowed our fellow citizens to be so utterly failed. The theories we've discussed, the demonization, the strategic delay, the intentional breaching, they are all attempts to answer that unanswerable question. They are a way for us to impose a narrative of intentional evil onto a reality that might be even scarier. A reality of staggering, mundane incompetence, and a society where the lives of the poor and marginalized are simply valued less. The water has receded. The city has, in many ways, been rebuilt. But the questions remain, swirling like the ghost of the storm itself. What really happened in the supermodel? Why did help take so long? Are the levees now strong enough? Or are we just waiting for the next one? And who gets left behind next time? This has been Disaster Files. See you next time.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below.
Fading stars are calling me. Me right in the rhythm I can breathe. Can you feel it too? The city's alive tonight. In this neon eclipse,
Finn was home, with our children. The thought was a stone dropped into the still pond of my concentration, sending out ripples of, not anxiety, never that. My mate is the greatest hero this world has ever known. He has faced down cosmic horrors, lynch kings, and the terrifying bureaucracy of the Candy Kingdom. But two toddlers, our son, Oak, and our daughter, Briar, they were a different kind of vortex. I had left them nestled in the heart of our tree home, the one where we had grown together from a single acorn, its walls woven with living wood and enchanted to hum a lullaby at dusk. Finn had waved me off, a bottle of organic Goo-Gurt in one hand and a tiny, whittled practice sword in the other. Go on, HW. Have fun with your stabby friend and the sad ghost. We've got this. It's dad-tastic adventure time. Oak had his father's golden hair and his relentless crawling curiosity. Briar had my green-tinted skin and a preternatural ability to make thorns sprout from her crib.
Welcome to Disaster Files, the show where we dig into history's most catastrophic, mind-boggling, and often deeply unsettling events. The disasters that reshaped the world and the mysteries buried within them. I'm your host Yuki on Disaster Files. Welcome back to the archive. Tonight file. No, not metaphorically. Literally. We're going to the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean, up to a place where the pressure could crush a nuclear submarine like a soda can, to a shipwreck that has been a tomb for over a century, and to a modern-day story of ambition, innovation, and a catastrophic failure that, for a few days in June 2023, held the entire world in a state of suspended horror. This is the Titan, a submersible operated by the company OceanGate. Its mission? To ferry paying passengers nearly 13,000 feet down to the wreck of the RMS Titanic. On June 18th, 2023, it descended with 5 people on board. It never came back up. The immediate assumption was that they were trapped, waiting, running out of air. The world held its breath, hoping for a miracle. But the truth, when it was revealed, was both more terrifying and more instantaneous. The Titan hadn't been trapped. It had been utterly and completely obliterated. So what actually happened down there in the crushing dark? How did a vessel, built to withstand unimaginable forces, turn into a nanosecond-long tragedy? And could it have been prevented? Strap in, because the story of the Titan is a murky deep dive into cutting corners, ignoring warnings and the brutal, unforgiving physics of the deep sea. This is the recount. Innovation, or a disaster waiting to happen. To understand the end, we have to start at the beginning. And the beginning, in many ways, is one man. Stockton Rush, the CEO of OceanGate. Rush was a charismatic visionary. He saw himself as a disruptor, a maverick bringing democratization to deep-sea exploration. He wanted to make trips to the Titanic accessible not just to scientists and ultra-rich explorers, but to, well, still the ultra-rich, but more of them. He was passionate, driven, and, as we'll see, notoriously dismissive of what he called excessive safety standards. His brainchild was the Titan. Now, most deep-diving submersibles like the ones used by James Cameron are spherical. Why? Because a sphere is the perfect shape to distribute immense pressure evenly in all directions. It's a fundamental law of physics. The Titan? It was cylindrical, longer, more room for passengers. But a cylinder is inherently weaker. The pressure wants to crush it from the sides, like squeezing a tube of toothpaste. To combat this, the main hull of the Titan wasn't made from traditional steel or titanium. It was made from carbon fiber. Now, carbon fiber is an incredible material. It's light, it's strong, it's what Formula One cars and modern airplanes are made from. But here's the thing, it's fantastic for dealing with tension forces that pull it apart. The deep sea is all about compression forces pushing in. And carbon fiber has a much more complex and less predictable relationship with compression, especially when it's cycled over and over again. Every dive, every pressure cycle, introduces microscopic cracks. It's a process called fatigue. It's like bending a paperclip back and forth. Eventually, it snaps. Now, imagine that paperclip is holding back pressure equivalent to the weight of the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, and the warnings? Oh, there were warnings. In 2018, a group of deep-sea exploration experts and members of the Marine Technology Society sent a letter to Stockton Rush. They expressed unanimous concern about the Titan's development process and its experimental approach. They were worried, specifically, about that carbon fiber hull. How did Rush respond? According to reports, he wasn't a fan. He called these safety standards obscenely safe and stated that they stifled innovation. In one now infamous quote, he told a journalist, "You know, at some point, safety is just pure waste. I mean, if you just want to be safe, don't get out of bed. Don't get in your car. Don't do anything." Cool. 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 Nothing says reassuring submersible CEO like comparing a drive to the grocery store to a journey to one of the most hostile environments on Earth. It's the YOLO School of Marine Engineering. But it gets, let's say, more creative. The Titan was controlled with a video game controller. A modified Logitech F710, to be exact. Now, to be fair, the military uses similar controllers for some systems, but it perfectly encapsulates OceanGate's ethos. It's off the shelf, it's cheap, it's vibes. And the vibes inside the Titan were something else. It was bolted shut from the outside with 17 giant bolts. There was no way to open it from the inside. In the event of an emergency, the passengers were, for all intents and purposes, entombed. So, to recap, we have a cylindrically shaped submersible, made from a material with unpredictable fatigue properties and deep-sea compression, built by a company that actively resisted industry oversight, controlled with a gaming pad, and sealed like a coffin. What could possibly go wrong? The final dive. Sunday, June 18, 2023. The support ship Polar Prince is stationed above the Titanic wreck site. The weather is decent. It's go time. On board the Titan that morning are 5 men. Stockton Rush, 61, the CEO and pilot of the vessel. The visionary, now putting his creation to its ultimate test. Paul-Henri Nargeolet, 77, a legendary French deep-sea explorer known as Mr. Titanic. He'd been to the wreck dozens of times. He knew the risks better than anyone. Hamish Harding, a British billionaire adventurer who held world records for aviation and deep-sea travel. A man who lived for the extreme. Shahzada Dawood, 48, a Pakistani-British businessman and philanthropist. Suleiman Dawood, 19, Shahzada's son, a university student. The presence of Suleiman, so young, on what was essentially an experimental vehicle, adds an extra and heartbreaking layer to this whole story. It's reported he was terrified of the trip but went because it was Father's Day, and he wanted to be with his dad. At approximately 8 a.m. local time, the Titan is launched from the Polar Prince and begins its descent. The journey to the seafloor was supposed to take about 2 hours. Communication with the surface is spotty, as is normal with acoustic text-based systems that far down. For the first hour and 45 minutes, everything seems normal. Routine check-ins? Then, at 1:45 p.m., the Polar Prince loses all contact with the Titan. No tracking. No communication. Nothing. Silence. At first, there's no panic. Comms drop out. It happens. But as minutes turn into an hour, then 2, the mood on the support ship shifts. The Titan has a 96-hour oxygen supply. The clock is now ticking. An international search and rescue operation, one of the most complex in maritime history, is launched. For the next 4 days, the world watches. News networks run 24/7 coverage. We hear about banging sounds detected by sonar every 30 minutes. Could it be the passengers, alive, tapping on the hull? Hope soars. The entire globe is collectively hoping for a miracle, imagining 5 men trapped in a cold, dark tube, waiting for a rescue that may never come. But that's not what happened. Not even close. Because, while the world was imagining a slow, suffocating nightmare, the truth was that the nightmare had already ended. It was over before anyone on the surface even knew something was wrong. The implosion. A nanosecond in hell. On June 22nd, a remote-operated vehicle from the ship Horizon Arctic found the answer. It wasn't the intact Titan on the seafloor. It was a debris field. The debris was located about 1,600 feet from the Titanic's bow. And it wasn't just random scraps. They found the Titan's landing frame, its rear cover, and other components. But most tellingly, they found the 2 titanium end caps of the pressure hull. The domes that sealed the ends of the carbon fiber cylinder. These titanium end caps were found separated from each other in different parts of the debris field. The carbon fiber cylinder that connected them? Gone. Vaporized. This was the undeniable signature of an implosion. A catastrophic failure of the pressure hull. So, let's break down what this means, because the physics of it is both horrifying and fascinating. At the depth of the Titanic, the water pressure is around 6,000 pounds per square inch. That's 400 times atmospheric pressure. The Titan's hull was a pressure vessel, holding that immense force at bay. But if it fails, it doesn't just spring a leak. It doesn't fill slowly with water. The failure is instantaneous. A tiny weakness in the carbon fiber, a microscopic crack that had grown with each previous dive, reaches its critical point. The hull buckles. And the moment it buckles, even a little, it creates an opening for the ocean. But this isn't like water pouring through a hole in a boat. At that pressure, the water doesn't flow in. It rams in. It's a hammer blow of unimaginable force. The ocean rips its way into the submersible at the speed of sound faster than the human nervous system can even register. That's how fast it was over. Literally, in less than 20 milliseconds. The hull would have collapsed inwards so violently that the air inside, compressed instantly, it would have heated to temperatures hotter than the surface of the Sunday. For a fraction of a millisecond, the inside of the Titan would have been a tiny star. The 5 people inside would have been, well, the term used by experts is atomized. Their bodies would have been disintegrated into their base components. It was, in the truest sense of the word, instant. There was no suffering. No slow dread. One moment, they were there. The next, they were not. The energy released by the implosion was so immense it was detected by top-secret U.S. Navy acoustic sensors designed to listen for submarine explosions. They heard it. They knew, almost immediately, that an implosive event had occurred in the area of the Titanic. This information was passed to the U.S. Coast Guard, who kept it classified to not jeopardize the ongoing search, which they still had to treat as a rescue mission until they had visual confirmation. So, while we were all listening for banging, the authorities likely already knew the grim truth. The banging was probably just ocean noise, or the Titanic itself shifting. The hope was a phantom. What went wrong? So, the how is pretty clear. Catastrophic implosion. But the why is where the real debate lies. What was the final straw that broke the submersible's back? Let's get into the theories. Theory 1, the obvious culprit, carbon fiber fatigue. This is the leading theory, the one most experts point to. The carbon fiber hull was a ticking time bomb. Remember the paperclip analogy? Every dive to the Titanic and back was one full bend. The Titan had made multiple successful dives before, but each one weakened the resin holding the carbon fibers together. The failure wouldn't be a slow leak. It would be a sudden, violent delamination where the layers of carbon fiber peel apart from each other. Support for this theory comes from previous concerns. A former OceanGate employee, David Lockridge, had been fired years earlier for raising alarms about the hull's safety. He'd written a report stating that the hull showed signs of visible damage and pre-existing delamination from previous dives. He argued the company wasn't doing enough non-destructive testing to find these flaws. OceanGate disagreed and showed him the door. Furthermore, it's been reported that OceanGate did not subject the Titan to the kind of rigorous third-party certification that is standard practice in the industry. Stockton Rush saw this as red tape. In the end, it may have been the very thing that doomed his project. This isn't just a theory, it's the official probable cause. The material was not fit for the purpose in the long term.
I'm Toga. Himiko Toga. Just a quick blood reminder that if you want to see more videos, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe and click that notification bell so that way you can get notified whenever there's a new upload. Now, where's my sweetheart Deku at?
Theory 2, the viewport failure. The Titan had a single, relatively small viewport at one end. This was another major point of contention. The viewport was certified to a depth of only 1,300 meters. The Titanic lies at 3,800 meters. Let me repeat that. The window was rated for less than half the depth it was being taken to. Stockton Rush, according to a 2019 court filing, was apparently emailed by the viewport manufacturer, who expressed concern that Ocean Gate was using the viewport in a manner outside its intended design. Rush's alleged response: he didn't want to pay for a viewport rated to 4,000 meters because it was too expensive. The theory here is that the viewport, the weakest point on the hull, could have failed first. A crack or a blowout at that depth would have been like popping a balloon. The entire ocean would have focused its force on that one point, instantly ripping the submersible apart. It's very plausible this was a contributing factor, or even the trigger. A failure of a component known to be under spec would absolutely cause a cascading, instantaneous failure. Theory 3, the Titanic's curse, a ghostly encounter. And now, we enter the realm of the unexplained. The Titanic wreck has always been shrouded in an aura of tragedy, a place where over 1,500 people died, a monument to hubris. Is it so far-fetched to think that the site itself is jealous? That it doesn't like visitors? That it claims those who dare to treat it as a tourist attraction? Could the Titan have been tampered with by something otherworldly? A ghostly hand reaching out from the rusticles to punish this modern-day act of arrogance? Or perhaps the wreck itself is a kind of siren, luring the proud to their doom, just as it did in 1912. Look, as much as I love a good ghost story, the ocean doesn't need ghosts to be terrifying. It has physics, and physics is scary enough on its own. This theory is for when you've run out of scientific explanations and just want to feel a chill down your spine, which, fair. Theory 4, the too close theory, a collision. This is a more tangible but still speculative theory. We know the debris was found near the Titanic's bow. We know that piloting a submersible in such a complex and debris-strewn environment is incredibly difficult. What if, during its approach, the Titan collided with a piece of the wreck itself? A sharp, unexpected impact with a rusted beam or a cable could have compromised the hull, creating the initial point of failure that led to an instantaneous implosion. It's possible the pilots, perhaps distracted or dealing with another system, simply got too close. A tiny scratch at the surface is a fatal wound at 13,000 feet. It's definitely possible. The wreck site is a treacherous place. However, an impact significant enough to cause a catastrophic failure would likely have been noticed by the passengers and pilot in the moments before, and there's no evidence of any distress call. The implosion was likely so sudden that no one saw it coming. See, in the deep, in the aftermath, the Coast Guard recovered presumed human remains and debris from the seafloor. Investigations are ongoing, but the conclusion is all but certain. The Titan was an uncertified, inexperimental vessel that pushed the boundaries of materials science too far, operated by a CEO who believed rules were for other people. The tragedy of the Titan is a stark, modern reminder of the old adage, pride comes before the fall. Or in this case, the implosion. It's a story of 5 lives lost, a pioneer, a legend, an adventurer, a father, and a son victims of a preventable disaster. It highlights the eternal conflict between groundbreaking innovation and proven safety protocols. The deep ocean is one of the last great frontiers, and it does not suffer fools. It doesn't care about your charisma, your wealth, or your disruptive ideas. It only obeys the cold, hard laws of physics. The wreck of the Titanic is a grave. For over a century, it has sat in silence, a memorial to a past tragedy. Now, scattered nearby, lies the wreck of the Titan, a memorial to a new one. 2 tales of hubris and humanity, separated by time, linked by the same patch of dark ocean floor. The story of the Titan is, in the end, unsolved only in its finest, most specific details. The broader lesson, however, is painfully clear. In the race to reach new depths, we must never forget to respect the very forces that make those depths so formidable. Until next time on Disaster Files, stay curious, and maybe pack a jacket, just in case.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below.
Toga, you are the most volatile variable. We shall address your situation first. Define your relationship with the subject, Deku. All eyes turned to Himiko. She set her knife down and her fork down. A slow, deliberate motion. Her smile was a razor blade. Deku is my everything, she purred, her voice syrupy and dangerous. He's the sun I orbit. My love for him is biological, a fundamental need, like blood or air. I want to understand him, truly understand him, from the inside. Marsha paled. The inside? Himiko's eyes gleamed. I want to wear his skin. I want to feel his quirks surge through my veins as if it was my own. I want to carve my name on his bones so we will never be apart. When he smiles, I want to steal that smile and keep it in a jar. When he bleeds, I want to drink it so he's a part of me. She looked around the table, her head tilted. Isn't that what love is? The desire to become one? To erase all lonely, empty space between two people? A stunned silence filled the space. Arya's form flickered violently. It was Crazy Meter who broke it, slamming her hand on the table. Yes! That's what I'm talking about! Total market saturation! Brave little catastrophe connoisseurs, and welcome to the final case of our second season. I'm your host, Teke Teke, and tonight, we're not just investigating a disaster, we're investigating a tomb, a planetary tomb. I know what you're thinking. Teke Teke, you've shown us sinkholes that swallow cities, and volcanoes that blacken the sky. What could honestly be worst? Well, my sweet summer children, all these disasters were events. Terrible, yes, but fleeting. They had a beginning, a middle, and an end. The horror we're delving into tonight, it was a state of being. It was a chapter in Earth's history where the end credits nearly rolled for everything. This chill that you feel, multiply it. Imagine it so deep, so global, that the entire planet, from the poles to the equator, was encased in a shell of ice, 1 kilometer thick. The oceans were silent. The continents were scoured clean. And the global temperature? A balmy -50 degrees Celsius. The equator, a place we associate with life and steam and sweat, would have just been as cold as Antarctica is today. This is the enigma of the snowball Earth. And for our grand finale, we are going to dissect this ultimate cold case. We will hunt for weapons, we will search for the survivors, and we will try to understand the impossible escape. This is the case files that ask the most terrifying question of all. How does an entire planet die and then come back to life? So, wrap yourselves in the warmest blanket you own and pour the hottest drink you can stand. Because we're travelling back over 700 million years to a time when the world committed the greatest act of self-sabotage in its history. Don't you dare try to run away. The crime scene. A planet in cryogenic stasis. To understand the scale of this crime, you must first erase every image you have of Earth. Erase the blue marbles, the swirling clouds. In your mind, replace it with this. A perfect, featureless white sphere. A cosmic cubeball. This was our world. This wasn't a little ice age. This wasn't little glaciers nibbling at the edges of Canada. This was total. This was absolute. The snowball Earth hypothesis, first properly named by the brilliant Joseph Kosnivnik in 1992, posits that during the several profound periods in our deep past, Earth's surface became almost entirely glaciated. The most famous deep freezes happened during the cryogenia phase. And isn't that a beautiful name? It came from the Greek, from cold birth. It lasted for about 720 to 635 million years ago. And within that chilly window, we have two main suspects for our global ice age. The Sturtian glaciation, the big one. Starting around 717 million years ago, this was the deep freeze that set the standard. It may have lasted for a staggering 60 million years. Let that number sink in. 60 million years. And the Marianne glaciation, the finale. Ending around 635 million years ago, this was the last great gasp of the ice before the great thaw. But the cryogenic wasn't the first time. Oh no. Evidence points us into much older, even more ancient freeze. The Huronian Glaciation, a whopping 2.2 billion years ago. This seems to be a recurring nightmare for our planet, a climate seizure it can't seem to shake. Now, within the world of geologists and climate modelers, a civil war has been raging for decades, and it all boils down to one question. Just how frozen was it? Hard snowball Earth. This is the classic hardcore interpretation, the purest view. The entire ocean, pole to pole, is sealed under a lid of thick ice up to a kilometre thick. No open water. The atmosphere is desiccated, starved for moisture. The planet, for all intents and purposes, a dead, frozen tomb. It's a clean, simple, and utterly terrifying image. The slushball Earth. And then we have the Challenger, the messy, complicated, but perhaps more hopeful model. Proponents of this, like researchers at NASA's Garton Institute, argue that even in the depths of this ice age, the Earth might have resisted a complete freeze-over. Their complex climate models suggest that just as much as half of the tropical oceans could have remained as a slushy, open-water belt. A thin, precarious lifeline in an otherwise frozen world. This debate isn't just academic pedantry, my ghoulish friends. It is a central mystery of this case. A hard snowball makes the survival of life almost a divine miracle, where a slush ball offers refugees, oases of liquid water where the flame of life could flicker, waiting to thaw. The entire narrative of death and rebirth hinges on which of these theories is correct. The evidence locker. Proof of a planetary crime. So, how do we know? How can we be sure that this isn't some geologist's fever dream? The Earth, my dear friends and viewers, is a meticulous record keeper. It writes down its history in stone. and the evidence for Snowball Earth is both compelling and frankly bizarre. A single piece of evidence, the one that makes every other theory crumble, is this. We find the unmistakable debris of glaciers in places that were, at the time, sitting in the tropics. Glaciers are messy eaters. As they crawl across the land, they grind up the landscape, carrying a jumbled mix of fine sediment and massed house-sized boulders. When the ice finally melts, it drops all this junk into a pile called a glacier chateau, which eventually hardens into a rock called Tilliot. Finding this in Norway? Expected. But finding it in the scorching deserts of Namibia, which was parked squarely on the equator 635 million years ago, that's like finding a woolly mammoth skeleton on a tropical beach. It was a crime scene that made no sense unless the ice was everywhere. But Teke Teke, I hear you cry. How can you possibly know where Namibia was 700 million years ago? Did it have a GPS? In a way, yes, it did. A magnetic one. When sedimentary rocks form, tiny magnetic minerals within them, little bits of magnite, align themselves with the Earth's magnetic field, and then they get locked into place as the rock hardens. The orientation of these minerals, their inclination, is a direct record of the latitude. A flat inclination means that the equator. A steep one means the poles. When we analyse these ancient glacier deposits, like the famous Elantina Formation in Australia, the magnetic signature is clear and undeniable. A flat, equatorial inclination. The verdict? Ice was at the equator. The ice was global. But if the tropical Tilliots are the only crime scene, then what are the evidence found directly on top of them is baffling. And then this happened. Twist that kept the scientists up at night. I'm talking about the cap carbonates. Look at this. It's insane. Immediately, with no transition, on top of the rock that proves the coldest climate imaginable, we find a rock that forms in warm, shallow, tropical seas. It's a geological equivalent of finding a layer of ash from a global fire directly underneath a pristine coral reef. These cap carbonates are found globally, directly atop the glacial deposits. They are the key to the greatest escape. They tell us that the end of the Snowball Earth was not a slow, gentle thaw. It was an abrupt, violent, catastrophic meltdown. A super greenhouse inferno that followed the deep freeze. It was a climatic pendulum swing of unimaginable violence. The Trigger Man. What pulled the planetary trigger? Alright, we've established the what. Now for the big why. What could possibly cause the entire complex buffered climate system to snap? To spiral down into a global deep freeze? The suspects are lining up, and they are all shifty characters. Let's start with the prime suspect, the one with the means and the opportunity. The volcanic winter hypothesis, also known as the Franklin factor. Around 717 million years ago, a catastrophic volcanic event, the Franklin Large Igneous Province, ripped through what is now northern Canada and Alaska. This wasn't a Mount St. Helens. This was a planetary wound. But here's the twist that makes it murder, not just manslaughter. This province erupted through layers of sulfur-rich sediment. So it wasn't just spewing lava and CO2, it was pumping unimaginable quantities of sulfur dioxide directly into the atmosphere. Sulfur dioxide is brilliant at one thing: blocking solar radiation. It creates a parasail in the sky, cooling the planet beneath. But for it to have a lasting global effect, it needs to get high up into the stratosphere. And in the cool climate conditions of the time, the boundary to the stratosphere was lower. It was easier for these volcanic plumes to punch through the altitude where they could do maximum damage. Furthermore, this is a masterstroke. This was all happening near the equator, the main engine room for the planet's solar energy intake. Professors like Francis McDonald and Robin Wordsworth have modelled this. They argue this perfect storm of fire and sulfur at the equator could have just provided the initial shove, cooling the planet down just enough to push the ice sheets down the critical latitude. And after that, the real killer takes over. The accomplice, the runaway train. This is the ice-albedo feedback loop. Albedo is just a fancy word for reflectivity. Fresh ice and snow are incredibly bright. They can reflect 80 to 90% of incoming light back into space. The dark ocean, by contrast, is a solar sponge, absorbing about 90% of that heat. So as the volcanoes provide the initial cooling and the ice spreads, the planet becomes brighter. More sunlight is reflected, so the planet cools further. This creates more ice, which makes it brighter again, and on it goes. It's a positive feedback loop from hell. Early climate models by thinkers like Mikhail Borodicki showed that once ice advanced within about 25 to 30 degrees of the equator, this feedback would be unstoppable. The ice would surge forward like a wave, swallowing the entire planet in a geological blink of an eye. The Earth, in essence, tripped into a climate trapdoor, and there was no coming back.
I'm Toga, Himiko Toga. Just a quick blood reminder that if you want to see more videos, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe and click that notification bell so that way you can get notified whenever there's a new upload. Now, where's my sweetheart Deku at?
Of course, we can't let the sun off the hook as an accessory. During the cryogenia, our sun was a fainter, young star, about 6% dimmer than it is today. It wasn't enough to cause the freeze on its own, but it set the stage. It turned the planetary thermostat down just enough to make a snowball event even possible. It was the perfect backdrop for murder. The Great Escape, the impossible thaw. This, for me, is the most fascinating part of our mystery. How do you recover from this? If the Earth was a perfect white, reflective snowball, bouncing nearly all sunlight back into space, how could it ever heat up again? It's the ultimate locked room mystery. The planet was its own prison. The leading theory for decades has been the volcanic CO2 greenhouse, or as I like to call it, the Big Sweat. The logic is brutal, but beautiful. While the ice-covered planet couldn't remove CO2 from the atmosphere, no liquid water facilitate weathering, and no biological activity, the volcanoes just kept going. For millions of years, carbon dioxide from volcanoes would have built up into the atmosphere with no sink, no drain, and no way to be absorbed. We are talking about concentrations that defy belief. Perhaps 30,000 parts per million, hundreds of times higher than today's level. Imagine it, a silent white world under a sickly pale sun, with the sky slowly turning thick and orange with this suffocating blanket of gas. For millions of years, nothing happens. The CO2 builds and builds and builds until it reaches a tipping point. The greenhouse effect becomes so powerful and so overwhelming that it finally punches through the ice reflectivity. And then, the thaw. would have been explosively fast. In geological terms, it was overnight, maybe just a few thousand years. The ice would have fractured, melted, and vanished. The planet would have swung from a deep freeze into a super hot, violent greenhouse. The skies would have opened up with torrential, acidic rains weathering the barren landscapes, washing the chemicals into the oceans, and depositing those telltale carbonates directly into the melting ice. It's a poetic, almost biblical image. Fire and brimstone, saving the world from ice. But a new piece of evidence has just thrown a massive frosty wrench into this beautiful theory. A groundbreaking study published in late 2024 led scientists near Galilee analyzing tiny laminated spheres of rocks called oioids. They are like natural time capsules, locking in the chemistry of the ancient seawater. They were looking for evidence for a massive organic carbon reserve that should have existed before the freeze. But what they found was shocking. The Earth's dissolved organic carbon was 90 to 99% smaller than today's. The Earth's carbon cycle wasn't roaring before the freeze. It was idling. As Galilei said, it calls for the new expansions. A key piece of our puzzle is now missing, and the trigger and the escape might be even more complex and terrifying than we thought. This is where the slush ball theory fights back. If the Earth was never a solid snowball, the escape became less miraculous. With open water in the tropics, the planet would have never truly cut off. Ocean's currents could have circulated, the water cycle could have persisted, and a more moderate buildup of CO2 could have gradually preserved the ice albedo effect. It's a less dramatic story, but perhaps more a plausible one. The Soul Survivors, Life in the Cryogenic Tomb. A planet-spanning ice age sounds like an ultimate extinction event. A clean slate, a sterilized scrub. So how is it that we're here to talk about it? The fossil records hold a stunning revelation. Life not only survived, but it emerged from these frozen episodes with more complex and more diverse than ever seen before. The survival strategy depends entirely on which snowball model you believe, and it changes the entire narrative. In a hardball, the only hope would have been isolated, desperate refugees. The most famous theory points to hydrothermal vents, underwater volcanoes on the ocean floor. These black smokers would have been the oasis of heat and chemical energy in the frozen darkness, supporting entire ecosystems independent of the sun. Other refugees could have been in subglacial lakes, or tiny, cryo-concentrated pockets of super salty water within the ice itself. A desperate, scattering handful of survivors in a planet-sized tomb. In a slush ball theory, survival is much more of a different story. The open equator waters would have been a vast planetary life raft, a tropical sanctuary where photosynthetic life, algae and bacteria, could have continued, a bit under a perpetual gloomy haze. It's a story of hardship, but not of near annihilation. But here is the wildest twist in this entire case file. This one sends a shiver down my non-existent spine. The last Snowball Earth episode ended around 635 million years ago. And then, in the geological blink of an eye, a mere 20 to 30 million years later, the fossil records explode. We could see the first appearance of a large, complex, multicellular organism in the Avalon explosion. Strange, soft-bodied creatures that look like nothing alive today. And after that, the famous Cambrian explosion, where animal life erupts into an insane frenzy of diversity, creating all the basic body plans we see today. Coincidence? Science screams no. The extreme environmental stress of the snowball Earth may have acted as an evolutionary crucible. It forced life to adapt, to innovate, or to die. It may have been the ultimate selection pressure that triggered the evolutions of multicellularity and complex bodies. The thaw and the new chemical-rich oceans it created provided a blank canvas for life to paint its masterpiece. This global disaster, this near-death experience for the biosphere, might have been the very trauma that kicked life into high gear. It was a planetary-scale phoenix rising from the ice. The snowball case remains open. So as the dawn breaks on our second season, where does this, our most epic case file, leave us? We have a planet that definitely froze over, multiple times. We have a compelling, but now deeply questioned, mechanism for its escape. We have a life that is not just a survivor, but a beneficiary of apocalyptic trauma. And we have a new science emerging every day that challenges our most fundamental assumptions. The mystery of the snowball Earth is far from solved. The core question remains, haunting the halls of geology departments worldwide. Was it a hard ball? Was it a hard snowball? Or a slush ball? The fate of all life hinges on the answer. What was the final precise trigger? Was it even the Franklin volcanoes? Or something we haven't discovered yet? How did the carbon cycle truly behave in the light of this new oid evidence? And the most profound question of all, is this a unique feature of Earth's past? Or is it the ultimate fate of any water world obtaining a faint young sun? We've chased down the clues, from the tropical tiliates to the baffling carbonates, from the ancient volcanoes to the tiny time capsule oids. We've seen our planet's climate is not a stable, gentle thing. It's a powerful, chaotic system capable of the most dramatic swings imaginable. It holds within its mechanisms the power to create and the power to destroy on a scale we can barely comprehend. And this isn't just ancient history. The same feedback loops and climate forces that created the snowball, the albedo effect, the greenhouse gases, they're the very same ones we are tinkering with today. Studying this frozen past isn't just an academic exercise. It's a warning, a lesson written in ice, teaching us the fragility of the world we call home. This case, the greatest disaster we have ever profiled. It has been a truly spine-tingly pleasure to guide you through the cataclysms with you. Thank you for your courage, your curiosity, and for not running away. Until next season, my dear scholars, remember to appreciate the warmth. And if you need me, you know what to listen for.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below.
What's up everyone, and welcome back for Season 2 of Disaster Files, the show where we dig into the history's most catastrophic, mind-boggling, and often deeply unsettling events. The disasters that reshaped the world, and the mysteries buried beneath them. Tonight, we're kicking off Season 2 with a case that is almost too big to comprehend. We're not talking about a single ship sinking or a one city burning. We're talking about a disaster that engulfed the entire planet. An event so strange, so globally devastating, that for the people who lived through it, it felt like the laws of nature themselves had been cancelled. I'm your host, Mayho, the world-travelling girl. This is the story of 1816, the year the sun simply gave up. They call it the year without a summer, the poverty year, 1800, and froze to death. From the misty valleys of Ireland to the bustling streets of New York City, the story was the same. Perpetual winter. Snow in June, frost in August, a sun that shone with all the warmth and power of a distant, dusty coin. The central questions of the disaster are twofold, and they are massive. First, what in the actual hell happened? What force of nature could possibly plunge the entire world into a seemingly endless winter? And secondly, the more human question, how did society not completely collapse? How did people survive when the very concept of a harvest vanished? This isn't a story of geology or weather patterns. This is a story of human desperation, resilience, and the birth of a monster, literally. So buckle up. This is a global mystery, and we're going to try and get to the bottom of it. This is the year without a summer, the setup. Okay, to understand why 1816 was so profoundly, pants-crappingly weird, we have to set the stage. What was the world like just before everything went sideways? The year is 1815. The world is exhausted. The Neapolitan Wars, a continental-spanning conflict, had been raging for over a decade, had finally, definitely, ended, with Neapolitan's defeat in Waterloo in June. Europe is shattered, bankrupt, a traumatized mess. Supply chains for, important things like food are completely destroyed. But that's just the human drama. Unbeknown to every single person on the planet, Earth itself was gearing up for what can only be described as a perfect storm of terrible conditions. First, we have what's called the Dalton Minimum. There was a period from about 1790 to 1830 where solar activity, sunspots and sun flares, were a historic low. The sun was, for a lack of a better term, running a bit cold. It had turned down its thermostat by almost 1 degree globally. Not enough to notice in your day-to-day, but enough to make the entire system a little bit more fragile. Second, the planet's volcanoes had been weirdly active. There was a massive mystery eruption in 1808. We'll come back to that. It's a whole thing. Followed by significant eruptions in 1812, 1813, and 1814 in various parts of the world. The atmosphere was already loaded with a baseline level of volcanic dust and aerosols. It was an atmospheric powder keg. And then, April 5th, 1815, on an island almost nobody in the West had ever heard of, someone lit the fuse. The big boom. Meet Mount Tambora. On the island of Sumbawa in the Dutch East Indies, modern-day Indonesia, Tambora wasn't just a mountain. It was a sleeping giant. And in 1815 of April, it didn't just wake up. It woke up and decided to tear the sky in half. The first eruptions on April 15th were so loud that they were mistaken for a faraway cannon fire. British authorities on islands hundreds of miles away accidentally sent ships out to look for a naval battle. But guys, this was just the volcano clearing its throat. The main event began on April 10th. And what happened next? The numbers are they're not even scary. They're nihilistic. The sound. The explosion was the loudest sound in recorded history. It was heard over 1,200 miles away. For context, that's like an explosion in New York City being heard clearly from Des Moines, Iowa. If you were within a few hundred miles, it wasn't just a sound. It was a physical force that could rupture eardrums. The power. The eruption released energy equivalent to roughly 33 gigatons of TNT. Let's sit with that. The atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima was about 15 kilotons. This was over 2,000 times more powerful. Every second of the eruption was multiple Hiroshima bombs going off. The volcanic explosivity index goes from 1 to 8. Tambora was a 7. It was the most powerful volcanic eruption in the past 1,300 years, maybe even 10,000. The destruction. The top 4,000 feet of the mountain were utterly obliterated, vaporized. The island of Sumbawa was wiped off the map by pyroclastic floors, those terrifying superheated waves of gas and rock that move at highway speeds, and subsequent to tsunamis. An estimate of 71,000 people in Indonesia died immediately. But the immediate local apocalypse? That was just the opening act. The real global nightmare started with what Tambora threw into the sky. It ejected an estimate of 37 cubic miles of material. Not just rock and ash, but crucially, sulfur dioxide gas. This gas shot up into the stratosphere, miles above our weather, and combined with weather vapor to form billions upon billions of tiny sulfate aerosol particles. And this is the key. These particles formed a gigantic, microscopic shield that over the next few months would encircle the entire planet. This shield was so vast that it was roughly the size of Australia. What does a shield do? It blocks things. In this case, it blocked sunlight. It reflected the sun's rays back into space, preventing its heat from reaching us. The stage was set. The trigger had been pulled. The world just didn't know it yet. The consequences were sailing, silently on the winds, towards a completely unsuspecting population. And when they arrived, it looked like the end of the world, the unsummer. The first signs that something was horribly wrong began in the spring of 1816. In the northeastern United States and Canada, people had survived a tough winter, but were ready for spring planting. But spring didn't come. May arrived, and instead of warm rains, they got killing frosts. Farmers, beginning the resilient folks they are, replanted. They figured it was a fluke. It was not a fluke. On June 6, 1816, in snowy Albany, New York, in Dennisville, Maine, let me say that again, it snowed. In June, in the northeastern United States, not a light dusting either, inches of it. In Cape May, New York, New Jersey, frost was reported on 5 consecutive nights in late June. The North American Review wrote, in June, another snowstorm spread dismay among the farmers. Another paper simply called it the year of the cold summer. July and August were no better. A strange, persistent dry fog hung in the air, a reddish-yellow haze that dimmed the sun, making it possible to stare directly at it. It couldn't be dispersed by wind or rain. Temperatures swung wildly. On July 4th, Independence Day, people in Pennsylvania were shivering around fireplaces. In Virginia, a farmer wrote of defrost destroying his corn crop in late August. The agriculture disaster was total. Corn froze on the stalk. Wheat and grain crops failed completely. What little was harvested was often moldy, and oat prices saw a 7,000 price increase. The despair of the diaries in this time is palpable.
Hey everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden uploads a new
May 28. Weather backward from Sarah Snell, Bryant, Massachusetts. And on June 11th, cold and frost this morning. All was froze, said by the Shaker farmers in New York. This wasn't an American phenomenon. This was global. In Europe, still rebuilding from the Neapolitan Wars, it was even worse. The summer of 1816 was the coldest and wettest on record. Torrential rains in the UK and Ireland rotted the potatoes and grains in the field. The Switzerland, the endless rain and cold forced a group of vacating riders to stay indoors all summer. We'll get back to them. It's important. Food riots, the worst since the French Revolution, broke out in England, France, and Switzerland. Bakers and grain markets were stormed by desperate starving mobs. And as always, famine brought disease. A massive typhus epidemic swept through Ireland, killing thousands of people. Cholera, agitated by the weird weather, began a deadly spread from India all the way to Europe. In China, the monsoon season was disrupted, leading to a catastrophic flooding in the Yangtze Valley. Frost was reported in Taiwan. In India, delayed monsoon season eventually arrived with devastating floods, therefore worsening the cholera epidemic. The entire world was sick, starving, and freezing, and nobody knew why. So naturally, they started to guess. And the theories. The theories are a wild ride. Theories of doom. So you're living in 1816. Your family is hungry. You're wearing a winter coat in July. The sun looks wrong. The snow is the wrong colour. How do you explain it? You get creative. The explanations people come up with were a mix of semi-scientific and downright supernatural. Theory 1. Sunspots. This was the leading rational theory. Because of the dry fog, people could stare at the sun and see large dark spots on its surface. Many thinkers and newspapers blame these sunspots for blocking the sun's heat. They were wrong. Sunspots are actually associated with more solar activity. But it was an attempt. Theory 2. Divine wrath. This was a hugely popular one. Preachers across Europe and America proclaimed that the strange weather was God's punishment for a sinful world. Revival meetings sprang up everywhere. People were convinced that they were living in the literal end times. Theory 3. Benjamin Franklin's wild guess. Okay, this one's a little closer. The famed scientist had theorized years earlier that a massive volcanic eruption in Iceland, Laki, in 1783, had caused a cold winter. A few scientists in 1816 began to tentatively connect the dots, suggesting that maybe a volcano somewhere could be to blame. But without global communication, they couldn't prove it. Theory 4. The really weird ones. Some thought the dry fog was smoke from vast unexplored forest fires in the Pacific Northwest. Others thought it was fumes from the polar ice caps, somehow released. They were all stumbling in the dark. They were all trying to solve a global climate mystery with only local knowledge. It was terrifying, confusing, and utterly bizarre time to be alive. The science and the aftermath. So, was it God? Was it sunspots? Was it the fumes of the earth? No. The real explanation, which we piece together much later, is a much more simple and much more terrifyingly complex. It was science. What the people of 1816 experienced is what we now call a volcanic winter. Remember that sulfate aerosol shield from Tambora? That was the culprit. Those billions of tiny particles acted like trillions of microscopic mirrors, scattering incoming light and preventing its heat from reaching us. They also massively distributed global weather patterns, like the jet stream. which is why some places flooded and others froze. Modern climate models and ice core samples from Greenland and Antarctica confirm this. They show a massive, undeniable sulfur spike in the layers corresponding from 1815 to 1816. The science is settled. The mystery, it seems, is solved. But the story isn't over, because the aftermath of the year without a summer, it literally changed the world, the westward expansion. In New England, thousands of families gave up on their failed farms. This triggered a massive migration west to the Midwest, like Ohio and Indiana, accelerating the settlement of the American interior. The birth of modern climate science. This was the first time a global climate anomaly could be investigated with semi-modern methods. It forced scientists to think about interconnected global systems. A literary monster. Remember those writers stuck in the villa in Switzerland? Those ones forced inside by the endless rain. That group included Mary Shelley, Percy Bysshe Shelley, and Lord Byron. To pass the time, they had a ghost story contest. The story Mary Shelley began writing that haunted summerless summer was Frankenstein, a novel born from the darkness of the world that felt like it was dying. Lord Byron also wrote a poem that year called Darkness, which began, I had a dream, which was not a dream. The bright sun was extinguished. So, do we close the case on a year without summer? On one hand, yes. The case was unequivocally Mount Tambora. The evidence is overwhelming. But is the story really over? First, the lingering mysteries of 1808 eruption. Ice cores show another huge eruption then, but we have no historical record of it. Where was it? Did it help set the stage for the Tambora chaos? We still don't know. Second, and more importantly, 1816 serves as a haunting warning. The global temperature drop that caused the worldwide famine was only about 1 degree Celsius. Scientists project that a human-driven climate change, the global average temperature could increase by 2 to 4 degrees this century. The chaos, the crop failures, the starvation, the mass migration of 1816, all of that was caused by the drop of 1 degree Celsius. So, the mystery of what happened then is solved. But it leaves us with a far more terrifying and pressuring unsolved mystery. What are we doing now? And how will we deal with the climate disruptions we are actively creating? The year without a summer was a tragedy born of natural ignorance. The question is, will we repeat the tragedy? But this time, with full knowledge of what we're doing? And that incredibly cheerful note is our case. What do you think? Let us know in the comments. And as always, until next time on the Disaster Files, stay curious and maybe pack a jacket, just in case.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Disaster Files returns. Season 2 is just weeks away, and today I'm officially announcing Season 2 premieres October 5th.
If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Hey, I'm Marula.
the koala. Welcome back to Hanson News, where we bring you the news. Disney has sparked significant interest and speculation with a new survey asking guests about the possibility of incorporating The Simpsons into its theme parks. At the same time, rumors are gaining traction that Universal Studios, currently home to the Simpsons ride and Springfield-themed lands, may phase out these attractions to introduce Pokemon-themed experiences. This potential shakeup of intellectual property usage in the theme park industry could have far-reaching implications for both Disney and Universal, Disney's survey and its timing. The survey, shared by Disney Parks commentator Drew Smith on X, asks guests to weigh in on specific offerings related to The Simpsons. The options include possibilities such as meet-and-greet experiences with beloved characters like Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, as well as entire new lands or attractions themed around the show's iconic Springfield setting. This outreach comes at a pivotal time. Universal Studios has held the theme park rights to The Simpsons since 2008, following the launch of The Simpsons ride. Despite Disney's 2019 acquisition of 20th Century Fox, which brought The Simpsons under its massive IP portfolio, existing licensing agreement has allowed Universal to continue operating its Springfield attractions, largely unchanged. However, that agreement is set to expire in 2028, prompting speculation about the future of the franchise in Universal's parks. The timing of Disney's survey strongly suggests that the company is exploring how best to capitalize on The Simpsons once Universal's hold on the franchise ends. With its family-friendly humor and multi-generational appeal, The Simpsons would be a natural fit for Disney's parks, adding a fresh yet nostalgic dimension to their lineup. Universal's Pokémon rumors. Meanwhile, Universal appears to be contemplating a significant shift in its park offerings. Industry insiders, including Alicia Stella of Orlando Theme Park Stop, have reported rumors that Universal may replace its Simpsons-themed areas with attractions based on the Pokemon franchise. This move would align with Universal's broader strategy of leveraging modern, globally popular IPs to keep its parks relevant and engaging for new generations of visitors. Currently, Universal Studios' Simpsons attractions occupy a substantial footprint in both its Hollywood and Florida parks, in addition to the Simpsons ride, which replaced Back to the Future. The ride in 2008, the Springfield-themed areas include restaurants such as Krusty Burger and Moe's Tavern, shops like the Quickie Mart, and additional rides like Kang, Kodo's Twirl and Hurl. These attractions have been popular with guests, but may now be seen as less of a draw compared to newer IPs. The Pokemon franchise, which celebrated its 25th anniversary in 2021, has proven to be a global phenomenon that appeals to audiences of all ages. Universal Studios Japan already features Pokemon-themed attractions as part of its highly successful collaboration with Nintendo, which also includes Super Nintendo World. Expanding Pokemon's presence to Universal's parks in the United States would not only build on this momentum, but also create new opportunities for immersive storytelling and interactive experiences. A strategic opportunity for Disney. The potential shift by Universal to Pokemon creates a unique opportunity for Disney to reclaim The Simpsons as part of its theme park portfolio. By gauging guest interest now, Disney can begin to lay the groundwork for introducing Springfield-inspired attractions in its park. This strategy would allow Disney to seamlessly integrate The Simpsons into its broader narrative of innovation and storytelling while offering something new and exciting for its guests. Incorporating The Simpsons into Disney parks could take several forms. The franchise's rich world-building and expansive cast of characters provide numerous opportunities for creative attractions, from immersive Springfield-themed lands to interactive rides that capture the humor and satire of the show. In addition to traditional theme park elements, Disney could also explore dining experiences inspired by iconic locations such as Krusty Burger or the Flying Dutchman, giving fans a chance to step directly into their favorite episodes. Disney's interest in The Simpsons may also reflect a broader effort to diversify its offerings across its global parks. With parks in Europe, Asia, and the United States, Disney could leverage The Simpsons to appeal to international audiences, ensuring the franchise remains a global entertainment staple. By doing so, Disney could solidify its reputation as the leader in theme park innovation, even as competitors like Universal gain ground with properties like Pokemon and Nintendo. Pokémons potential at Universal. If Universal does proceed with replacing The Simpsons with Pokemon-themed attractions, It would mark a significant moment in theme park history. Pokemon's immense popularity and extensive lore make it a natural fit for highly immersive, interactive park experiences. Universal could create attractions that allow guests to catch Pokemon, battle gym leaders, or explore iconic locations from the franchise, offering fans a level of engagement unmatched by previous attractions. Such a move would also signal Universal's commitment to staying at the forefront of the industry by prioritizing IPs that resonate with today's audiences. The success of Super Nintendo World has already demonstrated the power of gaming franchises in theme parks, and Pokemon's addition could further strengthen Universal's competitive position against Disney. The future of theme parks. As the theme park landscape evolves, the potential shifts involving The Simpsons and Pokemon highlight the importance of staying relevant in an ever-changing entertainment industry. For Disney, incorporating The Simpsons could fill the void left by Universal while also capitalizing on the franchise's cultural significance and enduring appeal. For Universal, introducing Pokemon would not only attract a new generation of fans, but also reinforce its reputation as a pioneer in immersive entertainment. Ultimately, these changes could usher in a new era for theme parks, where nostalgia and innovation intersect to create unforgettable guest experiences. Whether it's Springfield at Disney or Pokemon at Universal, fans of both franchises have much to look forward to in the coming years. With Universal's licensing agreement for The Simpsons set to expire in 2028, the industry and its fans will be watching closely to see how this story unfolds. Let's discuss in the comments below. And as always, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for the latest updates on all your favorite theme parks.